Right now, you have a choice to make. You're either building a personal brand to get followers, or you're building it to get customers. Gurus would tell you that you need to make the widest content possible to get the most amount of views. But the reality is, all you need to do is build real trust with your ideal customer. In 2025, after 16 years of building personal brands, I decided to do something crazy and build my own. And in the first 10 months, we got over 200,000 followers, 40,000 people on our email list, but most importantly, we received over 750 applications to work with us. In this course, I'm gonna help you start your personal brand by establishing your brand positioning and building a content strategy that gets real customers, not just followers. But here's the crazy thing. There's a chance that you are here watching this video thinking that you should start your personal brand purely because you've seen somebody you admire do it, and so you think this is just something that you have to do. A huge mistake that I see is people are building their personal brand just to check a box. They have never actually sat down and defined a goal or what their desired outcome is, and then use that to inform whether or not they should actually build their personal brand. I actually believe that there might be a case where you don't need to do that. When I was embarking on this crazy journey of building my own business and potentially building my own personal brand, I had the fortune of being able to sit down with Gary Vaynerchuk. I worked for Gary for a couple of years. When I shared with him that I was considering not only building my own consulting firm, but starting to put out content to help people build their personal brand, but then also drive awareness and conversion to my business. And his response shocked me. This is the man that preaches online 24/7. Everyone needs to be making content. Content is the gateway drug to what you want out of life. That's like his direct quote. But what he said to me is, I really think you should be sure that this is what you really want. You might be able to build a great business without ever making content. I want you to make sure that this fits into the life that you are building. And as you can imagine, sitting down with the content king, hearing something like that, it caused me to think twice. And I really tried to look at, what am I trying to accomplish? Is making content publicly, is this necessary to accomplish that? And what I realized is that I had two main goals. The first one was that I wanted to grow my business. Theoretically, I could do that without making content. But the second goal was that I wanted to help people build a personal brand. I think there's a shitload of people teaching people how to build a bad personal brand that makes the world worse. I want to help people build personal brands that add to the world, that make the world better. I wanted to do that for a huge amount of people that I know will never work with us directly at Ralston. They'll never pay us a dime. And so the first desired outcome I had, I could accomplish that without making content. The second one, where I help a bunch of people for free that never work with us, I would never have been able to do that, at least at the scale that I'm looking to accomplish, without making content. And so it answered the question for me. The beauty of it is now I have something to measure against. Every decision I make supports those two desired outcomes. Is this helping build the business, or is this helping educate people for free? If it's not doing one of those two things, I'm probably not gonna put it out in the content. You really need to think about what it is that you are trying to accomplish and whether or not content supports that. So all that to say, it was absolutely insane to me that Gary said this and kind of gave me a pause. But it really made me realize just how important it is to establish and understand the end goal in mind, because you may realize that there are better ways of accomplishing that goal outside of making content. Here's an example. I have a friend who is in executive protection, okay? And let's say that this friend of mine is currently a security guard at a local mall or a local bank. We'll use the mall example. And they have the desire to work their way up into executive protection, where they are protecting and being like basically a bodyguard for somebody who is probably pretty important. If you're gonna be Taylor Swift's EP, it's probably not a good thing if a bunch of people know who you are, because you're not going to be able to move through different scenarios as discreetly. In that case, do you think that it would be a good idea to make content? Do you think that making content and building your personal brand publicly will help you accomplish your desired outcome? I'm gonna go ahead and answer it for you. I'm gonna say the answer is no. There are scenarios where being more publicly known actually hurts your desired outcome and makes it harder to accomplish the goal at hand rather than easier. And so what we need to do is we need to establish, what is that desired outcome? What are we trying to accomplish? And does building a public personal brand and making content support that? Or does it hurt it? But before we get into establishing your brand positioning, I want to figure out what this goal is, this desired outcome that you have, what you're trying to achieve. A couple years ago, I came up with a framework called the Brand Journey Framework. And it's 4 simple questions, and it basically helps you figure out what that desired outcome is, and then everything you need to do from today to get to that point. It reverse engineers all the way from the desired outcome to today. Very, very simple, very effective. But actually, before we get into the questions, we have a workbook that goes with this entire course. And it allows you to take what you are hearing me say and supposedly learning and actually make sure that you learn it and apply it to your personal brand. You're gonna click that link, go to the website, enter your email. We will send you the workbook for you to download and go through in accordance with this entire course. And the Brand Journey Framework is the first exercise you're going to do. Here's the 4 simple questions. Question number 1 is, what is your desired outcome? What are you wanting to achieve? The second question you'll answer is, in order to achieve that desired outcome, what would I need to be known for, right? Like, what is the reputation that I need to have? The third question is, in order to develop that reputation, to be known for the thing, to get the outcome I desire, what would you have to do? We become known for things not just by saying bullshit out of our mouth, but by the actions that we actually take day in and day out. What are the actions you need to do to be known for the thing to get your desired outcome? The last and final question, the 4th one, what do I need to learn in order to do the things to become known for the thing to get my desired outcome? If you go through this journey, you're going to have a very clear roadmap on how you're going to get to your desired outcome. But then you can look at, what is that end goal in mind? And does making content accelerate my ability to get there? Or does it actually make it slower and harder for me to accomplish that goal? If the answer is it makes it easier, amazing. Let's proceed. If the answer is it doesn't make it easier and it's actually going to be harder, I would encourage you, don't waste any more time on this video. The rest of this video is for those of you who have identified that making content and building a public personal brand moves you closer to your end goal. If that's the case, let's get you closer to the end goal. And the first question that I would like to address is, why should anybody listen to you? You watching this, you're in one of 2 camps. You're either the student or the expert. And the majority of this video, to be very clear, is for the expert. But one thing that I want to call out is that some of you are actually a student who are pretending to be an expert. If you're the student, you don't have the big W's. You don't have years of experience. You're not who your audience wants to be. You're on the journey of becoming who your audience wants to become. What your job is to be the guinea pig, to be the proxy for your audience. You do all the testing and investing that either goes well or doesn't go well. And so if you're the student, fucking be the student. Don't pretend and posture as the expert. This is where I see so many people get trapped and stuck online. And what you end up doing is you burn trust forever with that audience. So for the students watching, know that you are the student. Now, the expert, I think it's probably pretty clear to you, although you might be somebody who would feel awkward calling yourself an expert. But if you have multiple W's on your resume, if you are the person who your audience wants to become, or you have done the thing that your audience wants to do, then you are the expert. And it's your job to teach in public. The student is learning in public, but you are teaching in public. And there's a little bit of build in public that you can add into that. But the main thing that I want to focus on is that you're going to be sharing how you've accomplished what you've accomplished. The mistakes, I guess, that you've made along the way that you would encourage others to avoid when going on the same journey. But you also want to make sure that you're imparting to them the ability to go from where they are to that expert level quicker than you did. And the first thing I want to do is actually an exercise. I want to start this video off by actually taking some real action and getting some results right away for us, okay? And so what you're gonna do is there's a link in the description below this video on YouTube. Click that link, enter your email. We're going to send you the workbook. And in that workbook, there's one exercise that I really wanna start off with, which is building your bank. Now, for the students watching this, and again, like I said, we're not gonna talk too much to the students, but I do wanna give you this because I think it's really useful. You're gonna build what I call an interest bank. Interest as in what you are interested in. This is a running list of the things that you are studying, you're experiencing, you're experimenting with, you're learning, you're testing. These are all the things that you are on your journey of learning, and your channel is going to be documenting the process of improving or becoming better or working towards becoming the expert in this field. Now, for the experts watching, you need to establish a credibility bank. This is a running list of the things that you've done, you've achieved, you've solved, you've proven, the mistakes that you've made, and the lessons that you learned from that. These are the things that you built. These are the successes that you have in your career. And what this does is it builds the foundation that you're going to build and amplify your personal brand off of. Now, a really important note here. For some of you, you might feel like, oh, that's not fair. It's just the way that life is. The reality is the results that you're going to get for your personal brand do have a lot to do with what you put down in your credibility bank. Now, real quick, I don't want you to misunderstand this. I'm not saying make shit up in your credibility bank, but the more impressive the items in your credibility bank are, the more likely you are to have better than average results with growing your personal brand in the first couple of years. It's no secret to me that one of the reasons why we're having the success we're having with building my personal brand in the first year, I mean, hello, we're at over 200,000 followers, over 39,000, maybe even 40,000 people on our email list at this point. Like, it's getting kind of crazy. And I believe that we're being intentional with how we're making our content, but it's not lost on me that I have had several big public W's in my career that have added to the legitimacy and credibility that I bring into the content I'm sharing. For example, rather than listening and watching content on how to build your personal brand from somebody who has only done it for themselves, a lot of people value the fact that I have helped build multiple very big personal brands within the business creator space. And so they know that I'm not just speaking from a tactic point of view, but I'm teaching principles that work in differing scenarios. And so what I want you to do is put together your credibility bank that's in the workbook. You can go in, fill that out for yourself. And what you're going to do is this is the foundation that you draw from and you speak to, because the question that we're trying to answer is, why would anybody listen to you? Well, the answer is in your credibility bank. This is why people will listen to what you have to say. Because if you do more epic shit, you're gonna have more epic shit to talk about. It's a crazy concept. If you aren't impressed with your credibility bank, well, that's fine. You can keep rolling and start building your personal brand, but just know that you should work on building a more impressive credibility bank, which means go do cool shit. For example, if I'm wanting to learn from you on how to climb a mountain, well, if you've only climbed, 5,000, 6,000 feet peaks, that's not that impressive to me. But if you've bagged a bunch of 14ers, you've done Everest, you've done K2 and all of these other crazy summits, well then I'm suddenly going to take what you have to say from a different frame than maybe, Joe, who has only climbed a couple local hills, as we would call them in the Northwest, not mountains, okay? And so the more impressive your credibility, the more buy-in and belief your audience will have with you, and belief that what you're saying is gonna lead them to the outcomes they desire. Now that we are on the path of establishing why people are gonna actually listen to what we have to say, one thing that I wanna stop and do real quick is address burnout. But I wanna hit this from a brand perspective, because I think there's ways that you can burn out from a content creation perspective, but also from actually how you're building your brand and determining your brand positioning. And I believe this happens, burnout, because most creators end up building a brand that they fucking hate. You start talking about shit that you're not actually interested in or passionate about, and definitely not an expert in, but you just see these trending topics that all these other personal brands have built their brand around, and so you assume that you need to do the same. But the reality is if you don't like the brand that you are building, do you really think that you're gonna stick with it for long enough to get the results that you desire? No. And so instead of trying to build a brand that the algorithm tells you, build the brand that excites you. This year, there's been a lot of things that we have chosen to not do from a actual content perspective, from a brand pillar perspective, from a packaging on our content perspective, that we know would actually lead to more views, more subscribers, more followers. We'd get better numbers, but it'd be building a brand that I was embarrassed of, that I wasn't proud of. I can't tell you the amount of times that I have met with different individuals who they make YouTube content as an example, and they're consistently putting out YouTube videos. But here's an interesting little element. They won't text those YouTube videos to any of their friends. They won't share it with anybody whose opinion they actually care about. Why? Because they are embarrassed of the brand that they are building. And to me, that is just a countdown clock to quitting. If you quit, you don't get your desired outcome. And so I really want to just take this moment really quick here for you to be very intentional with how you're crafting this. As we move through the rest of this video and the rest of the exercises that you're going to go through in your workbook, I want you to be very thoughtful. Don't think through the lens of what do people want? What is going to get the most views? What are people going to be most interested in? That's not the first question that you should be asking. The first question that you should be asking and answering is, what am I going to be most proud of? What is going to make me most stoked to continue doing this? What am I wanting to put out into the world to show who I am as a human, not this curated caricature version of me that I've crafted so that the algorithm works in my favor? What you want to do is you want to talk about your core subject matter, right? Like for me, it's personal branding. And within personal branding, you have a bunch of different subtopics. But in addition to that core subject matter, you want to inject elements that show you, the human. You don't want your brand, in my opinion, to be based around just one sole thing, because you, the human, more than likely, is not based around one sole thing. And so that's why in my content, I will reference my Harley Davidsons, or the fact that I love metal, or the fact that I'm the biggest Seahawks fan imaginable, other than the guys that wear no shirts and they paint Seahawks across their chest in the middle of winter during the Seahawks games. I'm trying to share, in addition to the value I'm trying to provide you, I want you to know who I am as a human. One, because I'm interested in those things, I'm passionate, and I'm gonna want to talk about them. When I'm sitting and talking with my friends, those subject matters and those topics naturally come up. They should be coming up in the content as well, rather than trying to hide who you are and think that there's this world where you only talk about one thing ever, because that's what so many of the gurus online have told you to do. That is maybe a way to grow really quick on the platform, but it's also a way to quit really quickly from the platform. And so again, I am trying to help you build something that is sustainable. And so I want you to take a moment and really reflect on who you are as a human. The rest of the work that we're going to do in this video needs to be based off of that, not some ideal version that you think that your audience will desire, but who you are as a human. The next question that you should be trying to answer and solve is, why would your audience care? We know why they're going to listen to us, because we've established that we have the credibility that gives proof to why we have something good to say. But why are they going to care? What's in it for them? A mistake that I see you making is looking at what your competitors are doing and building your personal brand based on those findings. AKA, you're optimizing around your competitors, not your customers. Do you want more competitors? Whatever group you optimize for is the group that you're going to attract more of. If you optimize around what your customers actually want, not what your competitors are doing, but what your customers actually want and need, then you will attract more of them. So when you start with your customers, the way you do that is you identify what is the pain that they are facing. Ultimately, the main reason why we as humans consume educational content is there's some problem that we are looking to solve. There's some pain that we are feeling that we want relief from. You want to start by defining what the very painful problem is and what your unique solution is to it. Your brand should be built around that. It's a combination of who you are as a human, your expertise, and solving the problems that your customers actually face. That's what they care about. You probably have somebody in your life who is kind of the fixer, right? There's people in our lives that we know that are always fixing things. And what do we end up doing with them? We go to them when we have a problem. We also oftentimes will recommend our friends or family go to them with that same problem. If you become known as someone who solves your ideal customer's problems, guess what? More people will come to you. And so by building and optimizing your brand, not around being second best to the top dogs in your space and copying everything they do, but instead you start from the place of how do I solve real painful problems for my customer, then what you're going to find is that your brand becomes known as somebody who solves real problems, not somebody who just makes cool content online. Cool content online will get views and it will attract attention, but it doesn't build trust like solving problems does. And so if you know your ideal customer's painful problems, then that's gonna help inform you of everything else that you need to work on through the rest of this video and the workbook associated with it. So make sure that you've downloaded the workbook, click the link below, download that, enter your information. It's literally just your email, I think, or something like that. And we're gonna email you the workbook, and I want you to list out your customer's painful problems. What you're gonna see in the workbook is it's asking you for 10 to 15. Some of you might not be able to come up with that many right now. That's okay. As many as you can. But what I will tell you is the more painful problems you identify, the more ideation you have for the content that you're gonna make in the future. Now, one of the questions that we mentioned at the top of this video is, how do you stand out? And I'm sure this hits a painful nerve for you because more than likely you feel at some level like your space, your niche is saturated. You feel like there are a lot of individuals who are making content talking about the thing that you would be talking about or you are currently talking about. That's very real. There are more content creators online today than ever before. I think there's something like 700,000 hours of YouTube content uploaded every single day. Like, it's fucking absurd out here. And so you need an intentional and strategic way of actually standing out. And I believe that there are 3 different main levers that you can pull to stand out. Now, 2 of them are in your content, but today what I want to talk about is your contrarian belief. And this is the biggest lever in terms of the 3 levers that you can pull to stand out. I think this gives you the greatest returns out of all 3. Like, you can take the other 2, combine them, and they won't come even close to identifying your contrarian belief. This is the way that I believe you are gonna get the best traction the quickest. You know that whole 80-20 principle that everybody always talks about? Well, I will tell you, this is your 80%. This is the thing that's going to drive the actual growth and make all the other things and initiatives you do for growing your personal brand a lot easier. Now, when I say contrarian belief or contrarian take, people misunderstand this. I've been on podcasts where I'll say that and they immediately regurgitate it, but instead of contrarian, they say controversial. I want to distinguish and define contrarian versus controversial because I will never, ever, ever tell you to be controversial for controversy's sake. I think that is a terrible, terrible approach. See, your contrarian belief is when you are going against the dominant belief because you actually genuinely believe it. You are incapable of not sharing this belief because at your core, it's so fucking true. Now, a controversial belief, on the other hand, is when you're taking a position because you know it's going to trigger people. This is when you design your statement to get a reaction. There are plenty of people that take this strategy on. There's plenty of people that preach it. And by all means, you do you, boo-boo. I am all for you taking whatever approach you desire. But what I will tell you is if you build that brand, you start to get known as somebody who is controversial. For you watching this, you've probably not been in these rooms, but I've worked with some of the biggest personal brands in the business world. And what I will tell you is that they avoid people who are highly controversial like the plague. Nobody who has a really strong established brand who is very thoughtful about the associations they make, they're not going to want to pair themselves with you if you're building just a controversial brand for controversy's sake. Most people who build a controversial brand, they're kind of known as a loose cannon. You don't know where that controversy is going to be aimed. I encourage you, build a contrarian belief, not a controversial belief. Now that we have that defined, let's go into how you go about building your contrarian belief. I really want you to identify the belief that you have that is fundamentally different than the other individuals in your space, in your niche, and be able to articulate that to your audience consistently. A couple examples that I think might help you understand just how impactful having a contrarian take is. Sometimes, as a side note, the contrarian take, when you hear it after the fact, you're like, that was contrarian? That's insane. Yvon Chouinard, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm not, let me know in the comments. He is the CEO and founder of Patagonia. And he was in an industry, the outdoor apparel world and industry, where they were hardcore about mass consumption and they prioritized profits over everything. He came onto the scene and built a company based on the belief that you should prioritize environmental stewardship, aka taking care of the fucking environment, rather than prioritizing profits. And so his actions followed. All the things that he has done within Patagonia point to the fact that he is actually caring more about the environment than he is about profits. And now he's known as the model for building an organization where it's value-led, not profit-led. And another example, the final one that I want to share, is Reed Hastings with Netflix. Everybody thought that people loved, absolutely adored, and held tightly the ability to go to their local Blockbuster or video rental store, there was the Hollywoods and all the other ones, and pick out the VHS. They wanted to physically hold them and read the back in order to understand what the video was going to be about. And Reed had this crazy contrarian belief that actually people don't want to leave their house. They want to be able to select a movie from their couch, have it delivered to their front door, be able to watch it, and then return it without ever leaving their home. And I think it's pretty obvious that contrarian take kind of worked. He started by shipping DVDs, right? So that you wouldn't have to like go to the local store. You could just open your front door and boom, there it is. Watch it, open your front door, place it right back in the mailbox, and off we go. And eventually that evolved into not even having to open the front door, just having to literally flip on the switch of the TV and boom, you can stream. And I think it's pretty clear where that contrarian take not only took Reed Hastings and Netflix, but took the entire entertainment industry as a whole. Streaming is now the number one thing. That's what everybody is doing, right? Every single network that we used to watch on cable now has their own version of an OTT. I just can't hammer home just how important it is to have your contrarian belief. This is how you are going to stand out from all the other individuals in your space, in your niche. Hey, you're here because you're investing all of this time, money, and effort to build your personal brand, and you're not seeing any results. You might be seeing your views going up, but oftentimes sales aren't matching. It reminds me of one of the clients that we worked with this year. High-level media team, absolute gangsters, yet they hit a plateau. See, from a views and subscribers perspective, they were growing like crazy. But from a business perspective, all of this new attention was not converting into leads. It's because they thought they were making educational content when in reality, they were making entertainment content. So we walked them through our principles and tactics of how to make educational content, not entertainment. Their previous average per video was 4,000 to 5,000 leads. This video got over 20,000 leads. And even though they weren't optimizing for this, that video ended up being their number 3 video of the entire year with over 1 million views. This is why we created Ralston Select. Click the link in the description below if you want more information. Now let's get back to the video. So clearly, a great business and a great brand can be built off of a contrarian belief. But the question that you are probably asking is, how do I figure out what mine is? How do I know what my contrarian belief actually should be? Now, there's a chance that you actually do know it off top, right? Like, that was me. For years, I had been hearing people preach going viral and maximizing for views. And I just knew at my core that was not the right way to build a personal brand where you're trying to actually grow your business if you sell a high ticket offer. It just didn't make sense to me. I knew it. And so when I would hear those things, I would have that reaction that I described earlier. My blood would boil, the hair on my neck would stand. Like, I would get a little annoyed and irritated. The first thing that you can think of is, what do you hear people in your industry say that rubs you the wrong way, that makes you go, I don't know if I completely agree with that? I guarantee there's several of these industry tropes that are out there that you fundamentally view differently. But if you are struggling with coming up with what your contrarian belief is, you don't totally know what it is, I have a very simple exercise that I want to walk you through that I think is wildly useful and will provide immense levels of clarity on what your contrarian belief could be, or potentially provide you several that then you can go and test in your content. It's called the 2-column approach. And what I want you to do is you're gonna draw out 2 columns, or if you downloaded that workbook, you actually have this table right in front of you so you can fill it out. On the left side, you're gonna write down all of the different things that people in your space or niche say that you disagree with. And on the right side, you're gonna write out what your view of that is. I also, in addition to the statements that they say, I want you to write out the things that your competitors do that you disagree with, that you don't like, or that you think your customers hate. If you're an agency and most agencies are really slow to respond, terrible with communication, and not organized. That is less of a statement that they're making and more of their actions. And so what I want you to do is identify that on the left side. And then on the right side, I want you to write out what you would do differently. What this is it ends up being a list of contrarian takes. It's a contrarian belief or a contrarian action that then you can utilize for building your personal brand. When I started, I had 3. I'm gonna share with you the belief that I disagreed with and what my view of it was, and I'm gonna do that for 2 more after that. Because I think it'll help get your wheels turning on what you could identify in your niche or your space that you don't fuck with. So the first one is always try to go viral, 1 million views or bust. That's what I hear so many people preaching. I believe and I preach that you should optimize for trust, not virality. That is my contrarian belief. Another one is that there's plenty of people out there that preach that you should be posting on every single platform. Volumes, mountains of content that you should be posting daily on every single platform imaginable. And the moment that a new platform appears in the App Store, you better download that, sign up for a new account, and be posting at least 20 times a day on it. Like it's crazy, right? And sure, that probably works, but it's not practical. I believe that you should build a system that you will actually stick with, not what your favorite creator does, okay? You need to build it around you, not optimizing around them. The third one is that you need your media team to fear you in order to respect you and listen to what you have to say. And it sounds kind of audacious when I say this, but if you're not in this world and you don't lead media teams and work with a lot of people that do, well then you might not realize this, but this is a very, it's weird, but it's a common belief that a lot of people have. And my contrarian belief, my contrarian take on that is that you need to create an environment of psychological safety or the work will suffer. Creative will suffer if they don't feel safe to take risks. And so these are the 3 contrarian takes that I entered onto the scene with. When we first started building my personal brand, I talked about all 3 of these in podcasts and in my content. But what I did is I started to notice that one of them was clearly resonating with the audience more than the other 2. We're at a point right now where all of a sudden I'm seeing more and more people talk about optimizing for trust than virality. When I first started making content a year ago, that was not the case. There were very few people preaching this message. And so what I noticed is it was catching fire. People were resonating with it and understood it. They agreed with it. They were frustrated and tired of the old way of building a personal brand online. And so when I noticed that, instead of trying to force all 3 onto my audience, I doubled down on the one that was clearly resonating with you. And by the way, thank you for resonating with that. That's the one that I am most passionate about. And so this actually worked out really well for me because the one that I like to preach and share with as many people one-on-one or in small group settings as possible, I'm now able to preach and shout from the mountaintops in my content, not because it's what I want, but because it's what you have told me you wanted. So once you've done the exercise, you'll have identified a couple of different contrarian takes. And I want you to test them in your content. And then once you notice that one is resonating more with your audience, just like I described with my contrarian take around optimizing for trust over virality, once you notice that, I want you to double and triple down with your audience on sharing that statement over and over and over again. Now, the natural question that you have is, how do I know that they're resonating with it? Yes, I do read your DMs. I do read your comments. I knew you were about to ask that question. And it's a very fair question. And there's a lot of different places that you can look to as indicators that your audience is fucking with this. Look at the piece of content where you're talking about this contrarian belief. Are people commenting, literally quoting your contrarian belief back at you? That's a big sign. That's something that I see a lot of times is a great indicator. Another one is if you make a video that is central around, or a piece of content in general, it could be a blog post, a Substack, whatever. If you make a piece of content around your contrarian belief and you get more DMs than normal referencing that piece of content, that is another good indicator that your audience is fucking with this. If you get to a point where things start getting really crazy for you, and this is a wild point to get to with your personal brand, it blows my mind every time I see it. If people start making content talking about your contrarian take and tagging you in it, that's when you really know this thing has gone intergalactic. This is what you're going to build your brand around. This is what you become known for. If you actually listen to your audience and you actually pay attention to what they're saying to you, you will know. You'll know that they're liking this one more than the other ones. And that actually brings up a really important point, which I haven't really talked about much ever in my content, which is who should you be listening to? Not what creators should you be listening to. You, as the creator, who should you be listening to inform the pivots or lack of pivots that you make with your personal brand? And it's a very interesting discussion that happens online. You have half of the camp that falls into the belief that you should respond to every comment, read every comment, and take it as doctrine, as gospel. And then you have the other camp that is like, ignore the comments completely, make whatever you want, and never take into account what they have to say. And I think there needs to be a happy medium. But first we need to define, what are you doing? I believe that if you have a mass market, low ticket offer that you are selling, this is why you're building your personal brand, is to lead towards that, drive sales, build your business. If that's the world that you're in, then I do think you can listen to the audience in your comment section. If they're saying that they want more of something or they want less of something, I think it's worth listening to them. Now, on the flip side, if you have a narrow market, high ticket offering, I don't know that it makes sense to listen to what the audience is saying in your comment section to dictate how you build your personal brand. I think you need to go to a different group of people. I think what you need to do is look at what your customers are saying, what they want more of, what the questions are that they have. That's what you want to optimize around, because whatever group you optimize around is the group that you're going to get more of. Do you want more followers or do you want more customers? For me, I want more customers. I love that you are subscribed to my channel. If you're not, you should hit that subscribe button. I've never said that before, but it just felt natural here. But I'm not looking to build my follower count. I'm looking to build my business. And so I want to optimize. I care about everyone who's watching the content greatly. And it's not to say that I don't look at your comments and take it into account. But the biggest driver of the pivots or adjustments or the things that we'll double down on for my personal brand comes from our clients. And so back to noticing that people were resonating with optimizing for trust, not virality. Yes, the general audience was fucking with that very clearly. But more importantly, my ideal clients were. I was getting DMs from people that I knew but had never worked with for years that were saying, oh my God, this makes so much sense. I click with this. I'm so tired about working with this agency that is having me film these topics that we know are going to get millions of views, but I could give less than a fuck about. My Instagram has turned into something that I'm ashamed of, not something that I'm proud of. And so that's what we're optimizing around. Again, I want to leave you with this on this point. This is super, super important. The group that you optimize around is the group that you will get more of. If you optimize around your followers, sure, you'll get more followers. But if you optimize around your customers, you will get more customers. Now, once you land on that contrarian belief, that contrarian take that you're going to really lean into, what you're going to want to do with that is you need to craft what I call a brand statement. This is a way for you to clearly and concisely communicate that contrarian belief so that you can say it as many times as you fucking can in the content that you make, okay? I believe that you want to consistently pair yourself with that belief so that eventually your audience makes that association. I'm gonna share a lot more on that in just a second. But it's kind of like how Apple and Johnny Ive have created the association with Apple being a design first, not a processor or tech first company. When you think of Apple, I would bet you're not thinking about the technical, you think about the design. And I don't believe they became known as a design company because of their marketing. I believe they became known as a design company because for years they consistently paired themselves with a very clear contrarian approach to building computers and ultimately hardware design as a whole. Johnny Ive is known for approaching design with simplicity, clarity, restraint, not being overly done, but actually exercising discipline and having an elegant approach to a world that the word elegant couldn't have been further away from. And Apple continued to pair themselves with this for 20 years, okay? So now when you hear Apple, you don't think processor first, you think design first. And so again, make sure that you downloaded the workbook and you do the 2-column exercise. This is going to give you the ammo that then you can go into the world making your content to test which of these contrarian takes, which one is resonating with the customer or the audience that I'm optimizing for. My ideal customer, that's what you want to optimize around. Again, if you have a mass market low ticket offering, cool. Your ideal customer is loud in your comments. But typically, if you have a high ticket, narrow market offer, what I have found is my ideal client, more often than not, they end up texting, DMing, or emailing me rather than commenting publicly on the piece of content. And I don't need to get into the why behind that, but that's just the reality. And so in my world, I'm optimizing more around the private messages I'm receiving than the public comments I'm getting. And so that pairing that we're talking about of Apple pairing themselves with design first thinking leads to an association. If you haven't heard me define these terms, I want to actually define branding and brand for you because this is how you're going to determine how you want to be viewed. At its core, branding is just a pairing of things. And I believe that brand is the byproduct of that. A good brand is when your audience inherently associates you and the thing that you are intentionally pairing yourself with. If Apple is for 20 years straight consistently pairing themselves with design first thinking, it's no surprise for us that the association that we draw upon very quickly when thinking of Apple is design. That's how this actually works. That's how branding works and how the byproduct occurs, which is brand. A really simple example is below this cool shirt that I just recently got, below it is a black t-shirt, just plain, right? And if you see me in a plain black t-shirt, there's not that much to draw upon. You're more looking at maybe, my rings, my glasses, my hat, whatever. There's not that much to go off of. Now, if I were to take that same plain black t-shirt and slap a black metal logo, like a Swedish or Norwegian black metal band that you can't even read, that might change how you perceive me. You suddenly have different associations that you're drawing upon. Why? Because I'm pairing myself with that logo. Now, if we were to exchange that black metal logo for a Hello Kitty logo, might be a different perception, might be some different associations that you draw upon, right? So what you, the brand, what you pair yourself with consistently informs the brand that your audience sees. This is the lens, this is the filter that they view you through. And so you want to be very thoughtful and strategic with the pairings that you make. Knowing this, I think you're going to want to be a little bit more thoughtful with the words that come out of your mouth and the people that you show up publicly with. And so the formula that you can think of is pairing times consistency equals an association. Pairing times consistency equals association. Here's an example that I want to share with you. You're very familiar probably with Instagram stories. I think it's something that we interact with on a pretty regular basis. For me, it's too many times per day, as my screen time report on my phone is constantly telling me. If you look at Instagram stories, for example, let's say you meet somebody recently and you both follow each other on Instagram. You don't know that much about this person. And so what's going to end up happening is whatever you see them consistently posting in their Instagram story is going to shape the brand that you develop or the brand that you view them through, the lens that you view them through. For example, you connect with Sarah and you now follow Sarah on Instagram. And suddenly you start noticing that Sarah posts a lot of black metal songs in her stories. What are you going to assume? It's simple. It's not like some loaded question. The answer is you're going to assume that she's into black metal, right? Pairing times consistency equals association. She is consistently pairing herself with black metal songs. And so the association is she must like black metal. Now, if you're one of those people who love Amish romance novels and you're posting a screenshot of your favorite Amish romance novel in your story, I'm going to make the assumption that you like Amish romance novels. And even more than that, if I have known people in my life previously who have liked Amish romance novels, I am going to associate not only you with the Amish romance novel, I'm going to associate you with what it means in my life to like an Amish romance novel. Okay? It's a little heady there, but basically the point being is whatever you consistently pair yourself with, that is the association that your audience is going to start creating for your brand. Now, something that we want to be careful and wary of is we've described this from like a positive frame, right? I love black metal, so I think it's very positive to be associated with black metal. But this works equally as powerfully in the reverse. Okay, so just as effective as it is for a positive association, it's also just as effective for a negative one. If you pair yourself with something or someone that is the opposite of what your desired outcome is, that is the opposite of the brand that you want to build and what you want to be known for, then that be a bad pairing. That's not a good pairing for you to make. That's not what you want to do. I'm trying to build a trustworthy brand. I want to be known as a trusted figure. And so knowing that this is how branding works, it would be really fucking stupid of me to start consistently showing up online with people who are known as untrustworthy characters. If I show up with untrustworthy individuals consistently, you are gonna start wondering if I'm trustworthy myself. Like I said, these associations are the lens that your audience views you through, and the way that you can actually control and set these associations is by being intentional with the pairings that you consistently make. Now, I'm a huge fan of reverse engineering from a desired outcome to today. I try to apply that way of thinking to as much that I do in my work life and in my personal life as humanly possible. And it's what I want to do here with your desired associations. In that workbook that if you haven't downloaded yet, click the link in the description, enter your email, we'll email you the workbook. In your workbook, there's a desired associations exercise. I think it's called that or something like that. And what it's going to prompt you to do is, it's very simple. I want you to write out 2 associations that you want to be known as being for, and I want you to write out 2 associations that you want to be known as being against. Just as much as you want to build a brand as what you are going towards, you also want to build a brand that speaks to what you are not willing to do, what you do not want. Something that a lot of luxury brands do a really good job of is not only speaking to who they do make their product for, but who their product is not for. And by doing that, you create an exclusivity for the audience that you are actually building and optimizing around. And so this is how you're going to be able to reverse engineer these desired associations. And once you determine what those are, the next logical question you need to ask yourself and answer is, well, in order to get those associations, what do I need to consistently pair myself with? This gives you the actions in order to shape the associations that your audience makes when thinking of your brand. It's no longer this crapshoot where you're, pulling the lever at the slot machine and hoping that you get all 3 bananas. Like, this is how you do it intentionally, not with guesswork. Now, watching this video, you're probably at the beginning of building your personal brand, or you saw this and realized you don't like your personal brand and you want almost like a restart or a refresh. And so what I'm about to walk you through at this stage that you're at might feel absurd. I want to walk you through and talk about some brand threats. And in the beginning stages, this feels audacious. This feels insane. Like, you can't even imagine that there would be a threat to your brand right now because you're just in the beginning stage. But let me tell you, this is a very, very real thing. There's been several incidents this year where people have come to us and worked with us for a short period of time purely to help solve a problem they were having with their brand publicly. One could call it a little PR disaster moment. And this is something that I think, sure, you're gonna have things that you can't predict, but a lot of the time, if you build with the right foundation, I think you can avoid a lot of these brand problems and brand threats that a lot of personal brands find themselves encountering in the first couple of years of establishing who they are online. And the thing that I want you to really be thinking about is what you say now publicly creates the lens that your audience is going to view you through. And what you claim that you are strong and staunch about, your audience will hold you to that for a lot longer than maybe you realize right now. Like, maybe you hate how authors or subject matter experts pump out a new book every year because that indicates that it must be a shitty or low quality book. I believe that if you say that enough, a year, 2 years, 3 years, even 4 or 5 years down the road, it might be very difficult for you to ever do something like put out a book every single year, or even just put out a book in general. And this might seem surprising to you, but you'll be shocked at how much your audience can latch on to some of these messages. You have no idea what the future holds. And so I would encourage you, I'm not saying don't take any strong stances, but keep your optionality open. If you really truly believe it, like you'll die on that fucking hill, say it, right? Like, I talk about optimizing for trust over virality. That's something that I'm not going to change. I do not foresee that changing. But there's other things that maybe I believe that I'm not interested in doing right now, but maybe in 5 years, I learned that that would be really important and impactful for our business, and that's something that we need to do. And so I want to be careful about restricting my future ability to act based on current statements and thoughts that I share in my content haphazardly without real intentional thought. It's kind of like what my mom always told me about tattoos. Only get it if you're still going to be proud of it when you're in your 50s and 60s. I would encourage you to think about the things that you say and the statements you make in your content and the stances that you take. Is it a stance that you're still going to be proud of and agree with in 5, 10, 15 years? If not, I would take a second stab at maybe thinking about whether or not you want to say that publicly. Because what you can end up doing is actually creating a prison that your brand lives within and cannot escape. For example, there was a time where I was working with a creator where it became wildly difficult for us to sell a product that we were selling and had, because they had built the expectation for a long time that they were just giving away free content and that was all they were ever going to do. Even though they had given a lot of goodwill to the audience and done really well by the audience, when they went to make this transition of informing their audience of an offer they had, their audience got pretty pissy about it. And the reason why is because they set up expectations that this would never happen. What you say now influences your ability to act later. Now, I'm not saying, and please don't get it twisted and misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't change your position down the road. You absolutely can. I admire people that admit that they said one thing one way and they have new information now and they're changing their view on something, right? But just like in politics, whenever a politician, and it's very rare that they do this, whenever a politician comes out and says, I held this position and now I believe it differently, sure, I respect and admire that, and I think you probably do, but the masses ridicule them and critique them heavily. It's very difficult as a public figure on whatever spectrum, whether it's massive or even a small little community of people, it's very difficult for humans to see you say something consistently and now say something different. And so what I would recommend is, if you believe that this is something worth dying on the hill for, cool, by all means, say it, share it. But if you don't, I would question whether or not this is worth sharing publicly, because you can make a change in what you believe. You can change your stance, but you will deal with backlash. I promise you that. I'm not saying that's a reason to not do it. I'm not saying backlash is the worst thing in the world, but it is something that you should know that you are going to experience if you go about changing your views, beliefs, and opinions on things that you have been consistently saying for a significant amount of time. Now, so much of this video has been focusing around you and how all these different elements of who you are. And so we're really clear on you, right? We know who you are. But the question is, should you assume that your audience knows who you are when they're engaging with your content? And more than likely, you have made the mistake, or you've seen another creator make the mistake where they make content for a warm audience. They have inside jokes. They have all these little things that only their warmest, most consistent audience understands and knows. I assume a lot of times in my content that you know my background and the different work that I've done in my career. But the reality is you don't. And so I need to, at some point in the video, give a qualifier or give some credibility so that somebody, you, who doesn't know who I am, wants to listen to what I have to say. But the mistake here that I want to correct is thinking that your audience knows who you are. What you should be doing is every piece of content you make, you should assume that the person watching it has no clue anything about you, who you are, what you stand for, what your preferences are, what your interests are, what your track record is. None of that is known by the audience. And so I would tell you that everything you do with your personal brand, you should approach it through the lens of, these people are witnessing or experiencing me for the first time. And with that in mind, you're going to contextualize things a little bit differently. It's kind of like when you're talking to a group that you've just recently met versus friends you've known for 13, 14 years. It's going to be a wildly different conversation. With this new group, if you mention, Valerie, I'm going to have to mention the fact that Valerie is my mom's name. That is something that my friends all know, but a new group doesn't. That's a very simple example, but you need to apply that way of thinking to building your personal brand. It's kind of like what I said earlier, which is the principle of whatever group you optimize for is the group that you're going to get more of. If you optimize your content around a warm audience, you're just going to continue with your current audience, and you're going to have a very tough time bringing new people into your world. If, however, you optimize for a cold audience, and cold and warm just means cold, they don't know who you are. Warm, they do know who you are. If you optimize for a cold audience, you're going to attract more of those individuals. But guess what? The cold audience, they come up to your front door, you open the door and you say, come on in, the fire's warm and there's hot cocoa in the kitchen. That's how you can convert them from being a cold audience to being a warm audience. You're not going to ever convert them if they don't engage with your content. And they won't engage with your content if in the beginning you're alluding to things that only people who know you would understand. I hope this makes sense. This is a huge mistake that some of the biggest creators in the spaces and niches that you follow and admire, this is the mistake that a lot of them are making. Don't make the same mistake. Now, a funny part in this is, in order for you to be able to share what your brand is and what you stand for, you kind of need to know. In order to be able to explain what your personal brand is and what it stands for, you need to understand that. And so that's why we've been focusing on what we've been focusing on in this video. Everyone wants to jump to content strategy right away. What is the content strategy that's going to get me 1 million views or whatever? That shit doesn't matter. If you get 1 million views around a brand that you don't understand, how the fuck are those 1 million people ever going to actually understand what your brand stands for? Here's the secret. They won't. And so you don't want to be doing that. Please make sure you understand your brand so that you can then communicate what your brand is and who you are to a cold audience, and then you can convert them into a warm audience. Now, a little caveat that I want to add here. I'm going to share a moment of interesting vulnerability. I'm in my first year of building my personal brand, and we've put out, to date, as of filming this video, we've put out, I believe, 9 videos. 8 videos? 9 videos. Thank you, Trevor. We've put out 9 videos to date. We're still in the early stages. We're still in our first year of putting content out on YouTube. And something that I noticed is in our most recent video on YouTube, we got some comments saying that we were getting a little bit more repetitive. I saw the comment and immediately I was like, oh, okay, I want to make sure that we're not doing anything that is going to bore the audience. Like I want to make sure we're providing value and usefulness and all of those things. And so I had a little moment, like a little mini panic attack. Nah, that's a little dramatic. I had a moment where I was like, a gasp is more realistic. Then Trevor and I were really thinking about it and we're like, okay, we're in our first year. So yes, we are going to optimize our content around a cold audience, but something that we can do a better job of in 2026 is doing both. You want to make sure that you are doing a good job of making content that is for new audience acquisition and a good job of making content that is providing current audience nurture. And if you're missing one or the other, what's going to happen is you essentially, one is you're not attracting anybody new. And so you're only just working with the people that are currently in your audience. If you're only optimizing for the new audience and not nurturing the old, it's like a leaky bucket. You're going to be adding water in all the time, but as you're adding in more water, you've got water escaping. So you're staying at the same level. You're not going to see the numbers on your content, or more importantly, the conversions for your business go up, because what happens is every new person that comes in, you have one of the current members leave. And so you need to make sure from a personal brand, high level perspective, that you're thinking about not only the cold audience. I'm telling you, hardcore optimize and make every video assuming that they're a cold audience, but also make sure that you are nurturing the warm audience, the people that have already showed you that they are loyal and care about you and what you are producing. So earlier I teased that brand statement. This is where you're able to take that contrarian belief that you have identified, right? You probably identified a couple. Then you started testing them in your content and seeing which one was resonating the most. And that's the one you're going to double down on. Once you have that contrarian take that you're going to double down on, you need to form it in a very clear and concise statement, okay? Why do you want to do that? Well, what did we talk about earlier? What is branding? It's consistently pairing yourself with something. And the byproduct of that is your brand. If you want to build a brand that stands out, it needs to be a contrarian take, but you need to be able to say it consistently in the content you produce. And so I believe that what you want to do is take all the work that we've done so far, and there's been a lot of it. You want to take that and put it into one single statement that you're able to articulate in any scenario, shape, or form. Okay? I say it in the content that we're making for our own channels. I say it if I go on a podcast, or on the rare occasion where I speak at an event, I will share it there. And my brand statement is as follows. I believe that business owners and entrepreneurs trying to grow their business through their personal brand should optimize for trust, not virality. There's a lot that is communicated in that statement. The beautiful thing is I'm communicating who I serve, how I serve them, and what I do differently than my competitors. 3 important things to make it very clear to my ideal customer why they should choose me or not choose me over my competitors. It makes it very easy for them to make a decision. We want to make things easy for people to decide on, not just for buying and converting with you, but also whether or not they're going to opt in to consume the content in general. We want this to be an easy decision for them. So there is an exercise that walks you through, it's very simple, the framework that I use for crafting a brand statement. I'm not saying this is the only way that you can make your brand statement. There's other ways that you can do it, but this is a very simple and effective way to do it. And what it does is it produces something that communicates to your audience who you serve, how you do it, and what makes you different than your competitors. And so in the workbook, make sure you downloaded it. If you didn't, it's the link in the description. Click that link, enter your email. We're going to email you the workbook. In the brand statement section, you're going to follow the framework. I believe, insert your audience, who want their core desire, should your contrarian belief, not common belief in niche or space. If you fill this in, you're gonna have something that you can regurgitate and say in any scenario, day or night, awake, tired, good mood, bad mood, whatever. It's very easy for you to say. I can say my brand statement in my sleep. In fact, if you ask my girlfriend, I'm sure there's been times where I have said it in the middle of the night while I'm dreaming. This becomes the powerful leverage that you have to amplify your brand and stand out from all these other fuckers, just kidding, all these other individuals who are lovely and wonderful in your space that you want to differentiate yourself from. You want to separate yourself from the pack. This is how you do it, okay? Another analogy that we shared earlier is how Apple consistently paired themselves with design first thinking. And then what happened? We start thinking of design when we think of Apple. You have to say this statement over and over and over again so that when your audience thinks of you, they think of this statement. I believe that we, through a very low volume of content, have done this very effectively in our first year of building my personal brand. So much so that last year, there was a video that we put out that was really long. It's like 3.5 hours long. And one of the comments on the video was calling out the fact that this is too long, too boring, too educational to ever get 1 million views. And before I could even respond, you or other people in the audience were going and commenting, saying and informing this person, that's not what I'm optimizing for. They beat me to it. They knew and they know what I am trying to build and what I'm optimizing around, which is trust, not virality. And they know that because I am consistently pairing myself with it, okay? And so please go through that exercise. It might take you a little bit longer than you think. It seems really simple when I say it out loud, but then when you go to put pen to paper, it actually takes a little while. So block some real meaningful time to craft this. Once you have this, I think you're gonna be blown away at the results that you get on how you stand out compared to others in your space. Now that you understand your brand, it's time to amplify it with your content strategy. Now, the first thing that I want to immediately flag and qualify is saying that there is a lot of nuance to this viral versus trust conversation and debate. Just for the sake of time, I'm going to make the assumption that you have a high ticket offer that you're selling to a very specific and fairly narrow group of people, okay? It's not like you have a probiotic soda that you're selling or an anti-aging cream, right? For those kinds of brands, going viral is a lot more effective. It's actually kind of a biggie that you really want. But if you are selling a high ticket offer to a very narrow group, well, I think it's probably the case that maybe going viral is not as useful as some of your local gurus on Instagram will have you believe. So what I want to do is I want to break down what optimizing for going viral typically looks like how it actually goes based on my 17 years of experience. Now, I'm not saying this is always the case. There are obviously outliers, and this is, to be clear, when it goes well, when you do it really, really good. When you optimize for going viral, you start getting more views, a lot more views, and you start gaining a lot more followers, which is wonderful. You're seeing everything move up and to the right on all the social platforms. But here's what actually happens. When you do this, when you optimize for virality, inherently you have to make content that is wider, okay? And typically what this ends up doing is diluting the message. Think of it like a shot of whiskey versus a whiskey and Coke. Going viral and optimizing for virality is like having a whiskey and Coke when you really want the foolproof whiskey that burns as it goes down, right? That's what you are looking for, okay? And so in doing this, what you end up doing is you create wide content that is vanilla and attracts followers and viewers off of that content. But what are they wanting more of? That same shit that you brought them in with. It's not like they're coming in from some really wide vanilla piece of content and all of a sudden being like, yes, I would love a very deep breakdown on how I can conduct my marketing funnel from Instagram to my email and then convert on the back end. Like, they don't give a fuck about that shit. And so what I have seen, and I have been a part of a team where the creator wanted to do this, okay? And what happens is originally you're building and optimizing your audience around solving problems for them, taking the painful problems that they deal with and helping them solve them. But over time, as you go wider, you no longer serve their need. So what do they stop doing? Consuming your content. So what you're doing is you're bringing in all these people that are not interested in the high ticket niche offer that you have, and they're coming in, but they don't care to buy. They have no interest in it. Meanwhile, the people that were buying from you are now tuning you out because your content no longer serves them. So as views and followers are going up to the right, guess what sales are doing? Straight down. It suddenly becomes so clear. You end up alienating the people that actually want to buy from you. How dumb, right? Yet you are considering doing this. I've considered doing this. Many creators that I love and respect and admire and look up to have considered or have done this in a season. You don't have to make that mistake. I'm sharing the mistake with you right now so you don't have to go down that road and learn this lesson the painful way. Because what I will tell you is it is extremely painful to wake up one day and realize the people that were buying from you no longer give a shit about what you're putting out because what you're putting out does not serve them. It's kind of like how I tend to gain weight. One day I wake up, I'm like, oh shit, I put on 20 pounds, right? I wasn't paying attention. I was just going, living my life, doing things and being busy. And then one day I'm like, oh fuck. It's the same in this instance. You don't realize it as it's happening until one day your ideal customer, maybe somebody that you know and previously had a relationship with or still do, they tell you something like, I used to consume your content. I loved it. I haven't watched a single video in the last 6 months because none of it has helped me. None of it has been helping me solve the problems and the painful problems that I have within my business or whatever use case you're making content around, right? Maybe you were helping people lose weight and keep track of their calories and, get at least 15,000 steps a day, whatever. And suddenly you're starting to make videos where you're comparing candy bars. That's no longer serving your customer's need. And so what's going to happen is they're going to start to tune out your content. Now, on the other hand, if you optimize for building trust, I believe that is going to provide insane results for your business. Why is that going to provide insane results? Well, I think in order to answer that question, we have to define what trust is. And I have a very simple definition that I think will be very useful for you. I believe that trust is how much you believe that someone or something will meet your expectations in the future based on how they have behaved in the past. If I go out to start my Harley Davidson, okay, I flip the switch on and then I start it. If all of a sudden, tomorrow, I go out there and I press the ignition button and it doesn't start, it just petters and it just dies. Do you believe that the next day when I go out there, if I do nothing different, that I am going to trust that it's going to start? A little bit less, okay? That, I believe, is a very simple version of how trust works. So then, how do you optimize your content around building trust rather than going viral? Well, I think it's actually very simple. You need to identify what the painful problems are that you are solving for your ideal customer. What is your unique solution to that painful problem? How do you go about solving it differently than others? I'm not saying make shit up, but just look at what do you do a little differently than some of your competitors? And then the third thing, you need to set expectations of what the painful problem is that we're going to solve in this video. The next step is you need to make it easy for them to take the actions to go from here to here. What do they need to do in order to get the outcome they desire, to solve the problem that they're looking to solve? And if you do that and repeat over and over, I believe that your audience is going to have a strong belief that you will meet or even exceed expectations in the future. This is a beautiful thing. Why? Because it means that they're going to continue to believe that you will deliver. And if they believe that you're going to continue to deliver, when you suddenly make them aware of an offer that you have, the likelihood that they believe you'll deliver on that offer goes up. So the likelihood that they actually convert goes up. And the reason why they believe that is because they trust they're going to get more out of what you provide in your offer than what they invest. Why? Because that's what's been happening for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 months, however long you've been making content. Those actions on repeat builds that pattern of trust in your audience. It's incredible what this can do. And so it takes this wildly confusing thing of how do I build trust, and makes it very simple. These are the very basic actions that you need to take in order to increase this trust with your audience. Now, something you'll hear a lot of people talking about is who should you be listening to in future ideation on your content, right? Do you go to the comment section as your source? Do you go to your customers? Which one do I do? Well, it's going to depend on what your offer is. If your offer is a mass market, not niche offering, and it's low ticket, well then yeah, you can look at the comment section as inspiration. Why? Because you have more people in the comment section that are reflective of what your buyer looks like, acts like, and who they are. On the flip side, if you're like me and you have a high ticket offering, well, maybe the comment section isn't going to be the best place for you to optimize off of, because maybe those are people who are consuming your content, engaging with it. They're awesome. I love them, but they're not the type that is going to actually end up buying my offering, right? My one-on-one service, or even potentially joining one of our group offerings. Whatever group you want more of, that's what you should optimize for. If you want more followers, cool. Listen to your followers, make the content they're asking you for. But if you want more customers, what are your customers asking for? I want to be clear. I care about what you, the audience, is saying in the comment section. I don't want that to get misunderstood. But what I want to share with you is that the majority of my content that I put out, the customers that we end up working with, this is not a rule, it's an observation. Oftentimes they don't comment publicly on the content. They will DM, they'll text, they'll email privately. And so I'm looking at those conversations and what are those people finding useful? What are their follow-up questions that they want more in-depth information on? This is how I'm optimizing my content. And it's how, if you have a high ticket offer, it's how I recommend you optimize yours. This is the source that you want to go to, your customers, not necessarily your followers. But the thing is you're never going to get to the point of reaching your ideal customer, because it's not like the first video you put out, boom, all of a sudden thousands of people are seeing it. That's not what usually happens. You have to go through the painful period of doing this for a while with very little results. And the only reason that you're going to stick with it is if you build a system and a foundation that is actually sustainable. Not trying to copy what your favorite content creator is doing, not trying to replicate what the guru on your Instagram feed is telling you need to do by being on every single platform all at once, posting 10 to 20 times a day. That's ludicrous. I mean, there's a crazy stat that up to 73% of people who start making content quit within their first year. Within their first year. All the investment that you made, all of the uncomfy feelings that you went through and being public and everything was for nothing. And so you're watching this video because you want to build something that will last. So let's build a foundation and a content strategy that will do the same. So what does it mean to build a sustainable system and foundation? It means that your content strategy needs to fit within the constraints of your business, your life, and your experience level. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm like one of those woo-woo people. I'm saying you have realities based on the business, life, and experience that you have. You might only have 1 or 2 hours a week that you can dedicate to content. Another person watching this video might have up to 10 hours a week that they can dedicate. Everybody has different constraints on their time and bandwidth, right? Like energy bandwidth, mental bandwidth, not just the time. You need to reverse engineer what your work, your life, and the experience level that you have. And by that, I mean like how much content have you filmed on camera? You're gonna wanna build a system that eases you into it. I didn't start off this year making content, putting out a video every single week on YouTube. That would have been fucking absurd for me. I was not used to being on camera. I had to ease my way into it. Okay. And so that's what I mean by creating a sustainable system and foundation to work from. You'll get way greater returns doing 20-minute walks every day for the rest of your life than 6 months of Ronnie Coleman-esque working out. It's the same with your content strategy. If you post a low volume, but consistently for many years, you're going to beat the creator that tried to sprint hard for a year and then burned out and gave up after 12 months. And honestly, this is what kind of separates you, the business owner, from the average creator. You have a business that you are running. And so your content strategy and system needs to complement what your business looks like and what your day-to-day in the business looks like, not some round hole that we're trying to jam a square peg into. I can't tell you how many different systems I've had to design based on the entrepreneur. I've worked with entrepreneurs who are incredibly busy and they literally have like at most 60 seconds a week where they can actually dedicate time to making specific content for the platform. The rest of their content is purely documented. It's just somebody following them around and filming them. I've also worked with individuals who allocate up to 12 to 18 hours a week for filming, where they'll sit down for a full 12-hour session on a Friday and film all fucking day. There's all kinds of versions of this across the spectrum here, but it doesn't matter what others are doing. You need to look at what your day-to-day looks like and then build the system from there. So some questions that I would encourage you to answer in the workbook, and just a reminder, if you haven't downloaded it, download the workbook. There's a link in the description down below. All you gotta do is click the link, enter your email, check your email. We sent you the workbook. You can download it and go through all of these exercises along with me. And this exercise has some questions that I want you to answer. They're gonna be like prompts. They're basically gonna help you develop and understand, what does my actual capacity for content look like? How many hours a week do you actually have for content? Or what parts of the content creation process bring you energy? What parts drain you? What time of day are you most on? Where is your brain the sharpest? Or where do you communicate the best? I know for me, I am the sharpest and the best in the morning. In the morning is where I am primed. That's where I am my best, okay? And so we try to orient as much as we can. Today, we've been filming all day, but we do our best to orient our film sessions to when I have the best energy and when I communicate and verbally process the best. Make sure that you go through the worksheet, answer these questions. It's not anything complex, but it's something that I guarantee you have not sat down and done. And so by putting this together, you are able to then build your content system, reverse engineering the amount of time that you have available, rather than trying to keep up this unsustainable thing that you know is just a ticking time bomb for you to give up at any point. Real quick, I just want to say I am so sorry. I know that this is a lot to take in right now, and even more for you to take action on. But that is the whole reason why we created Ralston Select. Ralston Select is your one-stop destination to not only learn, but to actually implement. We're talking pre-production, production, post-production, and platform strategy, all through the lens of educational content. Click the link in the description below if you want more information. Now let's get back to the video. Now, the next thing that we need to do after that we've understood, like, okay, we have these foundations on how we're gonna do content, we need to choose our medium. And this is really, really simple. There's 4 different mediums or ways of making content. There's video, audio, written, and graphic content. And instead of picking the medium that all of your favorite content creators are doing, or the medium that everybody online is talking about, pick the one that is most natural for you. If you're already writing stuff, if you're really into the written word, well then I would argue maybe the best way for you to start is with Substack rather than trying to do long form YouTube videos. Especially if the idea of being on camera makes you like shudder. I wouldn't push you into doing that. I want you to work your way up to doing that. On the flip side, if you want to communicate verbally, but the idea of being on camera is scary, audio is going to be a great method for you. No matter what it is, I want you to pick how are you going to communicate your ideas and thoughts and who you are as a human most authentically. That's the medium that we're going to go with. Now, the clear and obvious reality here is video is the best, as in you can get the most out of video. When you film a video, you can then clip a short. You can take the audio and make it a podcast. You can take the transcript and write LinkedIn posts, emails, whatever, right? Substacks. You are able to pull so much from video. But again, if that's not what you fuck with, if that terrifies you, then you're probably not going to stick with it. Or realistically, you're probably not going to ever start in the first place. And so I would tell you, pick something that you can get momentum on and allow the momentum to guide you into the next medium that you choose. And now, once we have our medium, we need to pick our platform. Oh my God, this is where I think so many people go wrong and they misunderstand a lot of messages that people share online. Everybody talks about dominating all the platforms, being everywhere all at once, being omnipresent. And here's the reality. That is a terrible strategy for you. You are not Gary Vee. You're not Gary Vaynerchuk. You're not Cody Sanchez, okay? Trying to be everywhere all at once will cause you more harm than good at this stage. You will make diluted bullshit content. I can tell you with absolute certainty. Rather than trying to focus on all of them, I think you want to focus on a very select few. Like let's say, for example, I all of a sudden tell my girlfriend, I'm gonna take up this new hobby of rock climbing. And all of a sudden, the first time that I'm gonna go rock climbing, I decide to do the scramble up K2. Now, if you don't know what K2 is, it's an extreme mountain that is very difficult to summit. Many people have unfortunately passed actually in trying to do it. I'm using an extreme example here, but that's what a lot of you think you can do with your content strategy. You think that you can get into climbing and suddenly climb one of the most complex mountains in the fucking world. You think that you can start making content and make content at the volume and cadence that the best creators in the world that have been doing this for years, that have teams of 10, 20, 30 people behind them are doing. And that is ludicrous. And so if you're starting off solo just as yourself, what I want you to do is pick one primary platform and one secondary platform. Let's use the example of YouTube and Instagram, okay? What you're gonna do is you're gonna make pillar content for your primary platform, okay? That's YouTube. That's the main dish that you are making. A long form direct to camera video like this. That could be an example of the content that you're making as your primary platform pillar content. And so this is an example of my pillar content. It's a long form piece of content that I'm then going to use this pillar content from my primary platform in order to create content for my secondary platform, in this example, Instagram, which means you might just take the direct to camera long form YouTube video and you might cut or clip moments for Instagram Reels. Or you might get a little crazy and saucy and you mine a moment that you really love, you wanna rewrap it as a carousel for Instagram. That would be another way of utilizing this process. See, your primary platform, that's the one that gets the energy and the innovation. Your secondary platform gets repurposed content. It's not that you don't care about it, but it's that you're not putting any of your energy towards innovation on that platform. You're reserving that for the primary. Now, if you're starting out or restarting and you have a team, I expect more of you. What I want you to do is I want you to pick 3 primary platforms. That's what we did when we set out to build my personal brand. And let's use me as an example. We picked YouTube, Instagram, and LinkedIn, okay? And you're gonna follow a very similar flow to the solo creator. You're gonna make pillar content for one of the primary platforms. That's what this is. This is the pillar content on our primary platform. Then what you're gonna do is you're gonna use the pillar content to inform platform native content that you create for the 2 other platforms. I kind of hinted at this for the solo creator. This could look like taking a moment that you clip and post as an Instagram reel. A moment from the YouTube long form Instagram reel. But another version of this is you find the moment and then you rewrap it contextual to the platform you're posting it on. So maybe what that looks like is you mine a moment from your long form, and instead of just clipping it and posting that to LinkedIn as a short vertical video, maybe you take that moment and you do a written post with it. You recontextualize the wrapper in order to perform best given what that platform wants natively. Not every platform prefers the same kind of content, not the same style, not the same way of communicating. There's many nuances to this. And so this is how you can behave in a dynamic where you have 3 primary platforms. One thing that I want to call out here is you need to apply the Eye of Sauron approach. I believe this is the most sustainable way to actually drive innovation on your 3 primary platforms, but not all at once. And that's the key. In Lord of the Rings, there's the Eye of Sauron, and he's moving around and focusing on one area at a time, trying to find the ring. Well, what we are trying to do is find innovation. And so what we are going to do is we are going to focus on one of the 3 primary platforms at once. All of the focus there, everything else goes on maintenance mode. And so that's what we've been doing in the first year of building my personal brand. We have had the eye on YouTube, Instagram, and LinkedIn have been on maintenance mode. What does that mean? That means that we're still posting on all 3, but YouTube is the only platform right now that we're putting our time, attention, and money towards innovation. The other platforms, we're making content that we know works in formats that we know work. They're not doing exceptionally well. Sometimes we have a breakout, but we're not optimizing for that. YouTube is our main focus right now. And then once we get to a point where we feel like YouTube is really dialed, we will turn the eye to Instagram or to LinkedIn. And then We'll move on to the next one. So you just get to, here's the key. Once you go through all three, don't stop there. Turn your eye back to the first one. Let's say you go YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn. By the time you get to LinkedIn and get some innovation over there, you're gonna need to innovate on YouTube because your audience has probably gotten fatigued. The preferences of the audience on the platform are constantly evolving, and that's why your eye needs to constantly be shifting. Now, what platforms do you pick? Like, how do you know which ones to go with, right? Like, how did I determine YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn? Here's the first question. What medium did you pick? If you picked video, well, what platforms prefer video the most? If you picked written, for example, what platforms do really well with written? I'm gonna say if you chose written, YouTube might not be the best strategy for right now. Substack, LinkedIn, maybe Facebook. These are platforms that might better serve you and the medium that you have picked. Now, the other thing that you can ask is, where does my ideal customer spend the most time? And the natural follow-up question that immediately comes is, well, how do I figure that out? You just ask, okay? You ask around. It's not that complicated. Whenever you go to a new city and you're trying to find your favorite organic market that serves non-GMO, healthy shit, you find somebody who looks like they only eat granola bars and go on hikes all day, and you ask them. Find somebody who looks like or acts like or seems like your ideal customer and ask them where they're hanging out and go from there. It's not that complicated. If you are complicating it, I'm gonna call you out right now. You are using it as a form of procrastination, and that's some bullshit. Just pick a fucking platform and start. You can always evolve and iterate from there. You can change what platforms you do 5 months or 5 days into this thing. Don't debate, pick a platform, and let's start posting. Now make sure that in this section, you didn't just listen to me share this. There's actually an exercise in the workbook that you should have downloaded. If you haven't, click the link in the description, enter your email. We're gonna email it to you, go to your email, grab the workbook, and go through the exercise of determining your platforms, okay? For the solo creator, you have an exercise. For the creator with a team, you have an exercise. Fill that information in. Now, even if you are being the most disciplined Dan out there and you have done a great job of only picking, if you're a solo creator, 1 primary and 1 secondary platform, or if you have a team, 3 primary platforms that you're gonna focus on, great job, that's amazing. You can still fuck it up by having an incorrect cadence, a cadence that you cannot sustain, okay? So just because you're disciplined on the platforms that you choose doesn't mean that you have a winning formula. You need to also be disciplined on the cadence that you choose. If you choose an output that matches your favorite creator with a team of 30, you are doomed. As cliche and fucking ridiculously repetitive as this sounds, because you've heard so many people say this in so many different ways, it truly is a marathon, not a sprint. You can always increase the volume of content that you post, but what I have found is creators have a very tough time stepping back the volume. Very easy to increase, but once you set an expectation with your audience, a lot of creators struggle to walk that back. And so I encourage you, start with something that feels very realistic now and increase over time. And in the true sense of this being a marathon, not a sprint, a great example of what a sprint looks like on an extreme level is think of all those creators in the last 3 or 4 years that have had their 15 minutes of fame. They went wildly viral and then they disappeared. How much did they actually get from that sprint? Sure, there's a few individuals who were able to take it and run with it, but I would beg you to find somebody who had that 15 minutes 2 years ago and is still consistently showing up for their audience and is relevant in any sort of way. I'm sure there's examples and anomalies, but by and large, it ends up being a very short sprint that is short-lived. If you don't stick with this for a long time, no matter how big you get, if it's for a short period of time, there's not actually that much value long-term for you in it. You want to build a system that allows you to keep reaping the benefits of building a strong personal brand and putting out content that compounds in interest year after year, not some 15-minute moment in the spotlight. Now for you who may still be on the climb of your career, and if you're watching this, you're probably that type of person, you've never reached your destination, so you're always climbing. And one thing that I will note from experience, both for myself and a lot of people that I have worked for in the past, shit is going to get bigger. If you're doing this correctly and it's working, things are only going to get crazier. Make sure to build a system that is sustainable now so that your future self thanks you. What I will tell you is when I released my first How to Build a Personal Brand course back in April 2025, to now, we're filming this December 2025, my capacity has changed significantly. I had a whole lot more time dedicated towards content at the beginning of this journey than I do right now. But lucky for us, we didn't build an output cadence that was optimized around the time that I had then. We built it in a way that was optimized around the time that I was gonna have in the future. I probably had the capacity at the beginning to do a weekly YouTube video. But if we would have done that 6 months, well, actually probably like 4 months into putting content out on YouTube, we wouldn't have been able to sustain that because I got way too busy running the actual business. And the whole reason why we're building this personal brand is to support the business. And so all of a sudden, if you don't do this correctly, you get to this weird place where your personal brand and your business are like at odds and competing with each other when really they should be complementary. So if you're wondering, well, okay, this is all nice and dandy, but how much should I fucking post, Caleb? Well, here's what I would say. I'm not gonna give you an exact amount because you are different from everybody else seeing this right now. Start with a cadence that feels doable. If I say, I want you to make a video twice a week on YouTube, does that sound doable or are you like, woof, that sounds like a push? If it sounds like a push, don't do it. What about weekly? What about bi-weekly? What about monthly? Quarterly? Yearly, right? Like you can chunk up as much as you want. Here's the key. It has far less to do with what you start out with and far more to do with the frequency at which you increase that cadence. So as long as you know that you're gonna increase the volume every 2 weeks, every month, every quarter, every year, whatever, then you are set. So even if in the first year of making content, you only put out 1 YouTube video a month, you know in year 2, you could increase that volume if you wanted, and that wouldn't be a problem because we are doing a marathon, not a sprint. And I've got 2 frameworks that will really help you in accomplishing this. The first one is the accordion method, and the second one is the 70-20-10 framework. I recommend using the accordion method to figure out what the fuck your audience wants more of from you. And I recommend utilizing the 70-20-10 framework to help improve the performance and longevity of your content. The accordion method works just like an accordion. You are expanding and contracting, right? You are going to expand the accordion when you are making more content in the beginning, okay? So in the beginning, you should have your accordion fully expanded. This is your high volume content so that you can learn what your audience wants more of, AKA what they call quality. So you're using quantity to inform what your audience says is quality. And then once you have that information on what your audience says is quality, you're gonna contract it and not make higher quality content per se, because I believe that quality is not something that you determine, but your audience does. But what you're gonna do is you're gonna put the same amount of effort you were putting into the expanded amount of volume and put that same effort into less pieces of content, increasing the odds that your audience labels it as quality. And this is a never-ending cycle because the moment that you think you know what your audience likes and you contract and you start making more of that, soon you'll get to a point where your audience is no longer resonating or responding to that content the same way they were previously, which means we will have to expand the accordion again to do more volume, to get more data and more information on what our audience is calling quality. Now, real quick, how do you determine when your audience is calling something quality? Well, if you've never posted a single thing on Instagram, let's start with your first 12 posts. If you do 12 posts over the course of, let's say 4 weeks, that's 3 posts a week. At the end of that month, you're going to notice that some posts did better than others. And in the beginning, you don't have much you can go off of. So I know this is shocking coming from me, but you're gonna look at the views, okay? Look at the views, likes, and comments. What content got more of those metrics, okay? that is probably a very good indicator that you should make more of that because your audience clearly liked that more than the other content you made. You want to continue the expansion until you feel like you have enough information and certainty that you know, okay, cool. Every time that I share, like for me, like something that Trevor and I have figured out very clearly on my Instagram is when I share the brand journey framework, it seems to work really well. It does really well on Instagram specifically. We expanded the accordion enough to get that information, and then we can contract it and make more content specifically around that through Instagram Reels, carousels, etc. The next one is the 70-20-10 framework. It is extremely simple and wildly useful. Consistent theme with me, I like things that are simple and useful. 70% of the content that you make should be shit that you know works. From the accordion method, right? You expanded the accordion, you got information on what works. 70% of what you're doing should be that shit. You should know that this is going to work. I'm not saying you know it's going to be like 10x multiplier, as in do 10x your normal performing content. I'm not saying it's going to go crazy, but it's 70% should be content that you know is going to at least perform at benchmark, if not higher. The next 20% should be iterations of that 70%. It's still the content that you know that works, but you're doing slight tweaks to either the hook, the setting, the delivery, the packaging. You're changing one little variable to try to improve the performance of what is already working to get better results. The last 10%, this is where you are most likely to fuck up. They hear me say this and they get excited about the 10%. But in reality, once you start building a brand and having content that works and you have kind of a baseline performance, you have a high likelihood of falling victim to the trap of needing to always hit your benchmark performance. And you start to get scared of trying anything new that may or may not perform as well as your standard. This is where people go wrong. You need that 10%. You need those big swings in order to figure out what the next thing is. A lot of people who make content for more than a year experience audience fatigue. And what 99.9% of creators do is they get to the point where their audience is fatigued on their current style of content, and then they go into scramble mode. They are suddenly met with the challenging, difficult process of needing to figure out what does my audience want from me now when it is needed. If you implement the 10% in the 70-20-10 framework, what you actually end up doing is you find the next version of your content before your audience tells you they want it. Thus, you never go into a point where you're panicking and trying to figure out what do we do? Suddenly our content isn't resonating. We got to figure this out ASAP. No, you're going to be the intentional, thoughtful creator who actually ends up building a system where you're always trying to put your content out of business. You're trying to find the next style, next format, next version of content that you're gonna make that your audience isn't fatigued over currently. The crazy thing is eventually they will. And that's why you always want to be prioritizing that 10%. Now, it's 10%. So just to be clear, the majority of your content should not be these big swings that you have no idea whether or not they're gonna work or not. You should have some predictability in your content, and then 10% of it should be big swings. Cool, so we have some clarity on how we're gonna make content and how we're gonna operate and all these things. But the big question is, how do we come up with ideas? How do you know what to make, right? I'm sure you've heard the classic guru advice, which is something to the effect of, list out your top 10 favorite creators in your niche. Then what you wanna do is identify their top 10 videos on YouTube. Then what you're gonna do is you're gonna take the transcripts from those videos. You're gonna put them into Claude, Perplexity, ChatGPT, whatever AI tool you use, and reconfigure the script for you. It might be the little push that gets you over the barrier of entry of creating content. And if that's the case, I'm not here to judge you. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. But very quickly, I encourage you to change how you do this, okay? I am not the guy to teach you how to rip off other people's ideas and make them your own. That's not me. To be fair, it is a strategy that works as far as generating views and impressions. But if you're here, you want to learn how to build a brand around optimizing for trust, which means we need to start with the pain that our customers feel. And so, like I said earlier in this video, what you need to do is start with your customers in mind and the pain that they are feeling. What problems do they have that you solve? What are they afraid of? What pisses them off and makes them frustrated? What are they doing wrong? Maybe they think they're doing it right, but what are they actually doing wrong? Once you have that painful problem, like we talked about earlier, you need to take your unique solution and pair it together. I like to call this a beautiful gift that you're giving your audience. Their painful problem plus your unique solution equals gift for your audience. Now, this gift gets multiplied by your credibility, okay? Ideally, contextual credibility. What do I mean by contextual credibility? Well, for example, some videos I will give my credibility as a general credibility statement, which is something to the effect of, I've been scaling personal brands for 17 years to over 30 million followers. That is a general credibility statement. Sometimes, however, we will use a contextual credibility statement specifically for the video. So for example, if we're making a video on building a media team, I might reference as my credibility statement, building a media team from 0 to 18 full-time members while increasing content performance quarter over quarter, rather than my general 17 years to 30 million followers credibility statement. It's contextual to the topic that we're talking about, which increases the odds that your audience is going to believe what you are about to say because you have proven yourself worthy, not in the general space, but in the very specific space in which you are about to speak to. And so in your workbook, again, if you haven't downloaded it, click that fucking link in the description. What are you doing here? We want to be taking action. Click the link, enter your email, go to your email, grab the workbook, and let's work on this together. What you're going to notice is in the workbook, there's a formula that's listed out or laid out for you to be able to look at and follow. The formula goes as follows. So the problem that your customer faces plus your unique solution times the contextual credibility that you have and a proven wrapper, that is what determines the success of your content. If somebody's making a video on how to start your personal brand, and their credibility is that they've built 5 different brands to 5,000 followers each, that's great. That's impressive. That's not easy to do, right? I'm not belittling it. But you're going to take that information differently than somebody who has scaled personal brands to over 30 million followers. Or another example, someone who has built personal brands and had millions of followers, but they've only been doing it for the last 5 years versus somebody who has gotten the same amount of total followers, but they've been doing it for 17 years. And I know this is sounding like I'm trying to put myself into this like wonderful corner. Just roll with me here, hear it through a humble tone. You might hear that person differently because not only have they gotten a great result, they've done it through many different seasons and scenarios. And so you are more likely to believe that they're not sharing what worked in one scenario. They're sharing principles that you can apply into your specific scenario. The credibility that you have is a huge multiplier that determines the success of your content. Make sure that the credibility that you're providing in the piece of content is contextual to what you're speaking to. The more contextual it is, the more your audience will believe what you are about to say. Now, the exercise that I want you to do is you're going to list out 10 to 15 painful problems that your ideal customer faces. Then for each problem, you're going to attach your unique solution to it. For each problem plus solution, you need to write out what is your credibility or the contextual credibility that you are going to share. Or if this is a video that lends itself to your general credibility statement, label it as such. In your workbook, you can fill this out. You can actually identify your problems that you solve, what your unique solution is, and what the credibility statement is going to be that you're going to share in that piece of content. This becomes wildly effective. Now, the 2.0 version is maybe you actually identify these things, the painful problem and the unique solution, and maybe you write 2 or 3 different versions of what the contextual credibility is going to be. Why? Because you're not just going to make one video about this problem. You're going to make multiple videos over the next couple of years about this painful problem. And so you may want different versions of a contextual credibility statement to give for those individual videos. Now, what I want to focus on is your delivery, how you communicate these ideas that we just worked on coming up with, right? Delivery is one of the 3 levers that I talk about in helping you stand out. You have your contrarian belief, your delivery, and your wrapping paper. I believe contrarian belief is the strongest lever you can pull. But I actually believe that the second strongest one you can pull is not your wrapping paper, not the packaging, not the formats. It's actually your delivery. It's how you communicate the information and ideas that you have in a different way, potentially, than other people in your space. I think a lot of people mess up their delivery because they think they need to be like this content version of themselves. And I understand that thinking, right? Like I understand that there's a lot of people out there that talk about how you need to be really animated. You know, there's the classic old statement that I remember on old productions that I used to do, telling talent, whatever you would normally do, turn up times 10 because it shows up differently on camera, whatever. Essentially, what a lot of the industry has done is created this perception that you need to create this alter ego for your content. Now, if that's your shtick and that's the brand that you're creating and you're intentionally creating this alter ego, by all means, you do you. But what I recommend is that your delivery should actually be the most authentic version of who you actually are as a human. Delivery is not about becoming someone else or building this caricature version of yourself. Delivery is actually about removing all the things that keep you and are stopping you from being fully you. Delivery isn't this performance or performative act. And this is where you can go wrong. You start trying to perform, you start acting, right? You do things that feel unnatural and not true to who you are. You start trying to match energy. This is a big one. You start trying to match energy of your favorite creator and you actually just become like an off-brand version of them. You burn out because you've built a character, not a personal brand. See, I'm not asking you to perform. I don't want you to act. I don't want you to pretend and become somebody that you are not. I want you to talk the way that you talk. If you're an extremely calm individual and that's how you communicate in real life, be calm in your content. If you're more intense in the way that you teach, be intense. If you're naturally dry and witty, I love those kinds of people, bring the dryness and the witty humor into your content. It should be a natural reflection of how you operate and communicate and deliver information in your everyday life. See, it's far less about being some charismatic character on camera, and it's far more about actually understanding the points that you're trying to communicate to your audience. The better that you understand what you're trying to say, the better the delivery becomes. It's not about being this crazy charismatic character. It's about actually understanding what the fuck are you trying to communicate so that you can communicate it in a way that they understand. Something that I've noticed that you might be struggling with is communicating your points of view. And sometimes I think this comes down to communication styles, experience, confidence, all those things. But I've also come to realize that a lot of the times, and it's kind of embarrassing for us to admit, but a lot of the times, the reason why we're having a tough time communicating something is maybe we don't fully understand the point that we're actually trying to communicate. Now, this might get a bit heady, so I don't want to get bogged down on it, but I want to give you something that can be very useful, helping you communicate your ideas when you're starting off with your personal brand and trying to get up and running. Here's how I think about it. You should be able to explain a concept to 3 different people in 3 completely different and unique scenarios. If you are able to do this, I believe you are at the point where you understand the concept enough to be able to communicate it in your content in a way that your audience is going to actually understand. And so even if you're the most dry, sarcastic, monotone individual, if you understand what you're communicating and you're communicating something useful, your audience is going to fuck with it. You will build a following. It might not be the biggest following in the world, but it's going to be a following of individuals who trust you deeply. You don't have to be the most charismatic. You just need to be the most useful. If you optimize your personal brand around usefulness rather than charisma, you will build a strong personal brand. If you optimize around charisma over usefulness, you will build a vanity-based brand. So the biggest thing that I want you to take away from this section is that you don't need to get better at your delivery. You need to remove everything that restricts you or makes you feel unlike yourself when you are making content. And one way that I've gone about doing this for myself is actually implementing game tape reviews. It's like a quarterback Monday morning reviewing the game tape footage of how they performed on Sunday. I like to look at my content and see what is it that I'm communicating that was clear and what are the areas that are not clear. Trevor and I have been talking about this a lot lately, where I go on podcasts and I'll watch how I answer a question to see how quickly am I able to communicate the important points without going down some crazy rabbit hole. I'm a verbal processor, and so sometimes I can take a little bit longer than I need to communicate a point. And so something I'm trying to implement with game tape reviews is every time that I find that I'm taking a little too long on the spot, I'll pause the video and figure out how could I answer this question more clearly and more concisely. Now that we understand how we're going to approach our delivery, trying to remove all the things that make us feel like we are not ourselves and not show up as we are, we want to move on to the third lever to pull on standing out. The first two, like I said, are contrarian belief and delivery, like we just spoke about. The next one is your wrapping paper. Okay, this is the third lever that you can pull on to stand out in your space or your niche. Something that I hear so many times is like, man, this was such a good piece of content. Why did it get no views? Nobody watched it. I think a lot of times, not always, because some of y'all are creating some bullshit, but most of you are making really good content. And it's not necessarily that the content isn't good, it's that it doesn't have a good wrapping paper or wrapper around it to make it attractive to the audience you're trying to reach. Because here's the way that this actually works. When you make content on YouTube, for example, sure, you have competitors within your niche or space, but the way that consumption works is you're not competing with just your competitors. You're competing with everybody making content on YouTube. I'm competing on your YouTube homepage with whatever other channels you're subscribed to, along with Mr. Beast and a creator you've never heard of, and 10 other creators that you love and admire and have watched a ton of videos from. Your wrapping is the only competitive advantage you have before somebody clicks. The contrarian belief and the delivery that we talk about, those are only able to be shared and communicated and engaged with after they click. Your wrapping paper is what causes them to click so they can find out what your contrarian belief is, so they can experience your delivery. So the way that you wrap your content determines how likely or unlikely someone is to actually consume it. AKA, it's really fucking important. It's so important. It's why it's one of the 3 levers that you can pull on in order to stand out. Your packaging, right? So on YouTube, this is your title and thumbnail. It's also your hook. It's also the format in which you're making the content. What do I mean by format? Well, you have like a direct-to-camera video here. We have our in the wild cinematic videos, which on our channel are, if you're struggling with making content, please watch this, or if you're struggling in your creative career, watch this video. They're 2 videos that are wildly different format, right? And so that is how you can think of your wrapping paper. It's either your packaging, your hook, or your format. It's how you're wrapping the concept or concepts that you're sharing in the content. Back to what we were talking about earlier, how you're taking the painful problem your customer faces, your unique solution, that's the gift. You need to wrap the gift in a way that your ideal viewer is going to want to rip open, aka click on. Now, the exercise that we're going to walk through in your workbook, again, if you haven't downloaded it, click the link in the description down below. You're going to build a wrapping paper library, okay? I like to think of this as, I really love Christmas time. I'm obsessed with it. I love Christmas wrapping paper. I have all different kinds. If I'm giving them multiple gifts, each of them should be a unique wrapper, okay? And so my vision for my future is one day I have a home where there's an entire room dedicated towards wrapping paper. I know that's absurd, but this is how I like to think about it. You want to create a room where you walk in and there's all these different wrapping paper options that you can choose from. You know those screenshots that you take when you're scrolling through Instagram or you see a title thumbnail that you like on YouTube? You take the screenshot and it just goes off into nowhere in your iPhoto or your photo album and you never see it again. Well, this is something where you can actually house that inspiration and utilize it in the future. No longer are those screenshots just gonna live on your phone, they're actually gonna be utilized for the work you're doing. If we're thinking about just the lens of the packaging, right? The title, thumbnail for a YouTube video, for example. If you're making a YouTube video, you've already filmed it, you're in the edit, and you're trying to figure out how are we gonna package it. What I have found, and what a lot of my friends in the industry have found, is when you need packaging, that is when it is hardest to find. And so what you wanna do is you wanna develop this in an evergreen sense so that when you have a video that you are wanting to package, you go into your wrapping paper library and you see what wrapping paper best fits this video or this gift that I am giving my audience. What I recommend you do is you want to have a habit, weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, whatever cadence you want a habit of searching and shopping for wrapping paper. And the two best sources that I will recommend when it comes to YouTube are oneof10.com and YouTube itself. You wanna set up a 1of10 account, and I recommend that on a weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly basis, you scroll 1of10 and literally, you're not searching for anything specific. You are generally scrolling until something catches your attention. And when it catches your attention, you need to screenshot that and add it to your wrapping paper library. You can do this in Google Docs, in Notion, in whatever project management tool you use. Wherever you are going to actually access this and use it on a recurring basis, that's where you want to store this inspiration. That's the room that you want to house all your wrapping paper in. To be clear, when I say you're scrolling 1of10 and looking for things that stand out, I'm talking things that stand out that it's like, oh, you clearly immediately know, oh, this would be a perfect video for me. But also, I want you to screenshot the absurd shit. The shit that you're like, I don't know how I could ever turn this into a video of mine or package a video of mine with this. You would be surprised if you were able to see our wrapping paper library. There are some wild videos in there or packaging options in there that are absolutely absurd. There are some crazy things in there, but I guarantee at some point over the next 2 years, we're gonna use, I'd say probably a good 50, 60% of what we have in there. This becomes wildly useful and you'll be surprised. One example that I will share is I remember we were scrolling through and we came across a video. It was like something to the effect of how I attract 10 out of 10 girls every single day. Trevor called it out and was like, wow, this is a great idea. No, I'm just kidding. We were looking and we were like, oh, wow, it caught both of our attention. And then we were like, okay, let's screenshot it, put it in. I don't know how we would use this, but maybe one day we can figure it out. A couple weeks later, we were talking with one of our clients. All of a sudden I realized, I was like, holy shit, what we just discussed with them, we could turn into a video on how we attract 10 out of 10 clients every single day, week, or month, whatever cadence. There's an example where an absurd piece of packaging that on the surface would never make sense for us suddenly made sense when we had the right problem and solution combination to meet that wrapping paper. So develop your wrapping paper library, ideally with some diversity, having all kinds of crazy different ideas in there. And then the next thing that you're going to do after you've built that wrapping paper library is you're gonna wrap the gift. Remember that beautiful gift that you developed earlier? You're gonna take that combination, the painful problem and unique solution, and you scroll through your library to see what wrapping paper best wraps this gift. This is not just for YouTube, by the way. I have a friend who he has been and logged into LinkedIn every single day, I think for probably at least the last 5 years, if not longer. He has a photo album on his phone where he has, I think at this point, it's over 500 or 600 screenshots of top performing posts on LinkedIn. What he'll do is he'll put together his concept, his problem plus solution, and then he looks at all of these screenshots of the way various LinkedIn posts that performed really well have been formatted. What was the structure? What was the hook? How could I reorient this for my problem solution combination? And then he writes it in that context. You can also do this for Instagram, for TikTok, for Pinterest, for Snapchat, for LinkedIn, for any platform you can imagine, you can develop your wrapping paper library. Because like I said at the top, you want to share your contrarian belief and you want people to experience your delivery, but they're only going to know what your contrarian belief is and experience your delivery if they actually click on the video or engage with the post. And they only do that if you have an appealing wrapper that makes them want to tear it open. If you're trying to optimize for the short form platforms, they have a beautiful feature called Save. I'm not recommending that you just hit the general save button, because that is basically like taking a screenshot and having it drop into your photo album and never seeing it again. We've all done that. I do it a million times to this day. What you do want to do is you can actually, on a lot of these platforms, Instagram for sure, you can actually create different folders that you save posts in. And so I would recommend you create an inspiration folder that you can save specific pieces of content that you really like. And the cool thing about Instagram is you can really get that variety or really get that diversity that I was encouraging you to do, because you can save reels, you can save carousels, or you can save singular posts. And so you can develop this beautiful, diverse library of what good content on Instagram looks like, so that when you're trying to figure out how to share your gift, the problem and solution with your audience, you can look at several or potentially hundreds of different versions of what a top performing post contextualized for that platform looks like. Now, in looking at these, outliers and looking at packaging from other creators, or an Instagram reel or a TikTok or a YouTube short that somebody made that you really admire, that you're saving for inspiration for later, look outside of your space and niche. Look at creators that are in completely different worlds. What's working for them? And then how can you borrow that from a first principle way of thinking? What are the elements that would work for my message, my gift, the painful problem plus unique solution? What could I take from a gardening YouTube channel that would work in wrapping my ideas in my lane? I believe this is the way that you can stand out even more. The problem that we are facing right now in all these different spaces and niches is everybody's copying each other in their own space and niche. So you all look the same. If you want to not look the same, don't do what everybody else is doing, right? It seems obvious, but you are not doing this right now with your own content, or the people you admire aren't even doing this. And so if you just look into other niches and spaces, I think you'll be blown away at how much your content stands out from your competitors. You might be sharing similar subject matter, similar advice even. You might not have some strong contrarian belief even. You might not be at that point yet. But if you are borrowing your wrapping paper from other industries, this will help you do things fundamentally different than all the other creators that are looking like each other within your niche or space. I don't know who needs to hear this, but that thing I'm talking about, educational content, it's really hard to learn. See, everybody online is teaching you entertainment-based tactics and principles. And that's why we created Ralston Select. We designed it specifically to be the one place that you go to learn how to do pre-production, production, post-production, and platform strategy through the lens of educational content. If you want to learn more, click the link in the description. Let's get back to the video. Now, a big debate that you're going to see online around content strategy is, do you make deep content or do you make wide content? And here's the reality. It's not one or the other. See, so many people online are telling you to lean into just one of these. Fuck that. That's some bullshit. It's like anything in life. There's nuance to it. You need a strong ratio of both, and you need to inject something that's missing from this conversation, which is a personal element. We are, after all, building a personal brand, aren't we? And so you want to make sure that it's not just deep and wide, it's deep, wide, and personal. And I have a ratio that I roughly, loosely follow and recommend that you follow as well. You should be able to give or take 10 points roughly on this. 75% of the content, I believe, should be deep content, solving deep problems for your ideal customer. 20% is niche-wide content. Now, I'm going to explain what niche-wide means here in a second. And the remaining 5% is personal. Now, again, just a reminder, before we break this down and go into what the deep, what the niche-wide, and what the personal content looks like, this is a very rough ratio to follow. It is not a rule. Please do not be one of those people that takes this wildly too literally. You need to ebb and flow this and adjust it based on you, and it's going to look different month to month. But if you roughly, loosely follow 75-25, you will be in a really good spot. Now, the 75% deep content, this is your educational content. This is the main source of the value from your personal brand. These are the frameworks. These are the painful problems that are solved, right? These are the tactical nuggets that you're giving. These are the belief shifts or the point of view that you have on your industry, niche, or space. This is the content that is going to establish the most trust in your ability to get results, and it will reinforce your credibility. This is also the content that I believe is going to get you the most customers, the most high-paying customers, because this is the content that increases the odds they believe that you can actually help them solve the problem they are wanting to solve. 20% of the content being niche-wide. This is what I like to think of as broad within your niche. These are the subtopics that serve your ideal customer still, but they also serve a broader base of viewers. An example of what niche-wide content could look like: if you're making content helping business owners leverage the relationships that they already have to create new business rather than trying to go out and acquire new customers, a version of niche-wide content within this example that you could make is helping people reconnect with old friends or colleagues in general, right? Not just within the context of business. This is still useful for your ideal customer and the main audience that you are trying to build, but it also serves a broader audience and increases the odds that your content will show up to new people. But here's the key. Unlike making general, random, wide content, you're still attracting people that are interested in the general topic that you are talking about. This increases the odds that the average person that comes in will have interest in your offer. They're not just a random person that has no relation to the offer that you're actually providing, right? It's somebody that's still gonna be at least adjacent to the offer that you have. And potentially, through nurturing them through your content, may get to a point where they do become interested in purchasing the offer that you make available to them. Think of this like your side dishes, okay? Your niche-wide content, that's the side dish. The deep content, that 75%, that is your main dish, okay? And the niche-wide content is the sauteed spinach. It's the garlic mashed potatoes. It's your side dishes. And the other thing that you wanna definitely not miss out on is the 5% personal content, okay? Again, you are building a personal brand. I'm not saying do that influencer shit that you probably are thinking of immediately. I'm not saying make content where it's like, look at my lifestyle, look at how awesome I am. What this is sharing you, the human, in that personal brand. And I believe that this is what helps you stand out from the crowd, because these are the only things that are truly unique to you. More than likely, the subject matter that you've decided to speak to, there's other people that are talking about it. And if we're being honest with ourselves, there are probably other people that are teaching similar principles and even potentially, crazy enough, similar contrarian takes. There probably are. But what they definitely cannot replicate is the unique combination of all of your interests and preferences and hobbies and passions that make up you, the unique human that you are, okay? So for me, what I constantly try to inject as much as I can into my content and my brand is my love for Harley Davidson and the 3 Harleys that I have and obsess over. My love for metal, right? And all the different subgenres, the black metal, the hardcore, the metalcore. I like it all. My roots in the fitness industry, I try to share that a lot. It's the combination of all of these things that create the lens that you view my personal branding advice and information and content through that makes me unique compared to the next person that you see off on the right side of your screen here that is also talking about a similar subject matter. Knowing that your deep content, the 75% is your steak, and the niche-wide content, the 20% are your side dishes, you can almost think about your personal content like it's the dessert. A quick note here is the 5% personal doesn't mean that 5% of your content should be a singular video or Substack article around your personal passion. I believe that the 5% should be sprinkled into the other content. You haven't seen me make a video in depth on my Harley Davidson Road King special build out, right? Going into detail on that. But what you have seen, if you've watched some of my content, is you've seen that bike. You've seen one of my other bikes. I'm injecting it. I'm wearing a Harley Davidson hat right now, for God's sake. And so I'm not saying that you need to make specific content around your hobbies, passions, interests, but I do recommend you inject those into both the deep content and your niche wide content. It gives your audience more at-bats to connect with you. I wasn't planning on sharing this, but it's really important. The more of the interests and individual unique things that make you unique and wildly you, the more chances to connect with you. Our relationships in our personal life, in our work life, the closer the relationship on the relationship sphere or circle, the closer they get to you, more than likely you have more than one interest in common, right? That's typically an indicator of the closeness of your relationship. And so if you're wanting to develop a close relationship with your audience, you want to identify more interests that you have in common with them. But if you never share those interests, you never inject that into your content, how are they gonna know what they can connect with you on other than the core thing you talk about? It's really important to focus on the 75%. The deep content, that is where you're gonna get the greatest returns. The niche-wide content, that's how you're going to start to develop a more well-rounded brand and bring more people in and increase the odds that you can reach a newer audience. But the thing that is going to make you actually stand out is the 5% that is personal in your personal brand. Now let's talk about structuring your content, because we now know what we're going to be making, but we need to figure out how we're going to go through it in a sequential order to make it easiest for our audience to actually not only consume all the way through, but learn and take action on what we are saying. There is a ton of shit out there on content nerds talking about how to keep people watching your content. And this is affectionately referred to as the art of retention. These retention editing hacks, I'd say, I'm gonna make a bold statement here. 98% of them come from the lens of entertainment content, not educational. They have this method where it's like every, 13 seconds or whatever, you need to make sure that there's a graphic or a scene change or some new element on screen. That might be effective for entertainment content. I know I hate watching it personally, but there's a lot of people that like that. I get that. But if you're truly making educational content, your actual goal is for the audience to take action on what you say. But if you're constantly having all these graphics that distract from the actual message, you're inhibiting your audience's ability to be educated, and you're actually just making entertainment content. I personally believe that within the world of educational content, the greatest retention hack in the world, without competition, is your audience learning. The way that we like to structure our intros is actually fairly different than what a lot of people talk about. You've heard a lot of people talk about proof, promise, plan. And I think that is an incredible framework. We have created our own framework for how we structure our intros to our videos, and it's called the 4 C's framework. I like the letter C, what can I say? The 4 C's are call out, credibility, compass, and the fourth one, which I've not really heard anyone mention, which is core learning. If we believe the greatest retention hack in educational content is the audience learning, then why would we not try to get to the first learning as quick as possible in the video? And so we have now wrapped this into how we conduct our intro. Now, real quick, the 4 C's applies to your wrapping and your intro. We have a call out first. The call out can be in your intro, but the call out can also be addressed in your packaging, in the wrapping of your video, AKA on YouTube, your title and thumbnail. You might not need to do a call out in the actual script of your intro because your title and thumbnail already take care of that. The call out basically is addressing who the fuck is this video for? The credibility, as we've talked about, is why would somebody listen to you on this specific subject matter? Sure, you might be successful in general, but are you successful within this subject matter that we're addressing in this piece of content? The compass, give them the overview of how we're gonna get from the problem they are currently facing to the solution that they are seeking. What is the roadmap or the compass that is gonna guide us along this journey? You're previewing what you're going to hit in the video. And I believe the most important one, the core learning, You want to start off the video as quick as possible, getting to a valuable, useful nugget. Now, I'm not saying you want to create or take the most important, biggest learning that you're going to share in the video and share it up front. That I'm not saying is the best thing. But you have this thing that a lot of people have been preaching for years now, which is bury the value. It's like put the value and the learning deeper in the video so that people stay longer to get it. And I think that did work for a long time. But we are at a point now where there is just way too much content out there being produced that people don't have the patience to wait. And that's why I believe you need to get them to a learning as quick as possible. Why? Well, if I learn something in the opening 60 seconds of a video, my belief that I'm going to continue learning throughout the video increases. If I see even a 20-minute video, in that opening 60 seconds, if I learn, I'm assuming that's not the only learning I'm going to get and the rest is going to be bullshit. I'm assuming I'm going to continue learning. That's an assumption that I'm making based on previous behaviors in other pieces of content that I've consumed. So you need to optimize your introduction in your content, whether it's video or written. A lot of people talk about time to value. You want to deliver value as quick as possible for the person that's paying for your service. Well, think of it the same way with your video. You want to give them value and usefulness as quick as possible. People's attention spans, it's not even their attention span actually, it's their level of patience. They're less willing to wait for value from you because they know there's another creator that they could get it from quicker. Now, from your intro, you then have the rest of the structure of your content. I could probably make an entire course just on this alone. Definitely could talk at least for an hour or two just on how you structure your video. But for the sake of time, I want to give you something valuable that will be a great starting point for you that you can begin to adapt and evolve for yourself. And I recommend that you follow loosely a structure like this. You have your introduction, then you give context on what you're about to speak to. You share a principle, a story about that principle, the tactic or the action that your audience needs to take, and then an example of what it looks like to either do that correctly or incorrectly, or both if you are feeling crazy. And then after that, you link to the next video. It's that simple. You can get wildly robust and complex. I have an entire YouTube course framework that I share with people in Ralston Select that is like absolutely insane and very deep and robust. It's many pages long, but this will give you a very, very good starting point to get you rolling on creating this content. Rather than you sitting there looking at a blank page being like, what the hell do I do? How do I craft this? Use this framework to help you get started on making your YouTube content. Now I'd like to talk about how to go about repurposing your content. And most business owners, when they hear repurposing, they think that that means just reposting the same clip everywhere. And that's one part of it, I guess. That's a version of repurposing for sure, but that's not the waterfall method. The waterfall method is about taking one really good moment from your pillar piece of content and getting as much as possible out of it. This looks like one long form piece of content leading to many platform native pieces of content, potentially many off of one specific moment. This is not copy and paste. This is not post the same short everywhere, even though that's what we are currently doing right now. We're working on getting towards this point. This is platform native repackaging. Maybe you've heard me actually say in podcasts, which is you want to take your long form, mine it for moments, repackage those moments in the way that the platform prefers. So now I want to walk you through how we actually use the waterfall method in our content. We create one long form piece of YouTube content. Right now, our cadence is once a month. We will go through and watch it back to mine for the golden moments. Now, these are moments where I'm giving an aha, or we're watching it, we're like, damn, that was a banger line, right? It's a belief breaker. It's an oh shit moment. It's something where you're sharing a story or a tactic that can change the belief of the viewer or give them the exact steps that they need to take in order to get the outcome they are looking for. These are the moments that get clipped, not like some random moment, not random timestamps or arbitrary timestamps, actually useful moments. Something that you may have experienced before is if you hire a less than ideal editor, they'll go through your long form content and they'll pull 30 clips from it. They'll get you a lot of volume, but half to 2/3 of those clips are not useful in any way. They don't exist, or they don't work, on their own. They're not self-contained. They need the context of the moment that they exist within. And so what you're looking for is self-contained clips and moments that don't need the context of the surrounding conversation in order to make sense. And then number 3, what you're gonna do is you're gonna take those moments, those mind moments that you have, and you're gonna turn them into platform native content. That's what we are trying to do more and more. Sometimes what we'll do is we will, due to bandwidth, we'll clip a moment and then we'll post that clip to all the different platforms. Sometimes what we'll do is we'll identify, damn, this was a really good moment from a podcast, for example, where I go back and forth with the host. And maybe what we're gonna do is take that concept and turn it into a written LinkedIn post. Or maybe we'll turn it into a newsletter that we send to people on our email list. And so what you're looking at is taking a golden moment and then figuring out, how do I correctly wrap it using the wrapping paper? What format should I wrap this idea in order for it to best serve my audience on the platform that I am sharing it to? All of those moments are communicating the same message, right? It's the same source material, but you're using a different wrapper to share it with your audience. And again, this is something that you're gonna need to work your way up to. We are almost a year into building out my personal brand and posting content publicly, and we're not at the point of consistently doing this to the level that we want. It's Trevor and then half me, not even half, like maybe like a quarter or a fifth me, devoted to the content, and the rest I'm running the business. And so as we expand our team, you'll start to see more and more of the content that we're posting on all 3 of our primary platforms start to look more and more contextual and native to the platform we're distributing on. This is something that you can work your way up to. You don't have to tackle from the very beginning. But I wanted to share it with you because I think it's something that you want to start building towards rather than 2, 3 years, 4 years down the road, figuring out this is a new operation that you have to completely steer a massive ship. Let's course correct while we're still a little speedboat and it's easy to correct and adjust how we're operating. All of this incredible work to understand what kind of content we're gonna make, how we're coming up with ideas, all of this amazing work has been done. You've been going through your workbook because you downloaded that earlier, right? And you've been filling out the exercises, and we have gotten a lot of clarity. We really understand what we're gonna be doing. A pretty obvious question that you're gonna be asking is, what are the first couple of videos that I make? And so what I wanna share with you is the first 3 videos that I recommend you make. Now, there's a million different versions of your first 3. I'm mainly sharing what my first 3 were and how you can go about doing this for yourself, your own version of it. So to be clear, this is not the end all be all. I'm more just adapting what I did and sharing it with you because I think it was very useful and successful for us. So the first video that I recommend you make is an introduction video. This is where you're sharing your story paired with lessons that your audience can use immediately. To be very clear, what this video is not, it's not a brag reel. It's not a resume dump. What this video is it's 3 to 5 key moments over your career or life that were pivotal moments, and each one is paired with a lesson that your audience can immediately benefit from. This is what makes the video valuable. It's not just sharing what you have done and giving the credibility that they can view your brand through from then on. It's also providing them useful value in the form of lessons that you have learned along the way, both from doing things correctly and incorrectly. This is exactly how I built my intro video. It was every season or big seasons of my career, along with one lesson that you could take away. It was not every single job that I've had and every little tiny thing that's happened. It's the biggest moments in my career that were pivotal turning points that I also had a very strong lesson associated with. That's what I recommend you build. Now, as far as what the flow of this video looks like, well, I think you can start with, why are you making content now? Why are you building your personal brand? What is the purpose behind this and why now? Okay, that's how I started mine. That sets the frame. Then what you wanna do is you wanna share 3 to 5 key moments from your career and life. Again, they're not random moments. It's not like you're doing, a full biography or anything like that. These are 3 to 5 turning points in your career or life that shaped how you think and what you believe. And then you're going to pair each of those moments with one clear lesson, a takeaway that your audience can act on. This is what most people miss. People don't want to just hear about the awesome shit you've done. They want to hear about what you learned in doing the awesome shit and how it can benefit them. So pair each of these moments with a clear and valuable lesson for your audience. See, ultimately, you need to connect it back to the viewer. The video is about you, but it is for your audience. So each lesson needs to speak to their pain, their goals, the stage that they are at, the confusion that they are experiencing, and the clarity that they are looking for. Finally, you need to close with what they can expect from you going forward. What I try to do is share what I am trying to embark on, which is this crazy wild journey of building my personal brand. And you want to set the stage for the kind of content that they can expect, who it is for, what you do to help, and maybe potentially you can start to inject a contrarian belief into this introduction video so that people can start to know what you stand for. This is kind of setting the trajectory or the frame for the relationship that you're going to have with your audience in future content. Now, video number 2 is a positioning deep dive. This is where you teach the subject that you want to be known for through the lens of that contrarian belief. My version of this was psychotic. It was a 6-hour and 22-minute course that we put out for free on YouTube. This was a really strong and very deep positioning video. I'm not saying that you need to do that, but I'm also not saying that it should be like a quick little tips and tricks educational video. It's not a high-level overview of your industry or of your space, and it's definitely not something that's trendy or broad. None of the shallow end shit. We want to go into the deep end of the pool here. And so what this video is it should be a very deep, useful breakdown of the core subject that you want to be known for. Mine was how to build a personal brand. That's what I want to be known for. And so my positioning deep video was that. And it needs to be taught through the lens of your contrarian belief. This video, what it communicates to your audience is, here's how I see this space differently and why it matters to you, and then how you can utilize how I view it differently to benefit you in accomplishing the outcome you desire. That is the entire point. That is what my 6.5-hour course was. Now, again, it does not need to be that long. Just make sure that you make it wildly useful. It can be 30 minutes, it can be 45, 60, 2 hours, whatever duration you want. I will say, I would recommend making it at least 25 minutes. And once you start creeping into this like 10 to 15 minute masterclass world, it just becomes almost laughable. Like, it's not truly that in depth. A 10 to 15 minute video is not going to do what we are trying to accomplish with this deep positioning video. Now, the flow that you can take in this video is, one, I recommend start, or at least in the opening, section, start with your contrarian belief. Get this out of the way, get this communicated to your audience so they view the rest of the video through that lens. The next thing is you should probably define the subject that you want to be known for. In my course, I very quickly define what branding and brand is because that's something that I really want to be known for. It's also a wildly different definition of those two terms than the majority of what the industry says. What this does is it creates instant clarity for your audience. Then what you want to do is you want to teach the core belief through a few key breakthroughs, okay? Not 20 surface level points, just 3 to 5 big, useful mindset shifting ideas. Looking at my course, it's 6.5 hours, but there's 4 core subjects that I speak to: brand, content, team, and monetization. I suggest 3 to 5 big things that you tackle within the core subject matter that you're addressing. A prompt that may help you is, what are the few ideas that if I would have gotten them earlier in my life, earlier in my career, would have changed everything for me? Once you have figured out what those are, teach those. That's what's gonna make everything easier for your audience to get to the desired outcome where you're currently at faster than you ever did. And then you need to make it easier for the viewer to take action. Again, this is where trust happens. If you make it easier for them to take action on what you say and they get the outcome they want, if you do that consistently, they're gonna start to associate you with them achieving their desired outcomes. What a beautiful brand to build. And then you wanna close by setting your point of view as their new lens. This needs to change their belief, okay? You want them moving forward after this video to view everything that they do through this new lens. You are building the foundation for all the future videos that come. As long as you maintain a high value per minute, the more in depth you go, the more material, source material you have to help you and your team with future ideation of content. One of the big reasons why I did a 6.5 hour course as my second fucking video ever on YouTube within building this personal brand was so that Trevor would have a lot of source material to help him ideate on future content ideas. And then the third video that I recommend you make is an experimental video. This needs to be completely an experiment, trying something wildly different to discover what you enjoy making and what your audience enjoys viewing. The purpose of this video is a creative experiment. You are trying something wildly different as far as the style, the format, and the approach that you take. Even potentially the way that you show up in your delivery might be a little bit different. This exists to help you answer two extremely important questions. What do I enjoy making, and what does my audience want more of? See, if you're gonna stick with this whole making content thing, you're gonna be doing it for years, you should probably enjoy the formats that you make. Why not try to find multiple formats that you actually enjoy making? So the flow of your experiment video could be as follows. Pick a format that you've been curious to try. Here are a couple of options: a vlog, a rant, a voiceover with B-roll, a scripted piece, a highly produced creative video, a simple talking head with a twist, a day in the life with an educational tie-in, a walkthrough or a demo, a story-based video. It doesn't really matter what format you choose. It's more, what one are you most curious about you trying? Then the next thing is you need to make sure that it is completely different from the first two videos. It should almost feel, in my opinion, like a completely different YouTube channel. Your average YouTube guru will tell you you need to pick a topic and a format and consistently do that over and over so your audience knows what to expect from you. And sure, that is probably the best way to get the most amount of subscribers and views on YouTube. But that's also a big reason why a lot of YouTubers burn out really quickly. And so what we're building here, like we've talked about, is a sustainable system that you can actually stick with. The next thing that you're gonna do is you need to anchor it to one useful idea. So my experimental video that I did, the third video that we put out on YouTube, it's called "If You Struggle with Making Content, Please Watch This." The whole concept is me talking through the mindset shifts that I had to go through in order to go from being the guy behind the camera to being the character in front of the camera. And what we chose to do is a 100% scripted video where I am delivering scripted written out lines over the course of a motorcycle ride throughout Las Vegas, Nevada. This was quite the experiment, to be honest with you. I was just curious if I had the chops to be able to do a video like that. And so again, the format was new, but the value was consistent with the value that we were delivering in the previous two videos. It wasn't an entertainment video that we were making, though I will say, I think based on the comments, a lot of people would say it was more of an entertaining video than our previous educational content, but still the purpose for the viewer was to educate them on what shifts I was making in order to be somebody in front of the camera. Because turns out you and a lot of other people have moments where you struggle with being in front of the camera. Good news, me too. It's a crazy thing. And so that's how I conducted that experiment. What you want to do next is, after you're done making the video, take note of how it felt making it. Did you enjoy it? Like, a big thing for Trevor and I was, during the course of filming that video, there was a couple of, stressful moments or whatever. We're in public in a gas station trying to film a scene and not piss off the gas station attendee and the customers that are in there. But the amount of times that we would both turn to each other and be like, man, this is so much fun. We're having a blast, right? We did another video like this, like the first experimental video in London. And it was so much fun. And so what we learned is like, okay, we walked away with it like, even if the audience doesn't really resonate with this, we really enjoyed making it. So we're going to continue to make these kinds of videos because we enjoy it. By increasing the amount of content that we make that we like, we increase the odds that we stick with it. The next thing that you want to do is, in addition to paying attention to how you resonated with it, look at how your audience resonated. Here is the key. What you just heard me say is, even if the audience didn't fuck with it, we would continue to do it. And now I'm saying pay attention to how the audience responds. Seems contradictory, right? No. Here's the reality. If the audience wouldn't have responded well, if you didn't care about that video and didn't show interest in it, but we really liked it, we would still continue to do it, just at a very low frequency. Just enough to make sure that we are enjoying making content, but not so much that we, bore the audience. However, what ended up happening is you and a lot of other people that were watching it were like, hey, we'd like to see more videos like this. So now we know that we like making it and the audience likes watching it. So we're going to do more of those videos. So within, I think it was 7 months later, we released another video in that style. And probably 6 months later from that, we'll probably release another one in a similar style. Because again, we enjoy it and so does the audience. And there's your first 3 videos. You now have no excuse to not get started on YouTube. You have to take action. I have removed every bit of excuses that you have. So stop procrastinating, stop waiting for some perfect idea, and get started on the first video, your introduction video. Now that you know how to make content and what content you're gonna make, I think it would be really cool if Trevor and I, my content director, walked you through together how we approached building my personal brand in the first year. In 2025, I decided to start building my personal brand. Up until that point, I had always been the character behind the camera, not in front of it. And in the first year of building this personal brand, we grew the audience to over 265,000 people. More impressively, I would say, is the 44,000 people that we were able to get on our email list. Now, a lot of people share these cool aspirational numbers, but what a lot of people don't do is they do not introduce you to the characters who are behind the scenes helping make this actually happen. And so what I wanted to do in this special video, this special episode, my first podcast ever on my channel, is introduce 2 characters that have been helping make this happen. First, someone you've heard me reference quite a bit, my content director, Trevor Odom. And also my dog, Bugsy. He's going to be hopping in and out probably throughout this, maybe even chiming in with his opinions on how to build your personal brand. But what we wanted to do is go month by month. And so we want to start at the very beginning, which is January. And the thing that I want to start with, which was really funny for me, is I've been doing this is like 17 years now. But I remember I turned to Trevor the first week and I was like, dude, I know exactly what I would say to any client, anybody that we work with, anybody who asks me how to start their personal brand. But for some reason with my own, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate to this, I felt too close to it and I didn't know what to do. And I wasn't exactly sure where to start. Do we shoot photos? So kind of walk me through and remind me really, like, where did we start with all of this?
Basically, my first few tasks was like, okay, we have a limited amount of content of you already out there.
Yeah, very limited.
I think it was 3 podcasts that you had done?
Including one that was like 7 or 8 years old from when I was on Team Gary.
I remember it was like in the conference room, I think, or something at Vayner.
Yeah.
I remember, basically I took all of that content. In the first few days, I built an AI database of just content. Cause like having worked with you for 5 years, I know what you talk about. But at the same time, you starting your own personal brand, I had no idea all of the breadth of the talking points. Like I knew you're going to hit heavy on personal brand. You're going to go deep into content, but what are those points and what are those main pillars that you're going to stick to? I think you had the brand journey framework. You had the brand journey framework. I don't even know if that's what it was called back then.
Yeah.
But so all of these things I'm kind of learning for the first time after, I've been working with several other creators to now transitioning completely to somebody who's starting new. I'd never actually started a personal brand before. I have been on a team that's been pumping hundreds of pieces of content out a week, but I've never actually started one. My first few pieces of priority were I needed to build an AI database of all of your content, transcribe all the content that you had out there, a speaking gig, like everything that you had done, which was only a handful of pieces.
A couple like voice memos and stuff like that I had recorded on walks to try and give you a little bit of ammo and stuff like that, but not a lot.
So we did that. That gave me some ideation points of like, cool, he's going to talk about these select few things. And this is what we can start making our short form content on. This is what we can start building long form content off of. And then from there, I developed kind of like systems to stay organized and basically keep us on track. Like, it's funny because we come from teams that are much bigger. Massive. And so it kind of sounds silly that we're like, we're going to build our project management board for all of our content that doesn't actually exist yet. And we're going to organize our Google Drive a certain way and have a file structure, like a file naming convention and everything. But like in the back of our heads, I remember we were talking about this. It was like, we're going to want to stay organized. This might not be us forever. And it's going to be helpful for when shit actually does start happening. So another thing that I started doing was I set up our Google Drive. I think we purchased a few different pieces of equipment, like one FX3 and
this main A cam here. That's what we had bought.
An FX3 and I think a lens, a tripod, and like a light. Yeah, that might have been what we purchased in like the first few weeks there. And then from there, it was organizing a project management board, which is something like I was speaking to a creative manager on a team yesterday, actually, who is oddly in a very similar boat to what we're doing, and what my role is, which is he has never done this before. Yeah. And he's coming in.
doing everything.
And he's coming in and he's doing everything. I had not done that before. After a year of this, I'm like, I have a few pieces of advice for you, buddy. Like, and one of the first things I told him to do was open Notion, Asana, Monday, whatever it is, and get yourself a project management board. Set it up as a board view, go left to right. You put your content in there, all your raw footage that you film, you can have Google Drive links, whatever, and you move it left to right of like, this content is for review. This content is ready for review. This content is already reviewed and approved, ready to be captioned and posted. You have a calendar view of all of your content, so that like, this is something that a lot of teams we work with don't have like in place when they come to us. And it's one of the first few pieces that we did and we tell people to do is like, jump in, get organized, and make sure that you can stay on track.
And the beauty of it for the person who's on camera too, the talent, is they get a bird's eye view of where everything's at, right? Like I know for years the amount of entrepreneurs I've talked to that have gone and filmed a vlog or filmed a bunch of shorts, and then they're wondering, what is the status of all that epic shit we just filmed and invested a lot of my time into? Like, where's the status on that? And what's cool is when you have that system and you maintain that system, then the talent is able to actually take a look and see where everything is in the status, right? And so I think that's really helpful. One thing that I'll just quickly hit on that I focused on, and then we can move on to February, is this was the first time where I was really taking what I did naturally and just felt inherent to me, my way of operating, and learning how to distill it into bite-sized chunks for people to learn from. And so the thing that I was really focusing on in January was like, how do I develop my natural ways of operating into frameworks? The way that my brain thinks and analyzes things. How do I develop this into a framework that the audience can follow and makes it easy? And that was a very interesting transition because I've worked for some amazing individuals who are wildly gifted communicators and incredibly good at teaching people things. So I think I had a little bit of a leg up from observing them. But January was really me focusing on figuring out, how do I communicate these things, right? And then actually one other thing that we should hit on really quick is the first video we did, we decided to do an introduction video, right? We decided to introduce
your career.
Yeah. It was like, do you mind walking through just a little bit of like what that video was and what the goal was?
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know whose idea. It was just kind of like the easiest low hanging fruit that we can do for our first YouTube video is we can make a video about what you've done in your career. Shocker. Like it's like the lowest hanging fruit that I think that we thought of. And it was like, going back through I remember seeing a ton of old clips of you and D-Rock when I was going through all the old footage of you, transcribing all that stuff. And it was like, there's been a lot of things that you've done. And like, I think a lot of people would want to be reintroduced to who Caleb is now that you've done this for 16 years.
Yeah.
And so we kind of just laid out your career. I remember we whiteboarded it. We probably have we have photos because I remember you started taking. You're like starting to document the process.
Yep.
And we whiteboarded out for a whole day your career, all the positions that you have been in, and then 1 or 2 lessons from each of those. Like it's very high level, but it's also extremely tactical and extremely important. It was like. And I think it ended up being like a 50-minute long video for your first video.
Which is crazy. And the takeaway for people is you should assume that nobody knows who you are, right? And obviously for the majority of people, that seems obvious, right? I've worked for some high profile individuals, so maybe it would have been easier for us to go into this assuming that some people knew who I was. That'd be kind of bold. But what we did is we decided, okay, cool, we're building an audience. We need to frame how the audience is going to view me. And so for a lot of people who are starting or restarting their personal brand, I think something that is wildly effective is to create an introduction video that gives the credentials as to why you are somebody who should be listened to on the subject matter you're about to speak to in your content, right? And like, I think, some of the people, again, it's not a lot, but some of the people that knew who I was before we did this, they were aware of some of the characters that I've worked with in the past, but maybe they didn't know about the time that I spent at Constellation Brands working on Prisoner Wine Company, High West Whiskey, right? Like they didn't know about my first job at Logos Bible Software, where I learned a lot and was able to develop skills of how to work on software and make, software that might be kind of seemingly boring for a lot of people look cool. So I think it was a good moment for us to share a little bit more of who I was. But to your point, if it was just a list of my resume, that'd be boring as fuck and nobody would give a shit. But we tried to tie in an applicable lesson for everybody watching. And I think another side note, I'm going to keep doing that because this is a podcast where we're given as much gold as we can. One thing that Trevor did a really good job on that video is taking really good note of what I was saying and asking me follow-up questions, helping to make those pieces of advice that I was giving more practical, not just high level, but also in the dirt so that people could actually act on it.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great. Before we go on to February, something that I realized I didn't do at the top is I didn't really list off all of the amazing credentials that Trevor has. And I want to do it because he's not going to do that. He is a humble character and kind of like myself, he's not going to want to tout all of those things. He'll feel awkward doing that. And so I'm going to do it for him. So in addition to Trevor being one of Bugsy, my dog's best friends, he freaks out every time that Trevor comes over. Trevor and I have actually been working together, like he said, for 5 years now, which is absolutely insane. And before he was my content director, Trevor actually led all of the short form for 2 very prominent entrepreneurs and creators in the business creator space. I'm talking like billions of views a year kind of level and hundreds of shorts being produced every single week, overseeing many different editors, also editing himself. That was another interesting thing that I thought was really cool going into this year was I've watched you go from being an individual contributor, right? You're the editor making the short form clips to being a manager where you're overseeing other editors and you're reviewing all of the clips and you're the one in charge of the short form process and the quality or sometimes lack of quality and then quickly adjusting and improving it. You oversaw all of that. And then now you're going into this role where you are a director. And in the beginning, it was director of nobody, but very quickly for our second project, we hired somebody on to help with the motion graphics. And now we just recently brought on a contract editor that we absolutely love that you're overseeing. We've worked with a couple other freelancers on other various projects. And so this is now a time where you're not just focusing on short form, but actually, oddly enough, Trevor was most experienced on short form. And what did we not do for the first year? Shorts. We focused on YouTube. And so I think that brings us perfectly to February, which is when we shipped the first YouTube video that we talked about, that intro. We don't need to talk about that. Let's talk about the course. Like not only my second video that we're doing on YouTube, this is your second video that you're filming, leading, and editing for YouTube. Like, let's talk through, like, take it from the beginning here. What was the process for making? And real quick for context, if you're not familiar with it, no reason that you should be, we produced a 6.5 hour free course on YouTube called How to Build Your Personal Brand. It's absurd. I think it's really, really high value. It's long as fuck, but I think a lot of people have gotten an insane amount of value. It's at, I don't remember, it's somewhere over 750,000 views at this point. It's insane. Nobody is more surprised than me. But yeah, Trevor, let's walk through kind of that process. That seemed to be like the biggest focus in February.
I mean, as our second video. Well, I kind of reverting back just a little bit, like we filmed our first video end of January. I remember we booked like it was a decent like Airbnb. Yeah. It was just like a small setup. We used a Sony and a Canon, and just we just started.
Used what we had available.
And then essentially I remember this because you've actually had this idea for a while. You've told me that you've been eyeing this idea of how to build a brand or a personal brand for a very long time in past roles too.
Yeah.
But during that film session, I remember we were probably mid film session and you turned to me in the kitchen and you were like, wouldn't it be crazy if we did like some mega like free course that we released on YouTube as like super soon? And I was like, interesting. Yeah. Like that would be kind of cool. And I think funny enough, I brushed it off at that moment, but I think you immediately went back after that film session and started writing it, right?
2 days later, that was on a Thursday that we filmed that video. And that Saturday I woke up and felt like a fire under me and felt like I felt compelled to put all of this, to paper.
It was a very quick, like, let's set a deadline for this, when this is going to go live. Let's book a space for this. I think it all happened within a matter of a couple weeks where you went from this would be a funny thing that we should do, like this would be helpful for us and people would get a lot of value from it, to I think a couple weeks later we're booking the space. I'm looking at spaces in LA to film. It's like I found a warehouse.
Yeah, talk about that. Like, how did you find the space?
I wanted to do this for our first video because I remember I saw like screenshots of like Harleys in the background of this warehouse, and I was like, we can put your bike in the back and we can like... That
was the main motivating factor, just to be very clear, is the fact that we could put the Harley in the set.
That was the selling point. But no, it looked like they don't shoot. I remember the studio manager, whatever, was like, we have never had anybody like shoot audio in here. There's like, it's a place where basically rappers in LA go and film all their music videos. What's the rapper?
Kevin Gates and YG were in there 2 days filming a music video, separately, not together, separate music videos, days before we were there. It was insane.
So
then there's us.
Yeah, there's like us. We show up with like a truckload of like some rented gear. We rented like half the gear. I remember because the studio manager was like, how many people? Like, is it going to be like a 20-person team that's going to come in? You guys have a truck that we're going to have to back in? And I was like, 2 people. They were like, are you sure? We charge if the party's over 5. And I was like, there's 2 of us. There's 2 people that just show up.
It wasn't us trying to sneak people on set. That's for sure.
But yeah, we booked that space. I had found that on, I think it was like Peerspace or something.
Peerspace. Shout out Peerspace.
We booked that. I picked it because there were so many different scenes that we could do 3 different scenes. I also picked it because like we liked it because it looked very different from almost every like course or anything that you've seen. Is like, again, rappers use this space and there's graffiti on these like walls, and we're like, it would be cool to set up a chair and a green backdrop and literally film our course in there because it's just so like it's super cool. But I remember you invested a lot for like.
For our second video.
For our second video, it was a lot to book that space for 3 days. And I don't even know if you finished writing the video until like 2 days prior.
Dude, what's crazy is we were never really done because remember the night before our first day of filming, we were up until probably 2 or 3 in the morning finishing and rewriting a section basically. And then we continued to do that every evening after filming. Because what we would do is, this was our second video ever that we were doing. So we would learn from the film session. We immediately would go back to the Airbnb. I remember we would order, oh man, I can't remember
what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the restaurant, but these awesome burritos. And we would get that. And I always made sure to have my 805 cerveza. And we would then rewrite the next section, taking into account the things that we learned, right? Like lines that maybe I had written that read really well when you would read them, but when I would go to say them out loud, it just like felt weird and stuff. And we actually, if I remember correctly, we, after the first day, rewrote the second section so that it was not as many lines, but more bullet points. Because I quickly realized I'm a terrible reader. Just for context for everybody, I don't read books. I just listen to audiobooks. And so what we quickly discovered is it does not work well for me to have predetermined lines. For an intro, sure, we'll script it pretty heavily, but everything else is bullet points to keep me in line. Let's talk through, okay, we picked a location, Pure Space. It was really sick. It was really cool. It was very, very expensive, but it was worth it, right? We did that. How did we go about setting everything up? Another question is, why did we do different setups, right? Like there's 4 sections to the course, right? We got brand, content, team, and then a very, very quick monetize section. Why did we make them all different settings?
I think there's probably a few reasons to why we did that, ranging from we want to get a bunch of different shorts from this, and it allows us to go, for you to switch outfits, for you to get shorts so that we can distribute that on the short form platforms a little bit easier. One other thing, which we never ended up doing, but like we also had the idea at one point to actually split those into 4 different videos after we posted the course and posted them as individual sections. Maybe we'll actually do this year anyways.
Kind of like what we're doing with this series this month. Yeah.
Which when we're actually testing it now. We had the idea last year, but doing that, it's also, and this is something I think we realized after, I think for you actually like the change of environment and change of pace, I think refreshes you a little bit. And this is not something I don't think I planned when we had the idea to like switch this up, but it was like, you actually do really good if you have like a reset and you go into a new scene and it looks nice and it's like, okay, we're refreshed. We also shot this over 3 different days. I think it was 3 days, right? It was like 3.5 days or something like that. All right, buddy. So like that also, I mean, it just makes it easier for us to swap every day. I think we did a new scene up until I think
I remember we did brand and we did team together. Then we did content in one day, and then we did monetize on the last
day. Yep.
So it was 2.5 days.
So those, I mean, that's probably there's definitely a few reasons why we did that. Mainly it's also just because we thought it was cool to show off all the scenes in the warehouse because it had so many cool scenes. But it's like
the other thing too is we made the assumption that if anybody was gonna be crazy enough to watch all this stuff, they're probably not going to watch it in one sitting. Shout out to the individuals who have watched it in one sitting. That's pretty crazy. And I'm eternally grateful to you.
People do that.
I have gotten DMs of people that are like, yep, I woke up this Saturday and decided my Saturday is dedicated to that.
Real quick, I just want to say I am so sorry. I know that this is a lot to take in right now and even more for you to take action on. But that is the whole reason why we created Ralston Select. Ralston Select is your one-stop destination to not only learn, but to actually implement. We're talking pre-production, production, post-production, and platform strategy, all through the lens of educational content. Click the link in the description below if you want more information. Now let's get back to the video.
What I was also thinking about is like, people are going to come back to this video. And so we almost tried to treat each section like it's its own video in this massive self-contained thing, right? And that way, if they did come back, it would kind of re-engage them. To your point, it re-engaged me filming it, but also the theory was maybe this will help re-engage people on some pretty heady, deep, long shit. Bumping into the table. Bugsy's just trying to find a spot right now. Hey, you can sit down. You can sit down. He's a golden doodle. He's 2 years old. He's the sweetest. I know there's going to be comments about him, asking about him. So moving on from that, and I want to be careful because we're spending a lot of time on the course, but I think it was like,
the biggest, probably arguably the biggest thing we did.
Oh, definitely.
For the year.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think it bears a little bit more attention. So the next thing that we do is after we're done filming, how did we handle post-production? Like, I feel like one, we can talk about hiring Michael, bringing him on, but yeah, I'd love to talk through a little bit more.
Yeah. I mean, like I said before, you and your ever knowing wisdom knew that if we didn't set a date for this thing and actually like get it done, we were going to procrastinate the hell out of it.
It's true.
And it's just such a massive project. We would have spent months doing this, but from like start to finish, what did we determine? It was like a month and a half or something.
Yeah.
From start to finish, from idea to posted was less than 2 months.
I started it on February 1st and we published it on April 4th.
I mean, as soon as we got back, we went into post-production. I wanted to take a pass at the cut. We had 3 camera angles. We did a basic 3 camera setup. It was nothing fancy. The lighting was nothing fancy.
Okay. Trevor, you're saying not fancy and basic, but I want to real quick interrupt you here. Most people at most do 2 cameras.
It's true.
And real quick, he's not going to say this because we're going into post-production, but real quick, a shout out to Trevor on the production. Trevor was managing 3 cameras, the audio, and he was running the outline. So basically we have a 55-inch TV that we put right below the camera lens, and he was scrolling through the outline because, you zoom into it and you can only get a couple of lines before, boom, we're on to the next section. So Trevor's managing audio, camera angles, making sure focus, lighting is all good, and making sure to keep up with me on the outline. But please continue on the post-production. Mr.
Good.
Simple.
I appreciate that. Before we even shot it, we actually had a few calls with a few different motion designers.
Yeah.
Because one thing that we wanted to do was like, there's a lot of people who some people are very visual and like they draw on a whiteboard or something like that. I asked you, you're like, I don't
suck at drawing, you guys. My handwriting is horrible. It looks terrible. Maybe one day, but not in the first year. That's for sure.
And one of the things that we also noticed with a lot of these, like the whole idea for this course came from looking at the industry, looking at the niche that we're in and doing the opposite of that. Everybody does paid courses. We do a free one. Everybody does 2-hour master class courses and we do 6 hours. It could have been more. We cut it down. I think we had 14 hours of raw footage. Yeah. So like everything that you're hearing, like we just took a look at what everybody else was doing and we're like, you know what? Which would become a very staple piece for us later in our content. But the motion design, basically, nobody does that. Nobody has motion graphics throughout their courses. Like a lot of the times, like we wanted professional
custom.
Custom. No like Mogerts or anything like that for all the editors out there. You know what a Mogert is. But we wanted custom motion graphics in our style, our green, our tan, stuff like that, our opal mist color. Yep. Love our colors. So we wanted to do that. So we had a call. We actually hired somebody before we did the project. The thing was I was going to cut it, swap the cameras, color grade it. Everything was going to be done. And then I'm going to ship it off to this motion designer. And this is all going to happen in like 4 weeks that we shot it.
Even less because you were going on a trip.
Yeah, I flew to London. I had to finish it by a certain day in I think I had less than 2 weeks to cut it. And actually and this is a 6.5 hour cut it. And then you and I review it. So I think it was like a 5-day edit where I'm cutting this thing down from 14 hours down to 6.5 or something like that. Making notes in the timeline, grading it, doing the audio, doing a pass on the audio. And then one of the things we wanted to do was review the whole thing together before we shipped it off so we could have a bunch of notes for, this is actually a really good workflow that we do a lot of the times. First off, we almost always do an A-roll cut so that you can review it, especially when you're working with contractors and stuff like that. Oh, I was talking to somebody yesterday who was wanting to know how this workflow. They're like, I'm giving a lot of notes and we're doing V5, V6, V7. And I'm like, do you want to know how you can avoid that? Something that we learned early on, which was we review an A-roll cut or somebody reviews an A-roll cut. So we did that together for this one. We can jump into that in just a second, but you do the A-roll cut and then you leave a bunch of notes on frame from that A-roll cut of like, I'm picturing this here. I'm thinking this here. The roadmap I'm thinking can be something like this. And you can actually draw on frame so that when the contractor comes in, like I had 100 something notes for Michael of like motion graphic here, something here, this lower third for the workbook that we included in the course that needs to have a motion graphic that I think, so when Michael sat down to film it, I could go on a trip to London because he had all that he needed in a frame folder ready to go for him.
Shout out Michael Moyes. We're going to link him in the description. He's an incredible motion graphics artist. If you want to hire him, I highly recommend him. He's fucking awesome.
He killed it. And he took a bet on us.
Yeah, absolutely.
really early on.
Yeah.
Which was really cool. But we reviewed that together, and that was probably the biggest thing we did in that post-production process is we sat here in this living room actually for 14 hours or
Easily.
something.
Yeah.
We cut the intro. We actually completely changed the intro.
That's right. That's a big point, actually. We had scripted an intro, and I'm going to be real. I thought it was a good intro, and I still think it was. But when we were watching it back, there was a moment. The way that it starts right now is you're on one of two paths. Mm-hmm. And that was originally probably about 30 to 40 seconds into the video.
I think over a minute, yeah.
Yeah. And we decided in post to cut that opening and go right to that. And it turns out, apparently it was good because there's a lot of other individuals who are using a very similar intro, which I love. That is the best compliment that you could ever give. But it was something that was not planned.
A happy accident.
Yeah. Bob Ross moment, big time. Okay, so you do the edit, you pass it off to Michael. What did that look like? I imagine, and this is a moment for all of the creators, the people who are on the actual production team. Like, what were the details there? How did you hand off a 6.5 hour file? But more than that, right? Because you still have to have the source media. You have 3 angles. You have all the different cuts. Like, walk through a little bit of what that looked like.
So basically, the handoff for that project was the workflow was that Michael was going to do transparent on alpha, like MOV files for all of his motion graphics so that he can actually just upload those onto a Google Drive. And then I can actually, I believe I downloaded them and placed them in, I want to say.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you were doing the placements.
I think I was, yeah.
You got all the lossless, or not lossless, the alpha channel files.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that was the workflow there. But like I said, he had that whole frame folder to basically go through, and he had very little questions for me. I had very little text from him when he was actually he's like, he read through it all. He's like, cool. No, I have no questions. Like, I know what I'm going to do. We gave him a lot of creative freedom on like the style. I don't know. I'm not a motion graphic.
I do remember we sent him one example, and it was a really cool video with Arthur Brooks, and it was on Harvard Business Review on their YouTube channel. And there was some motion that they did on that I loved. Because I remember he was asking for a reference, and I was like, I don't know.
This is our second video.
Yeah. And also, like, I could tell you all of the stuff that I didn't like. Yeah. Like, what the majority of the people in the industry were doing for their motion graphics, that was like what I wanted the opposite of. Yeah. And so, man, he did an amazing job matching that.
I remember I was like, I'm picturing something like this here, but like, I don't know how you're going to execute this. I give you full creative freedom. And I think it actually bred like some of the coolest shit that like, I remember we were reviewing it. We were like, yes.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. You're like, holy shit.
The heads were nodding hardcore.
Yep. But that was that workflow. I think for the footage, it was so much footage and we had so little time. I actually shipped them an SSD and like overnighted it.
Yep.
UPS, by the way, what the fuck? It's like $300 to overnight a little 4 terabyte.
I did not know that. That's wild. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No.
That I used your card.
Groovin'.
That was kind of the process there. It was like a little bit of back and forth. There were a couple different versions, I think, that I was reviewing back and forth.
So then after we're doing all of that, we're placing them in, we're reviewing it, we're stoked about it. One note actually off of what you said that I think is really important for people. If you're going to hire somebody, now this shouldn't be a qualifier that I have to add, but I'm going to add it. They need to be good and they need to have a portfolio to show you that they're good at what they do. But if you hire somebody who has a portfolio that shows you that they are good at what they do, trust them. You're bringing them on. If you hire somebody and then you tell them exactly what to do, at least in the creative world, I think you're kind of defeating the purpose, right? Then you're hiring a robot, not a contributor. And we literally, I remember telling Michael, like, man, we want you to flex your muscles here and show us like what you would do, what you think would be cool in this instance, what you think is different than what other people are doing. And Michael had done a wide variety of different projects in the back. Like in his portfolio was a lot of stuff that wasn't this, which was also really appealing to us because it showed that he had a different edge or angle he was coming from. He wasn't like, it wasn't that he had been doing motion graphics for all of these talking head videos on YouTube. Right? Like from what I remember, I didn't see a lot of that in his portfolio.
I think he was like a gaming like editor.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, for like Twitch streamers and stuff like that.
Yes.
He killed it.
And it's so sick. And we saw that and we're like, oh, that could be a cool, unique approach here. So yeah, we're giving Michael a lot of love. Highly recommend, check him out. His shit is linked in the description. Please, if you need a motion graphics artist as a freelancer, he is an amazing person to hire. So
real quick, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of want to hit on that because you talk about leading a team with trust. And I think that's what you taught me to do when I was working under you in my previous role. And I think that's how we've kind of ran teams for a while now. I think that's how you've always led, which I think is really cool of like, even the latest, this video and the few videos before this, I was just reviewing them last week from our contract editor, Max, gangster. Shout out, Max.
Shout out, Max.
Love him. I'm not going to try to say his last name because I wouldn't know how to say it, but
apologies, Max. We don't mispronounce, so we just won't say it.
That's the key. But that is a huge, like, there have been so many, we did this the other day where we're on frame, Max is leaving us, and first of all, I'm never demanding anything in frame. I'm always asking questions.
Yep.
Do you think that this would be cool right here?
Yep.
Would it be possible if we did this right here? And then I'm also including them. Like we're having a discussion, I think it was the other night or something, where it was like, let's ask Max.
Yep.
It was, I think it was if we were going to include this podcast in the full course upload.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, that's
which
right.
is awesome. No, it's good. It's good. If you're in at this point on the podcast,
sure,
we're going to take all the videos that we have uploaded in January, pack them together into one mega course on how to start your personal brand. But we haven't decided whether or not we're going to include this.
And we're bringing it, like, I'm going to shoot a Slack message over to Max and be like, hey, what do you think about this? Is this good enough? Like, you're going to edit the footage and see it more than anyone else. Like, and bringing in that level of trust and asking your team, it doesn't have to be like major decisions like, hey, what do we want to do with this offer or something like that? But like bringing them in those creative decisions, giving that creative flexibility. Like Max asked several questions to me in this latest upload on this frame link. And I was like, I think we could do this, but what do you think? And one thing I tell Max is like, if it's not going to be like, I kind of separate my notes from like game breaking notes to like, this is a preference of mine. And I state that in this is like, I love this, but I'm also open to this.
Yes.
When I'm looking through notes and giving notes to editors, to designers, whoever it is on a creative team.
Mm-hmm.
And this all just comes back to trust of like, what do you think of this? Like, I'm asking Max more questions of like, I remember what I was going to say. Like I told Max, if you make an argument for it, I'm probably going to go with you. There's a 98% chance if you make a good argument. And he did it. He was like, I think we should include this and leave this in because it's kind of a humorous moment that shows Caleb's side of like create like little funky side of Caleb. And I was like, cool, heard, let's do it. I trust you.
Love that. Yeah. Yeah. It's a really big point. I think the other thing that I would say, and then we should move on to March, is your team, if they're the right characters, and again, that's a stupid qualifier that I have to put in because a lot of people don't realize that. If you hire the right people and you give them that level of trust, they will rise above the level that you are bestowing that trust at. Like I've seen it time and time again. So it's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Moving into March, we went psycho mode, and we had just filmed this video middle to end of February. And then I think about 2 or 3 weeks later, we're like, you know what? Let's do another course level video. And so I wrote the How to Lead a Media Team. I can't remember what the title is on YouTube right now, but the video is like how to lead an already existing media team. And we, I think within 3 or 4 weeks of filming the course, we went out to Joshua Tree and filmed for an entire day. Was it a full day?
Yeah, I think it was one full day. I think we did. Yeah,
sunrise
we did that
to sunrise to like way after sunset.
Because I remember you jumped in the pool at the end when it was freezing.
Fucking cold. Yeah. So we went into that. I think some interesting things to talk about here are the location and the outlining process. You mentioned when we were talking about and planning for this podcast and talking about what we were going to go over, you mentioned something that was really interesting, which was that I chose the location. Can you speak to that a little bit?
It's so interesting because a lot of people think that like when you bring on a creative director and you're just starting your brand or whatever, like they know everything and like they will handle all the decisions and stuff. And I think actually, contrary to probably what a lot of people are thinking anyways, like about my role and what I'm doing for you is it's actually, it wasn't like that and it still isn't. I actually had this conversation yesterday and I remember I told it was a creative manager that I was talking to, was the one that I said was starting in a similar role. I was like, you know, I'm actually still being onboarded 1 year into this role. I'm still being onboarded. Because you mentioned like you picked the location. At this point, 3 months in, I did pick the location for the course, but that was like a mutual kind of like one-off thing. But
you nailed it.
3 months in, I actually had no idea your taste in what you actually preferred in your locations. And I sure as hell could not write for you. Like you keep mentioning that you were writing these videos. I wasn't actually involved in the writing till I think month 5 or 6, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it was like the 3 stages videos when we started it.
Yep.
And then now we write videos together, which we'll talk about in a bit, I'm sure. But like at this stage, you were writing the videos. A lot of times you were picking the locations and like sending them to me. Like, what do you think? What is the setup you're thinking here? I have some contribution to that. I think a lot of people would expect that I am doing those things and I'm writing your videos and I'm doing all that things. But 2 months in, it is interesting because it's actually the opposite. And it wasn't until month 5 or 6 that started happening. And people do things differently. And I think we advise different things for different teams. But for us specifically, I think what's made the content the best so far and why it feels so authentic and it's so deep and so like is because actually you're still so close to it right now.
Yeah.
Which is really key, especially if you are starting out in your first year making content with your personal brand.
And it's the most frustrating thing for people to hear too, because one of the most common things that, one of the most common, I should say, conversations that we've had with clients this year is a lot of them wanting their team to handle all of it. And I love the thinking, right? Because it's like, we don't have a ton of time. We're trying to spend as much time on focusing on the business as possible. We don't have a ton of time. A lot of people, I mean, me, I don't have as much time to write content as I did when we started, right? The business has gotten a lot busier. Thank God. That's an amazing thing. I'm so grateful for it. But that means that I have less time for it, but I still fight to be involved in it, because the thing that I literally was just having this conversation with somebody today. And I mean this with all due respect to everybody who is behind the scenes behind somebody, but if your team was capable of writing this shit just as good as you would, why are they not the ones on camera, right? At a certain point, maybe that'll happen. That's starting to happen now. You're starting to come on camera and stuff, but like, it still needs to come from me at some level. Now, what we're going to be working on, and we'll talk about this later, is like this year, we're going to start working on you getting the outlines to third base, right? And then me rounding it home. But if we didn't have the year of the first half of the year, me writing it, and then the rest, us writing it together, right? Because that's how you delegate, you demonstrate, you duplicate, I believe is what I always talk about, something like that. You do it together, and then you have the other person do it themselves, and you observe that. And that's the phase that we're about to go into, and we can talk about that later. But I think it was a really good point to call out, because it's an expectation a lot of people have when they hire a content director that they're just going to write everything for them and make everything magically happen. But, we've known each other for a very long time. You have a lot more context on me than most people do starting this position. And even in that scenario, we had to do this. And we could have done it the opposite way, but then it wouldn't be my words and it wouldn't be me, right? It'd be an outsourced version of me. And so I think we need to calibrate. And that's what a lot of people need to do, is they need to go through that calibration phase, which is one that a lot of people want to skip, which I think is interesting.
Super crucial. Yeah, I think but yeah, that was, so we went in, we shot that video only like a week prior having posted our first video. So we recorded almost 3 videos before ever dropping one of them, I feel.
Yeah, which is crazy. And actually, we would not advise that. A big thing that we preach is you want to use posted content to inform how you make the next content. And the thing that I always talk about, which is so funny, is the last thing you want to do is batch content too much, because then you have that sunk cost fallacy of like, well, we filmed all day, we might as well post all of this. But what if you learn that what you did in the film session was completely bullshit and it ruins the rest of the videos? Well, then why would you keep posting it, right? But we worked with the reality that we had. And the reality that we had, this is the real God honest answer. I was fucking motivated and I was stoked. And we took advantage of that. Instead of spacing everything out, it was like in the matter of 2 months, we filmed three videos? No, 4 videos. We filmed that intro video. We filmed the course. We filmed the media team video. And then in April, we filmed the if you struggle with making content, watch this, which was a completely different format than the first 3 videos that we filmed. Now, we're saying this, but the video I'm describing, that if you struggle with making content, please watch this, that was the 3rd video we released. This is moving into April now. Can you kind of share why we did that and why we approached that video the way that we did? So let's tackle the order of upload, because we filmed the media team course and then we filmed this, but we uploaded them differently. Explain that.
I mean, the media team course was a 2.5 hour video. It was going to need more time in post-production, especially because I was handling the post-production entirely on that video. We weren't outsourcing to a contractor or something like that. And that's something you'll kind of notice. Hi, buddy. That's something you'll kind of notice for all of our, like, we did 1 video every month of our first year, only 1 video, which to some, I mean, when they look at the run times on those, to some it's impressive, and to others it's like 1 video only. But that is the resources that we had on a solo team. And
the cadence that we felt like I could stick to. We wanted to do something that we would do the entire year.
Sustainability going into the If You Struggle video, that was the biggest thing for that video is I remember when in the first few weeks, it was like, wouldn't it be cool if we started doing some crazy shit? Like we got a car mount and we did a video on my bike. You'll notice this is a theme. All of our videos come from like one of us being like, especially Caleb being like, wouldn't it be crazy if, and then we actually do it. And then we set a date and we actually do it. But the biggest part of that video was sustainability. It was, we wanted to make a video that we don't actually know if it's going to do well or not, but it's just something completely different. That video was a shot by shot, that was scripted. It was completely shot listed, 100% shot listed. And that was our first video that we actually did that.
It was insane. The other thing too is I remember we were about to upload, like we were planning on doing the media team video. And then we were like, oh shit, our first video was 54 minutes. Our second video was 6.5 hours. And if we upload this next, our third one is 2 hours. We're setting the expectation that we only upload mega videos, which if you look at our channel, a good percentage, I'd say there's four mega videos now. So of the 8 videos or 10 videos that we released in 2025, I'd say 4 of them are pretty beefy, long videos. But we didn't want to set that expectation that that's all we were going to upload. I remember the other thing that we talked about was like, I wanted to see how many different styles can I do? Like, and this might, I'm going to share this. This might sound a little egotistical, but I promise it came from a place of not knowing, and there was no ego involved here. But I wanted to see, like, can I show the audience that I'm capable of communicating in multiple different ways in the very beginning of me communicating to people? That was insane. Like, I remember every shot is planned, right? We're resetting the camera, either you on the fucking Ronin or the tripod, resetting it in public with traffic, with other humans, like everything. There was a moment where we're filming in a gas station and I'm literally like thanking the lady at the checkout. And then I turn to the camera and start talking with her right there. And I gave her a warning, but she was definitely like, what the fuck is going on? This is so weird. Because it was very weird. This wasn't in like downtown Vegas or anything. We filmed it in Vegas, but this was on the outskirts of Vegas. This was closer more to like, you know, the mountains and Red Rock and everything like that. And so they were looking at us like, what the hell is going on? But that was an interesting one because this was the first time that we learned a lesson that we'll learn again and we'll share with you again in this, but preparation.
Yeah. We ended up shooting this video over 3 days, wanting to get it done in one. Like, we flew out, your best friend, Jordan, to drive the truck while I hung out the back and grabbed rolling shots of you on your bike.
Yeah. And to be very clear, for all the law enforcement individuals watching, he was secured with a seatbelt in the back.
A singular strap that was like, I remember Jordan looked at it and he was like, I don't know if that is actually going to work, but do you feel safe? And I was like, yeah, I feel we're okay.
Safe enough.
I remember realizing really quickly when I'm setting up these cameras, like the first time we tried it, we said we shot listed this whole thing. We had a very loose shot list.
Rough idea.
We had not. And then I think the lines were there, but I think the shot list, the lines that you wrote were good. The shot list was just like, probably a medium shot somewhere in this gas station. And I don't even know if we picked the gas station. No, we just like saw it.
We just were driving and found the coolest looking one on our route.
And we got to, the sun was starting to go down and we had our rolling shots and I think that was it. We barely had any.
I remember there was a moment where we were trying to figure out the next shot quickly and we realized this is not a good idea. We should just lean in fully to rolling shots.
Mm-hmm. Which was an amazing pivot. I think that was your pivot on the fly. I think it was just I think we were all getting frustrated that like, this is not going very well.
Yeah.
And it's because we didn't prepare. And this is a lesson. Spoiler alert, we'll learn again a little bit later. But like pouring dozens of hours into a video that's 10 minutes long is essential. Like for this video, we then went back to the drawing board and I think Jordan had to fly home. We had to do it on a separate day. And I think we recorded 2 other days. But we went back and we spent a handful of hours shot listing this, every shot by shot. This is going to be here. We are going on Google Maps and we're doing satellite images and like, this is the gas station that we want. And I'm thinking that this is the setup and this is the shot. We know where we're shooting, exactly where we're shooting it. And we took a whole nother day. We went back out and shot at a bunch of different places.
We had already gotten the rolling shots, the shots of me looking at the camera and talking while I'm riding with my helmet on, which by the way, those are actually moments where I am literally saying the line. We re-recorded it in post for most of them because the audio was a little tough with my 2021 Harley Davidson Road King special, as loud and as aggressive as it is. We had to re-record them. But like a lot of those lines I'm saying and looking at the camera as we're riding. But anyways, now we're going to film the talking shit. So we go out and we're going to all these locations and doing this. We're filming in public. Like you said, we went to a restaurant. The waitress was unbelievably kind. The manager, on the other hand, was not so stoked. I don't know if you remember that. Yeah.
At the end. But I was like standing on a booth getting that top-down shot of you, just like, and the waitress was super cool.
I wish we had a behind-the-scenes photo because you would look into the booth and you would see I'm sitting there eating, and on the other side of the booth, Trevor is literally just standing on it with the Ronin and the camera, like to get those high angles and everything. I mean, we probably looked absurd to anybody, but we did it. And one little tip actually that I'm going to throw out there that I've never mentioned ever before is for anybody who is trying to film publicly around other humans where they're going to be looking at you. I'm telling you, sunglasses are your best friend. You'll notice that in both of the videos that we've done like this, the one in Vegas on the Harley and the one that we'll talk about later, probably walking around London and talking to the camera, I'm wearing sunglasses. If you're going to film out in public and have people look at you and you're embarrassed by that, some people are not, and I envy those people, but I am not one of those. Like a lot of the comments on those videos are like, I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you said that in the convenience store, like with people around you. And the reality is I am probably more terrified of what other people think of me than most of you watching or listening to this. That is a very real reality is I am very uncomfy talking to a camera when there's other humans around. It makes me squeamish. I do not like it. But what I try to do is I just try to completely ignore them. I used to play basketball in high school, and for better or for worse, I would just completely black out. I mean, there was literally one time where I remember I was going for a wide open layup and I'm like, why the hell am I so wide open? Turns out it was the other team's basket and my whole team was yelling at me, Caleb, but I couldn't hear. And so I try to channel that kind of same energy when I'm filming in public is like, how do I just completely ignore the fact that that dude over there is looking at me very puzzled? Because the reality is it doesn't really actually matter. And more often than not, they're thinking about it in the moment. And then seconds later, they're driving and they're paying attention to the road or their kid screaming in the back and they don't give a shit. But I thought that was a very interesting video because you got to exercise some interesting skills that you have not ever in the past, which is you probably did, I think we could comfortably say 30 different camera setups.
In like
12 hours.
Yeah, like 10 or 12 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, which was insane. Real quick, before we move on, let's talk about that real quick. Like a lot of people in the comments on that video ask about what was the film setup? I mean, some people think that I filmed it myself, which that is wildly impressive on those walking shots. But talk to us about that. Like, what was that like?
We've had to get very scrappy. And also in the past year, I think my actual production skills have leveled up so much. I used to do it all the time when like I filmed quite a bit at my last role, but all sit down talking head stuff. And then before that I did some commercial work and some stuff like, but nothing crazy, like nothing like super, but like, it's been interesting that we have some ideas. Like you also have this one idea of going to New York and filming in the back of a taxi cab. And I actually have like in my head how I'd shoot that and how I do that with like GoPros and stuff. Like there's been some interesting production setups, but for this one particularly, in particular, I think we bought a Ronin RS4 or something like that.
RS4 Pro.
I think, yeah, it was an RS4 Pro Ronin. So knowing that like we have to basically be in and out, this restaurant or this convenience store will kick us out if we're there for more than 2 minutes.
And we officially got permission, but they were like, make it quick.
It's funny because like when you walk around with a phone and a camera, you're like, which is something you can get a phone. Honestly, it's something we should have considered as a phone stabilizer and just shot with an iPhone. That would have been probably a little bit more inconspicuous, but we did a full RS4. I had wired earbuds and then I had you laved up with, I believe, the DJI Holy Land mics, like something like these wireless mics. The audio wasn't the best, like the audio quality. But for run and gun, like everything that we're doing right now, it's not like a wired Sennheiser mic or anything. We're going for speed. Yeah. Like I remember you telling me, I know you haven't done this much before, but like we're gonna need to be in and out. You need your white balance. Like I think sometimes I even did auto white balance because I'm not gonna sit here and like fumble with the settings. Like you need to be in and out for a lot of these different shots. And
I'm gonna say something here real quick. It was a little bit more dramatic and intense than that. They're at the gas station. I literally turned to Trevor and I was like, you have 2 shots, 2 takes for each of these scenes. I'm going to walk up, grab a Red Bull, and you have 2 attempts to get it. And then we're moving on. Like it was a little intense. I was like, you have 2 tries. And if we fuck this up, we're moving on.
It was very stressful, but I'd say by the time we got to the London video, I had it mostly dialed. Like,
oh yeah.
You can tell I'm in a whole different world, and I'm like, but like we had the pre-production dialed, but that was the setup. It's the most basic, like what can go wrong. I'm on autofocus. I have like auto settings, like anything that I can eliminate going wrong in those scenarios. I learned that like we need to do it. We also just had a certain amount of daylight. And so setting up, I think, was that the video that we had a monopod for? No, that was a London video.
Yep.
But we had very quick, I almost very rarely, I think, used an actual tripod.
Yeah.
And I went handheld with the gimbal, just like this. I mean, and just sitting there, like we're going to do a top down shot. Cool. Holding the gimbal right here. Like, and we're going to go and roll. Very interesting production challenge, but like, that's how we did it. And we're scrappy with it too. Like, I think we taped a mic to the inside of your helmet, and that's how we recorded the audio there when we drove down. Like, I just had you roll through the neighborhood on your bike, and we recorded audio a different day, and I just like taped a mic into your helmet or something.
And we wanted it to sound real, but we also wanted it to be hearable and legible, or not legible, but hearable, understandable. You know what I'm saying? And so what we did for the real nerds out there is we did not record that audio on the same bike. We actually, I'm kind of a weirdo, and I have a couple Harley Davidsons that I love. And we picked my quiet one, the Pan Am, which is, it sounds like a sewing machine basically. And so it would still have the sound of being on a motorcycle, but wouldn't be quite as intense as the Road King. And then in post, I remember you added, but more like you had control to separate my audio from the bike audio, but you added in the Road King so that it was authentic. So like if you are a Harley nut and you watch that video, all of that shit is real. We recorded all of that folly. Like when I take off and you hear the exhaust get louder and louder, like we recorded all of that on the third day, I think, right? Yeah.
All planned with pre-production. Yep. All in like, this is how I'm going to tackle this, and how this is how we're going to do it. And that's probably the biggest lesson that month. I think we also launched the course.
Yep. Yeah. April 4th, we launched the course, and it didn't do that much in the beginning. Like it did better than we expected by all means, but compared to what you guys see now, that first month gave us no indication that it was going to take off and go, in our world, intergalactic, right? Like we did not see that. So we go from April into May. And May was interesting. There was a lot of different things, but I think the cool thing that we could talk about is there's two things. The second thing will be, this is the month that the course did start taking off. But the first thing that I think we should talk about, Gary Vaynerchuk, if you don't know who Gary V is, what rock are you living under? This man pioneered the whole space of being a entrepreneur who's creating their personal brand online and making content at scale. Like he pioneered the whole thing. All these individuals that you probably watch and learn from right now that you admire, they are here because of the trail that he blazed. And Gary, for the last couple of years, has been focused, as far as I understand, far more on VeeFriends and VaynerMedia and really operating those things. And he wanted to do something really fucking cool in May. For VeeFriends, they had a massive release. They partnered with Topps, the card, like playing card, collector card maker, Topps. And I'm a little ignorant on this world, so please excuse my ignorance. Anybody who's really in it, you can roast me in the comments. But Topps has a limited edition version of their cards called Topps Chrome cards, I think is something like that. And VeeFriends was doing a Topps Chrome release, which, as a side note, y'all, is fucking wild. It was not that long ago that Gary was drawing these characters on a piece of paper and had this idea. And within less than 5 years, that dude is doing a partnership with the #1 card maker. I could go on. I really admire Gary. I love him to death. He's the best. But he wanted to document that month of releasing that by bringing back Daily V, which was a series that he did, a vlog series on YouTube, where for a very long time, he was uploading almost every single day a vlog from the previous day, usually literally just 24 hours prior, because the team would stay up all night, edit it, and then release it. Bunch of savages. And he wanted to bring that back, kind of like a nostalgic play to document the whole process. And in doing that, he invited all the OG characters that had been videographers over the years, which was so cool. Like, I know that Justin Dalfrez came back and filmed, David Rock, obviously, Tyler Babin, Jason Marina, right? Dustin Lee did an episode. I did an episode. It was awesome. Stefan did an episode from Ask Gary V days. Like, it was awesome. It was so cool. And I felt really honored to be invited. But then I felt a little insecure because I have not edited a video in years. I mean, years. I've cut maybe like a short here and there and stuff like that. I did a couple of shorts edits, but for the most part, I hadn't done any editing. And the plan was like, we're doing quick turnarounds. I have historically, that one of the things that I think I tried to build my editing brand on when I was an editor is like my speed. I was really fast, but now I am not. And I wanted to deliver for the man, right? Like Gary's asking me to come out and stuff. And so we tag teamed that. Mm-hmm. And that was really cool because you've been a Gary fan for a while now, right?
That's how I got introduced to you.
Yeah.
It was through a fellow. I was doing intern-esque work for
Tyler Babin,
Gary's original videographer after D-Rock.
Yeah, he came in after D-Rock.
Like right after D-Rock. Yeah. I was doing some work for him back years and years ago. And that's how we actually connected. But yeah, I literally grew up 16, 17. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now, is because of Gary, which was a very surreal being in a car with him. And yeah, that was weird.
That was so cool. And so what we did is we tag teamed it. I filmed, and then I was giving you the footage and you were editing. But let's be real. In addition to that, Trevor was also helping me because, again, I haven't been the person on the go filming in a long time. And what people don't realize, that man is a mutant. He has energy like I have never, ever seen. If he has coffee or he doesn't have coffee, the man is electric. It's crazy. He's go, 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 go. To this day, he's still that way, right?
I saw it. I witnessed it.
Yeah.
I had heard stories. You had on our last team, you so many times were like, I've been in this scenario, trust me, with Gary. And like, bro, Gary would have me up for 3 days straight. And I'm taking a private jet flight trying to sleep and edit at the same time. Like, I heard it and I was like, yeah, okay, like, yeah, you worked hard, but like, I don't know if I realized the extent of how this man moves until I'm traveling. Because I was editing, but I was traveling with you while we were going.
Yeah, like Trevor was helping me carry the bag with all the fucking camera batteries and stuff like that. Like, you were helping me with that. You were helping me grab headphones, like all kinds of things. I mean, I remember we were standing in the auditorium where the convention was happening, and I hadn't eaten in like 9 hours. And I have a fun little thing where if I don't eat for a super long time, I get like low blood sugar, shaky, and I end up fainting. And so Trevor like ran and grabbed me food and stuff like that. Like, that was super helpful. Back in the day, I didn't have that. I would just grab like my blood sugar was low. So it'd be like, oh, there's a Snickers bar in the green room. Cool. I'm just going to down the Snickers bar real quick. And one thing that I want to mention that to be super clear here, it wasn't that Gary was demanding these things. It's that I respect that man so much. And I would see time and time again, we'd have a full day where he's, shaking hands and answering questions for hundreds of people. And then immediately on the next, 4-hour flight, he's on his phone working the whole time. And it's like, God, how can I not, I remember at the time, I think when I was working with him, I think he was like 44, 45, and I was, 24, 25 or something like that. And I was like, this dude's almost double my age and he has triple the energy. This is insane. I'm at the point in my life where I should have the most energy and be the most willing to stay up and scrappy. And I was, but it was wild. And so the thing that was really cool though, is you got to edit 2 different daily Vs.
The series that I watched in high school. Yeah.
That
was cool.
That was an amazing moment. And one thing that was really cool too is I think we got to work with Team Gary as Team Gary is now. And that was also really cool. I mean, like Sid, obviously great individual, great human, did a great job of corralling all of us crazy characters. Cause Stefan, David, Tyler, like myself, we all have things that we're doing, right? Like we either have jobs or we're building our own businesses. And the fact that Sid and the team were able to help corral Nerea. Everybody was able to help corral all of these moving parts and make this actually happen, right? Like, shout out Victoria, like awesome EA, like that was super helpful. Aaron on the team managing YouTube, like gangster, like it was so fun, but it was also so interesting for me to see how things have evolved, right? As they should. But that was kind of an interesting moment, but it was cool for you to see some of the behind the scenes of the stories that I've told and stuff like that, the war stories.
It was all true. He just moves. He just doesn't stop. He is awake 3 hours. Like I remember we did like 5 cities in 3 days or something like that.
Yeah, it was wild.
Somewhere in Canada to
somewhere else in Canada.
New York. Yeah, to somewhere else in Toronto, New York, Orlando, Atlanta, back to Vegas. Like insane. And he just moves. He just doesn't stop. Don't meet your heroes, but my respect for him only grew.
Yeah.
Of just like seeing him interact. Like he always makes time for people. He never stops. At that booth, I remember who walked by when we were at the booth? It was
oh fuck. Why am I blanking on his name?
I know the rapper.
Yeah. Waka Flocka.
Waka Flocka. Just walked by the booth and Gary doesn't go and talk to Waka. Like clearly I think Waka like wanted to like hang out or do something, but like
they had talked backstage. They had connected. Waka was like, yo, I'm going to stop by the booth at some point. And Gary was in the middle of a conversation with somebody who was in I'll just say a wild scenario. And this would have been a really good moment for Gary and for V-Friends. And he could have easily stepped aside, taken the photo, and then come back. But instead, he focused all his attention on this person who was going through a wild scenario and really looked up to Gary and got a lot from him. And I remember like both of us, that like was a crystal clear moment. The thing that I noticed too is, we've been able to work for some great people. We've been able to work with some incredible characters this last year. And a lot of them have huge personal brands and are talked about a lot online. But there has never been a human that I've walked through a public place with, not one person, who has more people stop to ask for a photo. But even more than that, people whispering, being like, oh my God, that's Gary V. I don't want to bug him, but wow. Like, I've been watching him since I was in junior high. I've been watching him since I was in high school. Like, incredible to see. And I think for me, it was a moment where this was about halfway into us building my personal brand. And I just remember I never have ambitions of ever being at Gary's level, nor do I think that I'm capable of doing that. That man is on a different level. But I remember thinking, okay, with the audience that we're building, I really want to act like Gary and do what Gary does, which is put the audience first above his own self-interests. At times where it is so clear how much it would help him, he still chooses the audience. And I thought that was so cool. And that's something that we've tried to take into the content that we make, right? Is like putting the audience first. Like, for example, we got my dog here who's kind of disturbing things and stuff. And we didn't have really any time other than now to film this podcast. And it's a little distracting. And this is your 3rd podcast. And you've been doing this despite him being like in the background. And that's distracting. See, that's distracting. But we're still trying to do this because we've never done anything like this. We've never shared this kind of information on our approach to growing my personal brand. And it's a tiny little way. It's an insignificant example comparison to what Gary has done. But it's one way that we're trying to apply and live that out in what we're doing, which I think is the coolest thing. So May was fun getting to work with Gary again and hang out with him and travel with him and seeing him in action. It was really fucking cool. Trevor also edited those daily Vs. Like, we got done with that trip, and like he said, it was like 5 cities, 6 cities, something crazy in a very short amount of time, like 3 days. And we were exhausted. And I turned to Trevor, I'm like, oh man, I'm so excited to go home and get cozy in my bed and sleep. And he's like, I'm so excited to go home and get cozy with the editing, because he still had the videos to edit. So shout out to Trevor, and shout out to all the editors that don't get mentioned, but stay up all night editing content for the people who are in front of the camera. You deserve more acknowledgement, in my opinion. But beyond that, we go into June, and this is when, like, May is kind of when I felt like things started picking up, because the other thing that I forgot to mention that we'll just hit really quick is in May is when the course took off.
May 1st, the course was at 49,362 views. So that was after a little less than a month of being up. And it, for a while there, was looking like it was actually flatlining on YouTube.
And to be clear, 49,000 views in the first month is fucking absurd. We never could have dreamed or imagined.
Yeah. Like, so that's where it was at as of May 1st. As of May 31st, it was at 165,161 and climbing every day. I mean, to this day, we're still getting anywhere from like 2,000 to 4,000 hits a day. Like, that's where the curve absolutely took off, and this thing just took on a mind of its own. And I think with that, also put the, because we made a workbook associated with this course. I don't know if we've actually talked about that. It was completely free. All you needed to do was just add your email. We actually ended up growing our email list. Like right now, I think we're at like 44,000 people on that email list, mostly from the course alone. But that was when I think up until this point, we've been spending a lot of our time in pre-production, production for our YouTube videos and having fun. And this is, I think, to where I think you're about to go with this. Like, this is where, along with that video, things started to change.
Yeah. I'd say up until this point, probably 65 to 70% of my time was spent on the amazing clients that we partnered with from the very beginning. And that was awesome. And then, like Trevor said, we not only were racking up all these views, but there was a lot of people, a high percentage of the viewers were downloading the workbook. And with that, we were also getting a lot of people going to the homepage on our site, applying to work with us. Like in the first year alone, we got over 800 companies that applied to work with us. Like, that was insane. We had so much demand. And I remember we got to a point where I started to feel pretty like a little freaked out because I didn't know what to do. And I had all these people being like, how are you not sending emails? How are you not doing this? Da-da-da-da. And I had so many people, which I'm grateful for. These are like gangsters in business that for whatever reason care about me and what we're doing and are giving me advice on what we should do. But it was a lot of different voices with a lot of different ideas. And I just remember end of May, or no, actually like beginning of May, I'm like, I need help on the operation of this. And what I thought I needed was an EA. And so I think it was in May when we posted that I was looking for an executive assistant. And I started running interviews and everything like that. Well, come June, or actually really end of May, I was conducting quite a few of these interviews. And one in particular really stood out. I interviewed Kate Padova, and I won't go into all the details to spare her privacy and everything, but it was fucking unbelievable. Like, I had a lot of good interviews, and a lot of the people that I talked to, I loved, and it was amazing. Like, I was so grateful at the quality of individuals that were coming through. But Kate stood out. And I remember we ended the conversation basically being like, this isn't going to work out. I'm not going to be able to figure out how to afford you, all of those things. And this was the craziest part. I remember later that evening, Kate followed up via email saying, totally understand that this isn't going to work moving forward and everything. I love what you're doing. I remember you mentioned that there's all these new people coming into your life and you're having a tough time managing all these relationships. You want to check in with people. You want, if it's their birthday, you want to send them a text, or you want to send them a card or a gift, or just different things, right? I was just suddenly getting an influx of humans in my life. And you know me, I'm pretty introverted. And so like, I don't necessarily naturally have the gift of doing that. And so she said something that I built for the executive that I work for right now is this simple Google Sheet, but it was incredibly useful. It was the relationship database that she used to manage all the different people in her exec's life, and whether they were professional, personal, whatever, family members, all of that. And she sent it to me and she said, feel free to duplicate this and customize it to yourself. Any good EA will know how to use this. And I remember I probably texted you within seconds of seeing that. And I was like, fuck. I got to figure out how to get Kate. And through a series of meetings with my CPA and coming up with how we were going to make this work, we determined that we didn't just need an executive assistant. We needed a chief of staff, somebody to help with the operations of everything, right? Not just the operations of my life, both personal and professional, but the operations of the business, because now it was turning into a business. Before it was kind of like I had a cool job and you were helping me make content to get more jobs. This was the moment where we started turning into a business. Now, mind you, I'm not saying we're like some big business or anything like that. I hate when people pretend to be something that they are not. We are not that. But it was way more serious than what I anticipated in the first year. And so we brought on our chief of staff, Kate Padova, and that's when I feel like things started to get a lot crazier. June is kind of the moment. And I remember turning to Trevor because I don't think we filmed anything in June. I didn't really have any time. Like I'm looking here. Yeah, we had nothing that we filmed. In June, I went on a long motorcycle trip, like a week-long motorcycle trip. That's something that I've never been able to do in my entire career. So as a side note, the really cool thing about this year is not only did we do a lot with the business content, but I also got to live, which was fucking wild. It was a crazy
first time in years.
Yeah, it was so crazy. I just spat everywhere. Like it was amazing. And so June was a little bit slow from a content perspective. We didn't have a ton that we were working on, but things were starting to ramp up with the offers we were working on and the plans that we were building for what we were going to do for the second half of the year. So June, I'd say the biggest thing is we hired Kate. That was awesome. She is the fucking best. We're so grateful for her. Moving into July, we went to Mexico. We went to Cabo. And I spoke at, I loved that little dance move right there. Yeah. We'll give that one up. I did have a few cervezas.
Just kept seeing that.
It was my favorite. Yeah.
In the car. I remember for a month after that trip, you just, una más cerveza.
Just one more, please. One more. Yeah, I mean, there's something about sipping a Corona with lime in Mexico that just hits a little bit different. But we went there to do my first public speaking moment ever. I had spoken in front of like teams internally at the companies that I've worked for, but never done anything publicly like this. This was the first time that I was going to like talk on like a stage, and it was crazy. And it wasn't like it was a massive group, right? Like it was talkies, like it was a group of like 100 people, and I was freaked the fuck out. I remember really trying to hide my anxiety as much as I could, but there was no hiding it. But let's talk through that, because that was an interesting trip. Because not only did we capture that talk, which we uploaded, which was a funny moment where I thought I completely bombed it. And then I watched the footage and I was like, oh, that wasn't half bad. That was actually kind of decent. But then the second thing, which was interesting, is we developed a very interesting view that now I preach as like gospel. But in the hotel room, I remember we were jamming and working on something, and that's where the whole contrarian take came. Do you remember that? Yeah, I feel like we get some gold when we go on trips.
It's funny. I've discovered like when we're traveling for all these shoots, because throughout the year, we basically have shot, I think like 2 videos in Vegas itself. Yeah. And the rest has been Airbnbs and Joshua Tree and Utah and all these different places that we go. For some reason, I think it's just because we're in the same room together. That's where we come up with, I think, some of our best ideas. One of them was like we were analyzing why you were talking through why certain brands or personal brands can blow up when others don't. And I think that's when you discovered the 3 levers of brand positioning.
Yeah, the contrarian take, the delivery, and the wrapping paper, and the most important being the contrarian take. We were just like looking at the clients that we've worked with this year, who was having crazy results versus like mediocre results, because that's the reality. Not everyone was like a fucking banger this year, by no means. And the big unlock that was so wildly clear was all the ones that were doing a really good job had a contrarian take. Either a belief they held that was fundamentally different than the other people in their industry, or a contrarian action, right? Like they were building a luxury treehouse hotel in a world where like luxury and outdoors is not typically associated, right? They viewed that you could build a strong business and manage a big business effectively while also prioritizing your family and spending time with your family. Like these were contrarian takes. And we were starting to notice like, oh man, these things are really standing out. Then I started looking at people that I've worked with in the past or worked for in the past or other creators that I admire from afar and started looking like, whoa, all of them came onto the scene with a wildly different view than a lot of others. And at this point, like you mentioned, we were starting to have some success with our content. And it was way more than we could have ever imagined in our first year. And so we're like, why are we having success? What is it that is like, you know, I tend to be self-deprecating. I like that kind of humor. I'm trying to work on it to be a little bit less self-deprecating. So you might notice that. But I've never thought of myself as a really articulate and clear communicator. Now, a lot of people are DMing me and saying that in the comments. I appreciate it. And I'm really trying to like let that sink in and really receive that. But up until this point, I did not think that was the reason why anything was working. And I do believe the main reason why is because we came onto the scene from the very beginning talking about optimizing your personal brand around trust, not virality. In a world where every other video that was served on the right side of our videos suggested, every video competing with us on the homepage was talking about how to go viral. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but I don't think that's the way to optimize. That was our contrarian take. But to your point, I think an interesting thing that we've recognized is we need to be sometimes in different environments in order to get new ideas. Mm-hmm. And so that's something that we have operationalized. It was something that happened. It was a happy accident. Back to earlier, your Bob Ross reference. It was a happy accident that we recognized, but it puts us in a different environment. I find that we think differently. And also, I'm going to be real, for me at least, I fucking love my little family that I'm building here. My girlfriend, my dog, and I really find that if I don't go away to do some of the really deep writing, I get pulled, not because they're pulling me, but because I want to go hang out with them. And so sometimes I think it's really nice to carve out time where I'm not going to, and I prefer not to call my family a distraction. I used to think that way, and I think that's a real interesting way of thinking. Family is wildly important, but I am more prone to stepping away from the writing process if I'm at home. And so something that we have done is we got Jesse Itzler's big ass calendar, which is fucking awesome. Shout out Jesse, shout out Taylor, who runs all that shit. She's a gangster. Big ass calendar. Highly recommend that you purchase this. We planned out our film sessions, our writing sessions, and writing retreats. To your point, we're going away for a week next week, but we're not just doing that next week. We're doing that several times throughout the year because we noticed that was something that led to great insights and new concepts, right? And so I think the lesson for everybody here is, it sounds so weird. Observe yourself in your process. If you are doing something that leads to something great and it happened by accident, turn that into a process. Operationalize that shit, right? So I think that was very interesting.
Huge. No, I mean, that's what it is. Like all year, it's been constant iteration, not only on the content of like those little things of like, oh, we operate better this way, or we like to do things this way. That's constant iteration there. Also constant iteration on the concepts and things that you were talking about in the content.
Yes.
Every podcast that you've done, I've watched you articulate better and better the brand journey framework. Like all of these different things that you talk about articulated much more clean. Like you were talking about the levers of brand positioning in the last few podcasts that you've done. And the latest one was so much better than the first time you talked about it because you're constantly iterating on that content. And that's probably something you'll see. Like the number one thing that I can give us props to, I think this year, is just the constant iteration. Like we set a date, we did it to our point earlier, and we iterate on it after we've done it. And after we realize we like to do things a certain way. You like to do things this way. Like this is how I learned how to book. I pick our locations now for filming and everything. How I learned was I picked a location and Caleb didn't like it because it was a really ugly studio. I was trying to be cheap. And Caleb was like, no, I get more reinforcement being in really dope filming environments. So I'm like, cool. Oh, got it. Now I can pick locations for you.
Something that I had to learn the hard way is a lot of times creatives and me, when I was more immature and younger and earlier in my career, I viewed what now I call iterations and how you're calling it. I thought it was like indecisiveness. I thought, people that I've worked for, I thought they were constantly just changing their mind and just couldn't make up their mind. But in reality, they were pinballing, iterating their way to the ideal end product. And that's what we do massively. And something that I think is a good takeaway for two different groups here. For the person who's behind the scenes, the creative who's making the content, be more flexible. Understand that is crucial. And why would you want to be in an environment where everything is always staying the same? Like, you want to constantly be improving and constantly be getting better. And two, for the talent, I would urge you, make real changes after each film session. Take note of what you liked, what you didn't like, put those into place, but also have some empathy for your team to know that, at least this is the way my brain works, I've been thinking about this for a long time and they're just hearing about this. And so, yes, the team needs to adapt. Like, when I come to you with a crazy new thing that I want to do, you do need to adapt to that, but you do a good job of doing it quickly. But I also think, at least I think, I try to contextualize it for you. I try to address the fact that I know I'm changing my mind. I said the exact opposite last week. This is completely different. I know this is a pain in the ass. I know you've already sunk 12 to 15 hours into this project, and I'm telling you we're doing it completely different, or we're scrapping it all together. And that's fucking painful. But I think if both parties have a little bit more empathy for each other and a little bit more understanding that ultimately both are wanting to make the best product, it will be viewed less as whiplash and more just as, you said, iterating.
I think that's probably the number one takeaway so far in this entire podcast is, like, if you can operate like that for your first few years of your personal brand, you will grow. Like, I take notes when we do this thing. I'm taking notes and we're iterating, and we're just like, those things time and time again. If you do 1, 2, 3 things better on every shoot that you do, you eventually get to a place that's really, you're in a really good spot.
I agree. I completely agree. So stop staying stagnant, everybody, and stop doing the same things over and over, right? What is it? Definition of insanity. Everyone talks about is doing the same things over and over and thinking you're going to get different results. Like, stop doing the same shit over and over if you want different results.
Hey, you watching this video right now. I know that this is overwhelming and a lot for you to take in. If you want to go deeper in a slower paced environment, we designed something specifically for you. Ralston Select is your one-stop destination to not only learn, but to actually implement. We're talking pre-production, production, post-production, and platform strategy, all through the lens of educational content. Click the link in the description below if you want more information. Now let's get back to the video.
Moving into August, we have two things that we should cover. The August video that we released, let's talk through that one. Do you remember which one that was? That was the respecting the audience's time.
We learned our lesson. This is what we teased earlier, learning our lesson a second time.
Yeah.
We'd filmed footage with a client of ours earlier in the summer, getting B-roll behind the scenes. Our idea was to make what we were literally just talking about of, like, I know how to show up to shoots with Caleb. I know what to bring. I know all these different things. We have a whole, like, SOP on that internally for how to film with
It's
talent.
a pretty hefty playbook, actually.
Huge. Like everything we've learned over the past few years, everything you've learned, especially over the past few years of filming with different types of talent. And our plan was to make that into a video using that B-roll footage and everything. It was yet another, I think, lesson where I booked a shitty studio. That was the first time that I did that, because it was my first time picking the location after the course. We went into it. We were like, I developed like a series of questions to ask you. And then it was like, we're going to loosely follow the SOP, and like, that's going to be the video. And we show up to film.
He's leaving out the fact I did zero preparation for this. Every other video leading up to this, I had done at least 10 hours of pre-production on, minimum, way more for most of them. And this one I did zilch.
This is where we're like starting to, you'll hear me talk about this in a minute. Like, this is where we're starting to get stretched very thin. This is why we're bringing on the chief of staff that we just did like a month ago. Like, this is why the month prior, we actually didn't film a direct-to-camera video. We had to film at the Talkie More event and use that as our video, which actually did surprisingly well. But like, we're starting to have to be more creative, and but the thing we forgot is, like, we still, the 12 hours of concepting this intro or this hook for this YouTube video, we forgot like all this pre-production, all this work that we put. That's what made the first few videos so successful for us. And I think, I
got cocky. That's what it was. I thought I could show up and do a better job off top. Cause I think please hear this through a humble tone. I think I do a decent job on podcasts. And I explicitly tell the host, do not send me the questions ahead. It's all off the cuff. So I thought, well, we'll just rip a podcast. We prepared more for this podcast than we did for that fucking video. Now that I think about it, actually.
We didn't even do packaging. We didn't even talk about packaging before we were going to do it.
Which is never the case. We literally never do that.
Well, we learned our lesson. Yeah, we're just so busy and we're diving into things. But we sat down to film that. And it was very clear after an hour of not getting anything that I'm sitting here like, oh God.
I mean, literally, I was getting frustrated with myself because he would ask me a question and I was just not answering it well, or maybe some of the questions, to be fair, I was like, I don't know if I love that. Like, and I remember there was one point where I'm a big fan of the Wim Hof breathing. And I literally was like, I'm just going to stop. And right there with the camera rolling with Trevor right there, I just closed my eyes and turned on YouTube and put on the Wim Hof breathing to try and calm myself down and get myself into the right headspace. And that didn't fucking work. And what?
I think it did.
It calmed me down a little bit, but we still tried to do the video and it was still like
that. I think that brought about the pivot.
Yeah.
Which was like,
good point.
You know what? We're not getting this today. Like we're not going to get this video. We can get a video. It will not be something we want to release.
Yeah.
At all in the slightest. Nowhere near the level of the first 5 or 6 videos that we've done. So I think I think you had the idea to pivot into, you know what? Here's what's happening. You turned to the camera and you were like, I just tried to film a video. And if I had tried to put this video out, I wouldn't be respecting the audience's time. And it was like a 1-minute insert of just talking about that and talking about how like, I'm not going to put this on you. This is me. I promise I'll show up better than the next one. And that was the video. It was like 1 minute and 30 seconds. And we posted that for that month. We wanted to stick to that goal of 1 a month. Yep. And that month was a 1.5 minute video.
Me admitting that I had not shown up and I had not respected the audience's time. I chose my time over the audience's time. And it was a moment I remember so distinctly too, just pounding into my head as I was sitting there in front of the lights with nothing to say, being like, this will never happen again. I will not make this mistake again.
Yeah, it was a big lesson for us. We have not made that mistake since, and we have promoted, like we have dedicated so much time now into pre-production. We're like, I think the next video, or maybe it was the one after that, I want to say we put 12 hours into just the intro of just like beating up this intro for a whole day.
The next one was the brand strategies video.
Oh, well, that one was like a full day and a half.
Which we filmed like 2.5 weeks after this moment.
I remember that.
And I had spent before, so we rented an Airbnb, a sick one that you chose, because the studio was like a Bobo. Yeah, studio was Bobo, but the next location was fucking sick. I remember I walked into that Airbnb. I wish we had that on camera because I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Like it was so cool. And leading up to us being out there, I had probably put maybe like 5 to 8 hours into the rough outline, like the overview, not details, right? Just an overview, because we did not have that much time. Like Trevor said, I was really fucking busy. This is a point where like things started getting crazy. And so I didn't have enough time to be able to do this, but I put like an evening and a Saturday morning into it. And then I think we went out on I want to say like a Wednesday night or something like that. Thursday morning, we woke up and what were we doing?
We wrote the whole video. I think we just rewrote it.
Rewrote it.
Yeah. That's actually a trend.
Big trend.
You've taken like the first stab at it and then we sit down. From this moment on, I think we've done that with almost every video, which is like you do like a rough draft at it. And then we have a full day or two of sitting down and actually writing the video together.
Like scrapping the original version, be like, that's dog shit. Cool. Now that's out of the way, we can actually write the video.
Looking through our wrapping paper library, coming up with the packaging beforehand, like lessons all learned, but like that's that started now. Like to my point earlier of like, I'm still being onboarded. It's only month 6 now, I think, that we're now sitting down and we write these videos together, and I'm seeing your process and how you structure the videos and how you like to flow and the disclaimers you like to add in certain areas.
Yep.
All of those things now start to happen with this video. But we wrote that video it was like a long 14-hour.
Yeah, 14-hour day. In that Airbnb, Uber Eats for meals so that we wouldn't take a moment away from writing. Like, yeah, plenty of Red Bulls, that's for sure. Like but it was fun too. Like we love those
My
days.
favorite days.
Yeah, they're the best. But we did that, wrote it in 14 hours on Thursday, and then Friday.
We filmed it.
In 14 hours, I would say probably like 12 to 14.
That one was like 8 hours of raw footage.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
This is where my brain now starts to come back to me, like this at this moment in time. But yeah, that was like 8 hours of raw footage. Our second biggest video that we had done. I think the video ended up being 3.5 hours.
Yep. Yeah. So 8 hours down to 3.5 hours. So we did that. We did the multiple scenes like we had done in the other videos. And then we also made a workbook that went with that. So that was really cool. You made that workbook. The one that we did for the personal brand course that we released in April, I wrote that. And then Vin Calabrese, an amazing designer, gangster, did that. And then for the brand strategies video, you did an amazing job of taking all the exercises that I walk through in the video and translating that into a workbook. Because again, I didn't have any time, but we knew that we wanted, this was like, we were talking about 0 to 100K, 100K to $1 million, million to 10 million. There was a lot of actionable shit. And so we wanted to give people the ability to actually take action. And so you did that whole thing. You created it and designed it, all of that. We put that out in August. No, that was released in September, right?
I think it was released the next month. Yep. But yeah, that was like the first time I'd actually written like something in your voice too.
Yeah.
Like that was like, it was your words, but it was.
Oh, but those cover letters, like the intro letter, you wrote that. You 100% wrote that. I read it, maybe made a couple of tweaks, but like this is when I remember this was the first time because you had submitted some like LinkedIn posts before and stuff, and they would get close, but I never felt like it was like there. This was the first time where I read something that you had written for me. I was like, oh shit, that sounds like me. I'm good with that. So that was cool.
It took 6 months, but that's what it like. Now you're like, this is the moment where I'm starting to like come online. I almost feel like of like, you are getting busier. Oh, I know how to pick locations now because I have fucked up picking a location.
Yes.
I know how to write, like we've written a workbook. Now I can take this and like, I understand our workflow. I understand this is video number 6. I understand now a lot of these things and I can actually dive in and get my hands dirty.
Yeah. And then we're about to get to September, but the last thing that I thought was really cool in August was and we've been talking mainly about the content, but this was a cool thing with a client that I figured I would share. I went out to one of our clients and did a content workshop, and that was fucking awesome. That was so much fun. I think we kind of revamped the way that they went about making content, helped improve some efficiencies around their normal content flow, but also introduced a couple of really fun variations of how to make content and pair it with something that you really enjoy, an activity, a hobby, whatever. But then the other thing that we worked on, which I didn't expect going into it, but we actually rebuilt their editor onboarding plan. And what usually took 2 to 3 months to get an editor up to speed now takes them 2 to 3 weeks, which was incredible. That was really fun. And I remember on that trip, it was another moment where being away from home and being in another environment, I got a couple of really good points and ideas that we later end up talking about in the content. But yeah, let's go into September because things start getting a little crazy. September, Trevor got the greatest bicep workout of his entire fucking life. Talk about filming the career advice video in London.
So this was similar to the If You Struggle With video that we did a few months prior. I think we enjoyed that so much we decided to do another one. We're in London with a client.
Yeah.
Doing some, it was so fun. How can we get a video out of this trip? Like could we do a vlog? Oh, we're with the client most of the time. Like, let's give them our full attention there. But we had a free day.
To be clear, the free day
was one day,
the day after we had done the flight from Vegas, and we arrived to our hotel rooms at 11 p.m. And the next morning, we're getting on a train at 6 a.m. And I don't fly internationally that often. So like jet lag was fucking real.
It was crazy. You had like a nice seat too that you could sleep in.
Yeah.
I don't know how you. I don't know.
I literally was. Shout out to KLM. You can actually a full 6'7" human can lay out completely flat. It was amazing.
Crazy. Yeah, we did that, and then we took a train into London because we were staying up north. And we took that morning we took a train ride. The Birmingham.
Yeah, our horrible accents.
Yeah, we took a train out to London, and our goal was we have one day to film this. We can't reshoot this. Not like the first video, where we were basically condensing what we did with the first video in 3 days, and we're like, let's do it in 1 day because we're better at this now.
And not even like not like our normal like 12 to 14 hour days. Like we had like 10 hours.
We were finishing the last scene for that on the plane. I wrote the shot list for that. I think one of the scenes on the plane going there, because this is still at a time where like I think in recent months have gotten much better at 2 months prior starting production, pre-production on a video. But right now we're in the thick of it. We're still like Kate's brand new onto the team. We're in the thick of it right now. So we're still finishing videos the day before, but we did that in 10 hours. We went to 5 different neighborhoods in London. We're filming, on the tube, the tube.
Yeah.
We're filming
in front of Big Ben. Yep. Piccadilly Square or Piccadilly Circus. Sorry.
All those things. And I mean, we learned our lesson. Same, like this time we just went like gimbal or monopod, and we were just running around the city, setting up shots really quickly. Audio was a very big issue with that shoot that we had to reorder some new mics. But yeah, that was an insane, but we got a video out of it.
To be clear, the lesson that we learned from it was maybe next time don't try and jam like a wild video to shoot with many different scenes in 1 day after you have a really long flight in a city that Trevor had been to once and I had never been to.
I think one of the only like things that made that possible was like 3 months prior I was there.
Yeah.
So I knew roughly where we wanted to shoot.
We got lucky.
So I was like, I know that we could shoot it here. I don't think we're going to be able to like in front of the palace. It's all gated off. But yeah, we shot that all in 1 day. It was a bit too much, but we got it done. I remember we ran out of time, so we had to film the last scenes at the train station.
Yeah.
And you were falling asleep.
I was shot.
It was gone. I was in pain.
Trevor was physically ill. I was mentally ill. Like it was wild. There's so many other things that people don't realize that you're managing in that. Like you have, every once in a while security coming up and being like, what are you doing here? Right. And then one of us has to navigate that conversation. I'm trying to remember these lines and say them correctly. And then half the time the audio, the fucking mic that we were using, and Hollylands are great, but not when you're out in the wild with a distance between you, because those were cutting out constantly. I mean, there was so many times where I'd be across the street, not that far across the street. And I would deliver the line and Trevor would be like, run it again. And I was like, oh my God.
I could see the frustration.
Yeah. And the thing that sucks is like, that's not Trevor's fault. That's neither one of our faults. I remember it was so bad at one point, you were like considering trying to find a camera shop to buy a new lav, like a new mic. Yeah, that was wild, but it was fun. We had a blast. I think the lesson though is we would probably spread that out over 2 days next time.
We did learn our lesson of pre-production. And from this henceforward, we never had an issue with that. And we kept getting more and more, like this was finished the day before. We keep getting more and more in advance of the video.
Yeah.
Actually finishing the video. That was that. But we got a video out of it. In this season, you're still in this season, really. Hardcore. It's getting very difficult to find 3 days to go out to Joshua Tree and film a giant 6-hour video. How can we come up with, what can we do to get content on the fly?
Yeah. Which brings us perfectly to October. Because in October, we started writing the December video. This is the true moment where we started being 2 months ahead. Let's go. We wrote this together. What was the video? Let's start there.
The December video was basically how you went about creating the course, right?
Yeah. Like why we did it for free and all of that. Yeah. And we wrote that together. This is the one that you mentioned earlier that this is the video that we spent 12 hours on the intro.
I actually think it was the London video.
Editor, Max, you can leave that moment in, please. That was a great moment as a side note. Thank you, Max.
That though, like, I remember we started dedicating, I think we dedicated a couple of days just to that one. And that one's a smaller video for us.
Yeah. Yeah. We reworked that intro quite a few times, probably not as much as 12 hours, but we went into it knowing it was a shorter video, but we wanted it to be really tight. And the other thing that we were trying to focus on is having this be the video where I am the most myself. Mm-hmm. Were there a couple of things that we did intentionally to try and make that possible for me?
It's interesting now. I think that we're getting so in the flow of things that, like, a big thing that I think wanted to start showcasing is this, like, this silly personality that you have. I think when we're filming direct to camera videos, I think it's harder to get a sense of who this person is. And I think everybody who's watching YouTube videos right now is like, yes, I can agree. This person sounds like a robot. Like, how do we inject more personality into our videos and start, like, you want to enjoy the videos that you make and you want to show those sides of you. And like, we talk about 70, 25, 5. 70% deep content, 25% niche wide content, and then 5% personal content is kind of the rough ratio that we like to do, especially in the first year or two with our clients. And that's what we did. But the 5%, injecting that into your content, that doesn't need to be, it can be, right? Like, I mean, Kendall Jenner makes probably 70 to 95% personal content, but like, it can be a carousel on Instagram that you like, here's my Harleys, and you've done that too. And we're starting to get more intentional about that stuff, or a little selfie video that you just toss up. But also that 5% can be injected into the content itself of like, how can we show off Caleb's silly side while delivering this deep educational video? We ordered like a green, wasn't it a green bathrobe? You didn't wear that for the video. You wore that for the ad.
Yeah.
You wore that for the ad
for the lead magnet with it.
Yep. You wore that. You got a Bob Ross mug.
Yep.
We set up like a cozy by the fireplace. We actually rented out a spot in Big Bear, California, and
cabin vibes.
Yeah, we got this
fireplace.
Cabin vibe fireplace. I'm having to stop every 20 minutes and stoke the fire, which is something I've never thought I'd need to do. In
dog slippers.
You had we ordered you dog slippers so that, like, I don't know if I saw a comment on the dog slipper.
Yeah, shockingly, I don't think I've seen anybody call that out, which is wild.
You can't really
People texted me about it, but
your feet are up. Maybe that's it. But yeah, it's injecting, like, at this point we have a cadence, we have a flow. Now it's like talking about iterations. We want to start injecting more of that 5% throughout our content. And that's where I think that was the first video we did it on, really.
And it was an environment where I felt like, because of the almost coziness, I guess, of the environment, like I could bring out the silly little isms, right? Like my more gregarious side, the way that I'll say something and then comment on what I just said. And I think we've left that out in some of the content leading up to this moment. And some of it is, I haven't brought that out as much in the filming. It's not even that we've cut it out. It's just that I've been more in, I guess, teacher Caleb mode. And I remember, this is actually a really great point. I forgot about this. I remember telling you there was one person in particular that I was making that video for, because I was trying to convince her, I want her to do this in 2026 on her YouTube channel. And I was focused on her. And I remember telling you, I want the vibe to feel like, we'll see if I can accomplish it, but my goal is to feel like more like I'm sitting down for a nice warm cup of tea by the fireplace, talking to her about why I did it, the success that we've had with it, and how I think she could make it even better than mine. And I think having that frame really helped. And it's something that I want to try to do with every video, which is determine what is the vibe really that I want. How do I want the viewer to feel? Do I want them to feel like they're in a classroom? Like the course, right? And this January series that we're releasing right now, like that, I want it to feel more like a classroom. I do want it to feel very much like, this might be a little self-aggrandizing, but like Professor Caleb vibes, right? But then that video, that December video, the one where I'm sitting by the fire, I wanted it to feel like we're just sitting down and having a conversation. And if you and I'm not saying that anybody needs to do this, but if you were to go watch it, I never say you guys. I don't generalize to the audience. I don't generalize to everybody watching. I talk to you specifically. I always say you. You're probably thinking this. Like, I really was intentional with that language. And every time that I would say you guys or speak to the group, I would stop myself and re-say the line so that I was speaking to the individual person. And that's very specific and granular, but I think it's really useful for people. If you can pick somebody in your life that you know that needs this information and you picture like you're sitting down to give it to them, it's amazing. The other thing, and then I think we move on, but the other thing is going back to some of the other videos that I've made, I do pick somebody that I'm making the video for. It hasn't been for the same reason, right? But in the course, for example, a really good friend of mine that I love and adore, Dustin, he was starting a new role. And so it was like, okay, cool. I am making this for Dustin because I think some of this information is going to be really crucial for him and he's going to want this, right? And so when I was fucking exhausted and felt like blood was coming out of my eyeballs and my throat was going to dry up from talking more in a single day than I probably did in the entire year leading up to that moment, I just kept thinking, this is for Dustin. Because I am not internally motivated. I am motivated for others. And so by making it for somebody else, that caused me to push through those tougher moments where I just wanted to say, Trevor, let's fucking call it a day.
Having somebody in mind when you're making this video is crucial to like how it's crucial into the language that you're using in that video. And I remember when we were filming that video in December, this was the first time I saw you very intentional about the use of like you guys versus you, the audience versus you. Again, on those iterations, you were also like the camera's inverted. So you're also like, when you go from like left to right, you actually have to go right to left, right? Yeah. And that is another thing that you're picking up on and you like,
shout out to Taki Moore. He texted me about that.
All these little micro iterations. It's just, it just keeps coming.
Ginormous. Yeah. Yeah. That is a really good takeaway from the entire podcast is that is the meta theme of our year was iteration.
I don't think I realized it till right now.
Yeah. What a cool thing. So now we're moving to November and outside of the content, this is when I roped Trevor. Really, October and November is when I started roping Trevor into some cool projects that we're working on that are releasing this year on this really cool offer that we're building that I think is fucking insane, that him and I are putting an insane amount of time, effort, and brain power into. And I started having you work on that. And so this is like a moment where, and I'll speak for Trevor here, where he's now having to navigate a wildly new skill, which is how do I do the stuff that I know how to do and do all the time? But then also a big portion of my time is starting to be like client delivery or this new exciting offer that we're building at Ralston, right? And it's like, the interesting thing is 2 points for November. We start writing this series that's coming out right now. That's the 2 videos that have been released right before this one and the video that comes out after this one. We started writing that, right? And in writing that, knowing all the work that you were going to be doing in Q1, the first quarter of the year, on this exciting project and this amazing offer we're putting together, we knew you didn't have the time to edit the January series because at this point, spoiler, not really a spoiler, we have only released 1 video a month for the first 10 months of making content. And January 2026, we decided to release 4 videos. We didn't have really probably capacity for that regardless of them working on this special project. Now that you're working on it, it was impossible. So what did we do?
Yeah. But so the last like 4 months of 2025 have been like, I'm progressively hopping into more and more on the client side. I'm trying to like, I'm involved a lot more in pre-production, production. I'm doing the production, the post-production, all these different things. And we're realizing as of like, I'm jumping into this, like, I think the month prior, I was like helping redesign the website for this offer that we're like coming, like my brain is being pulled in so many directions. And the first thing of like, when we talk about hiring, right? Hiring off constraints or off of bottlenecks, like the first thing that we started, and this was a conversation long time in the making, but finally in November, I think we kind of turned to each other and it was like
the last straw.
It was like, honestly, there's no way, unless I get no sleep, that we're going to be able to go more than one video a month at my capacity with all the different things that I'm doing. We zoomed out for a second. We're not focusing on short form this year. And that's a great decision that we made pretty early on.
Yep.
After learning our lesson and trying to go more consistent on shorts, it was like, our primary focus is on YouTube this year.
Yep.
Until we get some help. The help came in November. We decided the most amount of my time was going to editing these long forms, right?
Yeah.
We've now had to hire at this point a couple different contractors to help with motion design because I just don't have time. Because the next week we're flying to London and we have to go shoot this video that like there's no time for this stuff. And so that's the biggest constraint that we had at that moment. And so we knew that we needed to hire an editor. So we did editor tryouts actually for like finding an editor. I think it was like in 2 weeks, we put all the footage together. We prepped everything and we got like this funnel ready. You went on Instagram, you announced it and you're like, hey, we are looking for an editor. Our kind of process for that, which I've seen you do in the past, but this is the first time I got to lead it.
Yeah.
Was this editor tryouts.
In Ralston Select, like I mentioned, we actually have a playbook that walks through all of this that you can get, but I'll give you a high level overview. Basically, you use your own socials, if you have a decent following, to be able to attract editors. And what you want is you want all of these editors to edit the same footage so that you can see who fits what you are wanting to do the best. But you should promote this in multiple places. So not only did we promote this through social, we also did a job posting on ytjobs.co, which I talk about quite a bit to people. And you know, to be fair, there's a lot of different characters on ytjobs.co. And that's something I know they're working on refining and helping to make sure it's really clear who the best are and who, you know, maybe the early individuals in their career are. But we promoted it over there as well. And we got incredible candidates through socials, but also some incredible candidates, including the one that we ended up bringing on as a contractor, Max, through ytjobs.co.
Hundreds. There was like a few hundred people we went through.
A lot. Shout out to Trevor for going through all of that. But the point being is that a question I get a lot of times is like, how do I go about finding these people? And I think you need to start going where they are living. And a lot of people go to ytjobs.co. I'm not sponsored or affiliated with them in any way. I get no money for this. I'm just trying to help y'all out. That is a place where a lot of creatives go to find gigs. And so we also decided to post on there. It was a moment where I was like lacking ego, right? It was like, no, we might not find exactly what we're looking for in the right scenario through just my socials, even though I have a ton of creatives that follow me, right? Now, we got a fuckload of really good individuals that were awesome and amazing, but something about Max just kind of stood out. His editing style was incredible. We loved it. Blah, 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 blah. Max, you're incredible. You're awesome. We love you.
He's editing this video right now.
That was amazing. And we did that ahead of time, preparing, because as we were writing the series, it just started to morph into more and became bigger and bigger. Basically, the original idea was like a 20-minute video, a 20-minute video, an hour-long podcast, and we combined those two things into roughly an hour and a half to 2 hour long video. And as we started writing this, it just grew and grew into a much bigger project. I rewrote it 3 times. And then on the 4th rewrite, we did it together. And that's where it got crystallized and dialed. This was the first time where I started seeing comments, but also messages from people. Not a lot. It wasn't like high volume. I mean, there was probably like 4 or 5. And most of the time I ignore if it's just, and I want everyone to hear this correctly, if it's just the audience giving feedback and they're not proven customers, I try not to take too much direction from that. I try to take more direction from customers than just viewers, right? I love viewers and you are wildly important, but I'm trying to build a business here too. And so I optimize my content around what the customers need or want more of. But this was a moment where I saw some feedback from the audience that was saying, hey, you're using the same examples over and over. It's a lot of the same stuff. And that is kind of my point, right? Like, I really believe that you should consistently say the same shit over and over in different ways. I believe that's how you build a strong brand, is consistently pairing yourself with those concepts. Then you get known as being somebody who delivers those concepts and solves those problems. But I also knew that I could come up with different examples And I had a couple other frameworks in my back pocket that I had not shared, that I had been maybe working on, mulling over, whatever. And so this was the first series where we took that feedback and I was like, my goal is to have at least 60 to 70% of this be brand new shit that I've never shared. And so that was another cool thing and another fun exercise for us, which was like, okay, I've given the Nike and Michael Jordan example a million times. What's another way that I can illustrate this that not only might help sell the point to people who have heard the Michael Jordan analogy, but also will connect with different people that don't give a fuck about sports, right? And so we use the Apple and Johnny Ives example, and I'm not going to explain it here. You got to watch the video if you haven't to get it. But we tried new shit. And it was the first time where I felt like I really pushed myself to, I had come up with new concepts for other videos, that's for sure. But share things that I've said before in a new light. And something that I think we'll probably talk about a lot more in future videos this year is like, how do you continue to solve the same problems over and over in new and interesting ways with variety? It's actually something we were talking with one of our clients about literally this morning. What happened in December? It looks like we hired Max and onboarded him. Let's talk through that. We'll hit on filming the January series, but I think the most important thing in December, is how you onboarded Max. Like even he called it out, right? And I'm trying to give you as much permission to toot your own horn here because Trevor did an incredible job. But please, like, let's walk through how you did that. I think that's the most valuable thing that we could share from December.
Yeah. First and foremost, anyone who has started in a role knows the pain points and knows that and Max is a contractor right now, but I still consider like anybody who we're bringing into our team to work on something, like I consider them in a way a part of the team. Yes. And so I want to treat them as though they are part of the team, as though they are like in any point.
We don't view them as just a contractor.
Yeah. Yeah, but we shout out how many times have we mentioned Michael this entire video? Yeah. Mars, who edited the 3 stages video.
And did a phenomenal fucking job on it.
So we brought him in.
Mars is also linked down below as well.
Every person that we bring in, I like to make it as clear as so I have an onboarding call with him where I'm going through, we had the videos filmed. This was a real unique situation. The reason we were in like a 2-week crunch to hire this person is because right as I gave him and sent him the contract is when I'm like, the next day, hey, the footage is uploaded for you on a drive. It is neatly organized for you. Here is a sheet.
What does neatly organized mean?
I'm separating all this stuff into A cam, B cam, C cam at times, sometimes. I don't know if I did it for this, but I'm labeling all these things. I'm also creating a Google Doc pointing out there was an audio issue towards the end. The camera C cam lost focus for 20 minutes and I actually couldn't get to it because it was on the other side of the room. All of these things I'm noting like we filmed ads here and the ads are going to be in this, and this, and this is how we want it. Like same thing with that frame folder that I mentioned at the very beginning. I did that here too, which was the first thing I told him to do was like, hey, don't bother jumping into this. This is your first video with us, by the way. Absolutely nailed it and absolutely nailed the style of these videos in one version. But I was like, get us an A-roll cut first. Don't worry about cutting shit out unless you feel like it's really not valuable. Give us this A-roll cut. And that's the first thing that we're going to work on. I will give you notes from there. And I will actually I will guide you through the project from there. You have all of these resources. I have a neatly organized Google Drive folder of all the Mogurts that actually Mars, I think, gave us a bunch of Mogurts for
shout out Mars,
the past
our Dochi
video.
Jewels. Yeah.
I have those in a folder. I have our branding, colors, guidelines, brand style guide, everything in a folder. Anything that this person, zoom out when you're onboarding somebody like this, what are the things that they're going to ask for and provide it for them up front. And it sounds simple, but I remember Max is like, oh, thank you. It's ready to go. I'm ready to hit the ground running. And if you want to, and then I have a 2-hour call with him walking through all these things. And I'm like, if you need me, here's this. We set you up with a Slack channel and I'm going to be as fast as I can at responding to you. All these things just help even in a contract scenario, but especially with an actual hire. This is how you do it. You give them all the resources, you give them all the materials, and you give them a lot of your time at the beginning as well. Even though the goal is to save me time with this project. And it did. I'm still dedicating a lot of time to doing this A-roll cut, to organizing this folder, to doing all those things. But it just set him up with like, yeah, here's how we roll. And I mentioned this before, but the trust factor still plays into even the contractors that we hire, right? Like 20-minute of our call was, here's exactly how you're going to see notes from me. I'm never going to demand. I'm always going to ask. I'm always going to trust you first. And I'm always going to like, please. And if I give you a note, I'm going to give you a reason for why I'm giving you that note. This is extremely important when you onboard editors, designers, anyone. The thing that you do with your feedback is you provide feedback and then you provide the reason why you are giving that feedback.
Oh, huge.
When I was hiring this editor, all of the people in the interviews asked me like, what is the number one thing you're looking for? And I'm like, communication. Somebody who knows how to communicate, somebody who like I can give feedback to and they jump on it immediately and understand it. And how does somebody understand something? It's explained to them. It's shown to them. It's like, yeah, so every note, I'm explaining this to Max. I'm going through. I'm going to explain every single note, why I'm doing this, if we should do this in the future or not.
That is the playbook, 100%. It's actually a playbook that, again, I'm sounding now like I'm pushing it, but that is a playbook that we offer in Ralston Select. Like, that is how you do it. So you can either do that or just literally scratch down everything that he just said because he just gave it all away right there. There was two other things that I wanted to briefly call out for December. One is we filmed the January series. We went out to an Airbnb and sprinted through that. Again, it was another like gnarly 12, 14-hour day. That was fun. That was awesome. But it's also exhausting, right? Like, I don't want to pretend here. Like, they're very fun. And it's some of my favorite days. That's like some of my favorite memories, but it's also exhausting. So we did that. That was awesome. That was really fun. Side note, we rented an Airbnb that had more windows than there are Starbucks locations in downtown Seattle. It was absurd. And we had a couple reflectors and flags or whatever, but like we didn't have that much to cover it. But we went to Walmart and bought just a bunch of black sheets, like king size bed sheets. And probably to the neighbors looked like we were cooking something illegal. Won't mention what that is, but it looked a lot like some of the homes in the area where I grew up. But anyways, out in the country, we covered all of those windows with blankets. And then we took moving boxes that we grabbed from Home Depot, cut them up and shoved them into the skylights to cover the skylights.
Here's the front door.
Keeping the zombies out is what we're doing. Yeah, it was a very interesting setup, very, very scrappy, working with what we have, but we made it happen. And I think that's another like big thing that I would encourage everybody is, I'd say very few times has everything gone according to plan when we show up at an Airbnb, an uncontrolled location, all of these things, right? Shifting light, a terrifying spider in the couch. Yeah. That was
I think you have the video of that.
Yeah.
Getting attacked by a ram.
Yeah.
Almost. We didn't get attacked by a ram.
No, but almost got attacked. I mean, we got intimidated by a mountain goat that was fucking freaky. But yeah, I think the big thing for us has been adaptability. We've done a really good job of, maybe getting frustrated for a second and being like, fuck, this light is impossible to work with. And then be like, well, we could go get sheets and cover it. And is it going to completely cover the light? No, but it gives us 95% control, and that's what we need.
What's really interesting on that point, just real quick, I'll hit it, is it's the stepping stones to that of like, we have now started controlling the light in our locations for film sessions. We didn't care about that, nor did we have the means or the time or the headspace to think about that when we filmed the course. When we film the course, actually the light changes throughout the entire course. I don't know if people notice it or not, but like sun up to sundown, and that warehouse still had windows, and like
those windows were like 20 feet high.
in LA, sunny LA, like I don't know if it was sunny, but this like we don't try and bite off more than you can chew is I think a great lesson here of like, we're only doing that. We're only starting to control light in our setups. Like we have like, here we have blinds actually, which is really nice. But we're only now starting to shift and buying another light to light some other spaces. And we're starting to get little batteries for the cameras so that we don't have to actually plug, like all these things. I think it just goes back. I'm going to sound like a broken record here, that iteration, but like, don't try and bite off more than you can chew in the beginning and start stair stepping. Like you'll see even what we did for our first or second video was probably too much for somebody who's just starting out to actually handle.
Yes.
In their first, like the 3 camera setup is ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, let's be very clear here. When we started this, it was my first time making a video for me, but I had been doing this for 16 years when we started this, right? You had been doing it for what, like 6 or 7 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
like,
all come from production backgrounds.
Yeah. We definitely had a little bit of an upper hand on that than your average bear. And even us, we selected what we would focus on, knowing that down the road we'll improve that. But right now, that's not what is necessary.
It's choosing the things in the beginning that have what is going to get you the biggest bang for your buck. We were just talking about this before this podcast. One of the things, I was talking to somebody the other day, they were asking for advice on this editing workflow because they're like, it's taking me a really long time here. And like, I'm really having a tough time like going through and picking music or picking LUTs or whatever it is. Like this is something you could do both for editing, production workflows, but also just your content in general, I feel like, is a priority list when you're attacking projects, and content is in order of priority. I actually asked this person the other day, I was like, okay, so when you're tackling an edit, what will move the needle the furthest for this educational video and specifically? They're like, well, it's the cut, it's all the content in it, and like choosing like how the video flows and the structure of the video. And I was like, amazing. That's our first priority. If we get nothing else done in this video, because we are all strained for time and all strained on resources, like that is huge. I was like, what's the next thing? Well, the next thing's probably, it's like, honestly, it's not motion graphics. It's actually audio. Like audio is actually a huge part. And I was like, I completely agree. I don't know if I'm missing something, but like, I agree. So that's like, and you can do that with content in general. You can do that with your workflows. And I think you can do that with your brand. Like, what are the things that move the needle the furthest? And like, attack those first. That's what we did with the course. Is we're prioritizing. We hired somebody for the motion graphics too.
Yeah.
But the first thing we're prioritizing is like, pre-production. That's before the editing. That's pre-production is on top of the checklist. And what is like the packaging, the idea, the concept, the structure of the video. All those things get attacked beforehand. So like, I don't know if I'm going on a tangent here, but basically I think that huge thing of just that priority list helps with shit like this.
Massive.
Helps with like the controlling the lights, to be honest, is at near the bottom of that list for educational content. I don't know if it changes for any other type of content, but for educational content in particular, it's like, no, there are 10 to 20 to 30 things above that I would actually focus on before you tackle like, okay, in this shoot, now we should get batteries for the cameras that attach to the tripod in a really fancy way. But that's just, that priority list is so key and so crucial.
I completely agree. Well, it's fun. I feel like we've gone into a lot of granular detail, maybe so much that maybe we bored Bugsy to sleep here. He's finally sleeping. He's been so active during the whole thing. And then now that we're nearing the end, he's just chilling over there. We wanted to very briefly talk about what we're focusing on in 2026. And there's going to be a ton. And I'm sure what we share will change within 3 days. But as of right now, what is kind of your area that you're focusing on for 2026 with our content specifically?
We spent the first year being very intentional. Maybe we didn't know what we were doing at first, but we got very intentional very quickly and iterating so quickly on that. Like, we've been very intentional over this past year of building the foundation, building the sustainability aspect, how you're going to stick with this.
Yeah.
How I'm going to want to stick with this.
Yeah, 100%.
Finding the holes in everything, finding out where we're best at, where we need to improve, getting this cadence down, getting these workflows down, getting organized, getting set up, bringing on an editor for our first constraint. Like, we've spent the first year being very intentional with building the foundation, I'd say, of your personal brand. And I think next year, especially, it's now, I mean, everybody talks about scaling. Like, I think it's not necessarily scaling that. I think that the media team will stay very lean even into next year. But next year, I want to spend, like, we have the goal of doubling the amount of YouTube videos at the same quote unquote quality, for lack of a better term there, going into next year. So we're going to doubling that output. And I now am going to have more time and attention to focus onto another primary platform, because we have support now going into Instagram and short form content. Like, we've been repurposing. That's been our strategy. And it's not something that you want to do, but like I've been making podcast clips for you here and there. We've been making some promo pieces for our YouTube videos and stuff like that. But now it's time to get serious. And now it's like, okay, I actually cut my teeth on short form content for years and years. Now my brain is starting to open up and to be able to do that. So that's my biggest focus, is turning the Eye of Sauron, as you like to call it, to another platform, getting that up and running, cutting my teeth again and getting a lot sharper in that area, while still maintaining and actually doubling our output in other areas. So that's been huge.
It's a big one. I mean, that is no simple task, right? That's a lofty goal, but I think we did a really good job at the end of December of sitting down and planning out our year and what it'll look like, and saying, okay, if this is our goal, these things have to be true. How do we make these things true? Well, one of them is we need pre-production time. Well, then we should probably plan that on the calendar in December for all of 2026. And of course, it'll ebb and flow, it'll shift. We'll have to move things around, things will come up, but it gives us a plan to operate off of that we can then break. If you have no plan, there's nothing to break other than yourself, right? And so it's like, I love breaking the plan, but you got to have the plan in order to break it. It's like breaking the rules is great, but you can't. I remember Ruben Evans, my director when I worked at Logos, the software company. I remember him telling me, he goes, great editors break the rules all the time, but they're only capable of breaking the rules because they know the rules. And I think it's very similar with having a plan. You're always going to need to be able to break a plan and change a plan, but you can only change or break something if it exists. And so us carving out the time at the end of December to do that and plan that out, I think was huge. I think a big one that I want to focus on that I wrote here, I'm reading it real quick. There's two things. One, I think I've just scratched the surface of my ability to take problems that customers bring us, our solutions, and then create frameworks for the audience to be able to utilize in their content. I'm just scratching the surface of that. I have a lot more that I can do. I can get a lot better at that. And so that's something that I'm going to be pushing myself on. If you look at my calendar, which none of you can because that would be crazy, but if you saw my calendar, you'd see a huge portion of my time this year is dedicated towards writing. I've put, probably, if you were to add it all up, there's probably 3 entire weeks, maybe even 4 entire weeks out of the whole year just for writing, which I think is really cool. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is what we were talking about for the December video. I want to bring more of who I am as a person, my silly isms, my quirks, the things that are going to make the way that I communicate attractive to some people and turn off a bunch of other people. And that's okay. I just want to be unbelievably me. I think for 2 reasons, and this is how I want to end this. The 2 reasons why I want to be unbelievably me in the content. 1, AI content is very much prevalent and at scale. And the only way, in my opinion, to stand out is to be human as fuck. I was texting a buddy of mine the other day. I think that would be such a cool brand as a side note to build, human as fuck. I don't have the time. It would be a distraction. If anybody wants to take it, do it. But I think that is the way to stand out amidst the ever-growing amount of AI slop. And depending on when you're watching this, it's only getting worse and worse and worse. The beginning of this year, there wasn't that much of that shit on my feed. I rarely saw that. I didn't see the panda, vlogging like I saw midway through the year. It has gotten fucking crazy. So being unbelievably human is a great way to stand out. And 2, to the point that we've hit on, probably second most to iterating in this podcast is sustainability. It's really hard to be a caricature of who you are. It's really hard to pretend to be somebody that you think your audience wants. And if you are one of those unique characters that can keep that up for a long time, well, here's another motivation for you. The moment that you meet somebody who watches you online in real life and you are not that way, boom, game over. You have ruined trust with that person. And if that happens enough, your personal brand starts changing and the way that it is interpreted changes. So the more that you are who you actually are, not who you think your audience wants, I think the longer you'll stick with it and the more you will actually stand out.
That was great. That was great.
This was fun. Thanks for doing this, man.
This is super fun. You killed it.
Oh, you killed it. This was great. And that is what we do after every fucking film session. As another note, there's another piece of value for you guys. The moment that you get done with filming, somebody on your team should fucking come up and dap you up and say, great job. With that, I think the next video that people should watch is going to be somewhere right here in the middle. They should click on this somewhere right here. You'll get a lot of value from it, hopefully. If you got value from this, we would love to know what your favorite moment was. Because let's be real, there's not a lot of you here. And so we're not getting that much traction off of sending you to another video. So the more interesting thing is actually, if you can comment with either your number one question, because we said all this shit and it revealed a bigger question that you have, or the number one point that you took from this. I'm looking forward to all three of these comments. Appreciate you all. You're the best.
Peace.
Holy fucking shit. We just built the foundation for your entire personal brand. We got your brand positioning down. We've got your content strategy down. Absolutely insane. You have your personal brand operating system. You figured out your brand journey framework, right? We figured out what is our end goal, and does making content and building a public personal brand help me accomplish that or not? We figured out your brand positioning. We built out your credibility bank, or if you're the student, we did your interest bank. We helped figure out how we're going to avoid burning out. This is such a common thing for creators, and we're figuring out how to avoid that. We figured out identifying the pain that your customer is feeling and how you can integrate that into both your brand and the content that you make. We identified your contrarian belief. This is how you're going to stand out. We figured out what your desired associations are going to be. We wrote your brand statement so that you can clearly communicate what your personal brand stands for, what it's about, and why you're different than your competitors. We then moved into content and we talked about the trust first strategy, optimizing for trust over virality. We talked about building a sustainable system. This doesn't matter if you quit after 6 months. You need something that you're going to actually stick with. Then we figured out, how the fuck do we come up with ideas? This is such a common problem that people have, is like, how do I know what to make? Well, we figured out how you can come up with your content ideas. We also worked on your delivery, okay? This is a form. This is one of the 3 levers on how you can stand out. We figured out what you can do in your delivery and lean into who you are as a human, not build some caricature that you see online. We also talked about your wrapping paper, how you're gonna wrap this beautiful gift called your content that you give to your audience. We also went through how to repurpose your content, right? Like, not only how to make the primary pillar platform content, but we also use the waterfall method on how to get more out of what we're already doing. We also, and this I've never done before, but we actually went through what your first 3 videos can be in building and amplifying your personal brand online. Whew, that was a lot, but I am so proud of you for getting to this point. I know this is a lot of work. There's a lot of like self-reflection, a lot of pushing yourself, a lot of asking uncomfy questions sometimes. And so I just want to say, I'm very proud of you for getting to this point. I'm very excited to hear the results that you get from taking action on what we shared in here. One thing I want to really quick remind you on, if you watch this and you're at this point now and you haven't been filling in that workbook, what the fuck are we doing here? This is what drives me nuts, okay? I'm not here trying to make entertainment content. I'm not that entertaining. I'm a little silly and wacky and fun, but I'm not that entertaining. I'm here to change what you do. That is my goal here. So please, if you watched this all the way through and did not fill out the workbook, start over, download that workbook. The link is in the description below. I've said it a million times already, so you already know. Get the workbook and go through the course and actually go through the exercises. This is going to make all this time you invested into consuming this worth it for you. If you're still watching at this point, you probably want some more content to watch, more actions to take, and more information to digest. Click this video to watch it. It's the 3 stages of your personal brand. We go from 0 to 100K, 100K to $1 million, and $1 million to $10 million. Enjoy.